So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. Down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The
evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the show. I'm Hap and Fluke. Hap, it's good to see you. You know, there you go. It was very warm. I thought it was very accepting.
What's wrong? You just started shouting.
I'm trying to...
Guys, welcome in. In the meantime, as we fix everything, welcome to Challenger League here in EU. So happy to have you. Last week, we introduced the league for the very first time here. We all talked about, first time you see this sort of new talent for a lot of people that are just watching them. The established talent that you see right now in EU League started somewhere, either in the early game or in Challenger League. And this is how we're trying to determine and see the next level of high-tier talent in Europe. And this is the big deal here about Challenger League, to see who can make it through and maybe perhaps, if they're good enough, make it to EU League so we can talk about them every week on the daily. Fluke, Hap, thanks so much for joining me. Before we have a chat, let's go for a quick look at our schedule for today. You'll see that we function with two groups, Group A and B, and we have 6 teams in each one of them, which means 3 best-of-1 series, just like EU League, in both of them. Starting off first, today is Group B. Last week we did Group A first. Izaku Boars versus Be Kind, or Polish versus French squads. So we're going to go through Penta v Orglis, M&M versus Kovana. Then in Group A, Granite versus Windstrike, Gamma versus Heretics, and finally Fedora, Milady, and Mako. That's our final matchup of this evening. Of course, Gamma, formerly known as the Lowland Lions, they got picked up by an organization that is owned by a pretty big footballer, apparently, that plays for Arsenal. Is it Hap?
Yeah, it is indeed a player that plays for Arsenal. And Fluke had a nice little video about it, how he checked up a card thief. So
I like how you were like, he plays for a football club from London. And Hap, tell us more about the football club from London. Not me, the person. Yeah, he is a force to be reckoned with.
Next time I will turn around to Gio and ask Gio about the football club from London.
Yeah, 100%. I think, Des supports Aston Villa, so Des also follows football. I don't support Arsenal. I unfortunately support Newcastle, but I still know about the clubs. Either way, follow there. It's a lot of support, a lot of potential, and it shows the growth of esports. Alongside Beckham, who's also gotten into esports not too long ago, I believe, with Guild. I think is
Masoud Ozil has
something
his own
known as just regular sports. We're here for esports, which is arguably better.
Arguably better. Currently, we'll be reminding everybody that through the early 2020 phase here in this year, esports is the only thing that you could watch. Here we are. We're going to continue on. Our pick and bans are ready for our first matchup, so let's go with it. It's the Izaku Boars versus Be Kind. Our lobby is pretty much ready. Again, Polish team versus the French. Be Kind that unfortunately had a rough time. Oregon, good lord. Can you please shed some light on this? Because Be Kind had the final say, and unfortunately, they haven't really been speaking too loud in the past couple Playdays.
They haven't been speaking too loud. Let's just say that in the French league, they also got 7-0'd by Penta. Whilst I'm going to be pulling up what map that was actually on. That wasn't really the best result for them, and considering they are also in their group, they also have to play for them in the Challenger League as well. So you might think that the French League might not be their primary point. Challenger League will definitely be. How much more will the 7-0 be? But that was in Cafe, actually, the 7-0. So
I was about to say, it's their first ban. They wanted to remove it instantly. And if anything, if you look at the spread of Be Kind and how they played in the French League and how they played in this, it's unfortunately a joint sad story. They haven't really been able to find the marks on either side. We had it before where there were the argument of teams that were in Tier 1 and Tier 2, well, generally Tier 1 beforehand, and in the national leagues, they were still performing well on one or the other. Be Kind haven't found foot in either. Yes, and I guess the Boars, for me, this is the game that they might be able to pull points on what could be the harder group of the two. It seems like it could get a little bit runaway with the top 3 teams.
All right, Fluke, Hap, thanks so much for your introduction. We'll see you back after this matchup, my king and queen. But let's head over to yet another one of our resident king and queen duos for this, Gio and Dev, that'll kick off this first matchup of day 2 of Spooktober. Let's go.
Do you ever think Milos gets sick of how many kings and queens he has, knowing that he is not one?
Is he the Joker then?
He's getting
I guess
angry about
that's what
he doesn't like that.
Well, it's time to get into the map here. Izaku Boars versus Be Kind. Thank you for the intro, guys. It's Polish team versus Be Kind. Now, Gio, Be Kind are yet to find a single round in the Challenge League so far. Is today the chance to break that?
I think this is going to be their best opportunity. Obviously, as they mentioned on the desk, Izako Boars also didn't have a particularly easy time last week. Be Kind, who went up against M&M Gaming, arguably the best team in this group, obviously had the tallest task they were going to face, and this could be where things are somewhat evened out and their opportunity to gain some points. Kicking things off with the first ban, and that's going to be a Maverick.
Pretty classic ban here on Oregon. And if we look at the previous results on this very map from both of these teams, they played it 3 times for Be Kind. It was all in the French League. They were 7-2'd by BDS. Now, that's not something to be too upset about. BDS is the best team in the region. They play a pretty good Oregon as well. But Be Kind actually found 2 draws, one against Forks and one against Maestria. One against Orbit and Forks. So, hey, that's not so bad. They got 6 rounds in each of those games. Izako Boars, last time they played was actually in the Polish Masters loser bracket final, in which they were 7-0'd by Slavjet. Now, if you look a little bit further back, they also lost it to Devils 1 in the semis, and during the regular season, they beat a team called Invicta. So, overall results, the Boars have won this once, lost it twice. Be Kind, lost it once, never won it. They've got 2 draws. Now, I can't really sway either way which team this favors as a result of that.
I think it's very hard to judge, especially as here in Challenger League, we've obviously only seen them each play once, and also saw a number of mistakes come out from each team. I mean, I'm going to have to look at the players Legends and Rivers from Be Kind, both of whom got a rating of 0 and a cost of 0, as well as no kills in their game against M&M. And we mentioned how much of an oppressive force M&M Gaming are. That really is a different tier of team. But the point is, you want to come into Challenger League, you want to prove yourself as a player. Even if your team doesn't make it through, you want to prove that other orgs maybe can pick you up. You have what it takes, and statistics like that aren't what it takes. This is their chance to get their names on the board.
And to go back to the ban phase, the operators for a second, Be Kind banned out the Thatcher and the Wamai. That's the standards. It's what they did against BDS on this map. Not actually what they did against the 2 other teams they played in the French League, but it's the same thing that Izako Boars banned against Slavjet in their last game. But it's the Maverick and Mira that the Polish take off the board. Operators that they have actually not banned on this map before, but albeit they always ban the Wamai, which Be Kind got to first. The Maverick, though, having that on top of the Thatcher ban is really going to change the way that Oregon works, and it's going to, in particular, make the Kaid just an insanely powerful operator, particularly on that downstairs objective. Later on, I'm hoping that we'll get to see that claw placed on the meeting hatch in such a place where it can't be destroyed by Kali, which I expect to be picked reasonably regularly on this map, despite Be Kind not taking us into the table the first time around.
You can also see that they've set up very much for vertical play, opening up the holes in the upstairs floors, so that should Be Kind begin to make the plant, Izako Boars players who most likely will be playing downstairs will have the opportunity to deny, whether that be with a C4 or merely through their guns. But already Be Kind have made their way into the building.
Yeah, wow, very good early control. Only 30 seconds down. Walker already in trophy with good control. You can see that drone just ahead of him means that one of his teammates or himself did drone ahead. Great early control here for Be Kind. But next step is obviously to open up that closet wall. Walker at the moment just watching flanks. Throws 1 stun grenade in to take down that ADS. There's a trade downstairs. Mexes opens up the round, taking down the Zofia player, but is traded.
Nexus, who is arguably the most valuable player on Izako Boars in their game against Penta, the only one who went positive in his rating and his KD, taken off the board. That's quite a brutal disadvantage for Izako Boars, who may struggle without him, especially if Be Kind continue on with this relatively aggressive push.
You can get in really early, but doesn't make a difference unless if you start to capitalize upon that. That's why we'll need to see Zayden breach this wall. Selma goes out. There doesn't appear to be any kind of denial. A C4 actually through, and indeed that will deny that final little detonation of the Selma, but that is a vaultable hole, and an extra charge from the ace will make that walkable.
Yeah, now Royal's going to be droned from one side and also have pressure applied to him from the other, as Volcaro is still in trophy. So it could be quite difficult for him to move because, of course, he's going to have to cross the line of sight that's been created by the Selma if he is to do that. But ours is going to be the next one to go down. That puts Zarko Boars in this decided disadvantage, losing Royal once again as well.
Foster downstairs, tempts out a flank, but sees the drone, takes it out. Does not go for the flank. Retakes this position at top white. Pretty good crossfire here for the Boars, but good control from Be Kind and that numbers advantage. It's only a matter of time before the Polish start to feel that heat. A gas canister to go out. That is indeed, I believe, the last one remaining. And Zayden to throw down a smoke. This is where things begin for the French.
Are they going to go in for the plant? They do lose Legends. That puts them at an even weaker position, but not as weak as Zarko Boars were. And Be Kind take their first round not only of this match, but of Challenger League so far.
There you go. They're not getting 7-0'd. I think that's a cause for celebration, right? These guys got 7-0'd in their debut into CL. They went back to the French League, got 7-0'd again. I know Be Kind, let's not faff about here. Be Kind got roasted on Twitter. People weren't so happy. People were saying, oh, they don't deserve to be here. I know so many other good T2, T3 teams that could take their position. Be Kind, that's a lot of pressure to put on that team, saying, you don't deserve to be here. You better show it. And hey, one round, it's the first step, right? If they can take a win here against the Boars, I think that'll definitely quell a lot of the doubts that the community has in this French team.
It's definitely a valid point, especially as Be Kind ended up coming 7th, or at least they are right now placed 7th. No, it's in French League Season 2. They're 7th place. That is obviously not near the top 2 that most of the nationals end up looking at to decide which teams are going to qualify for Challenger League. Now, obviously, you had teams like BDS and like Vitality, these top tier 1 teams, Tempera being another one, you have to go against. It makes it very hard to hope that you're going to make it into the top 2. And so, naturally, having come so far down in the standings, it puts you at a disadvantage against these other teams who will have done so much better in their respective nationals.
Yeah, so how it happened is that the French League had only done a couple of their playdays, about half their season, by the time that the automatic qualifier spot for whatever top-placed non-EUL French team was in the league. And of course, with multiple teams from EUL being French and playing in that French league, we've got Vitality and BDS. And of course, we also have Penta, who had pre-qualified from Challenge League Season 11. It meant that Be Kind got that default spot with only a few playdays in. And last season, in 2019, they actually came 8th and were forced down into relegations. This season, as you said, currently sitting in 7th place, remembering that 8th place team has actually been disqualified or no longer is in the league. So they are literally last in their league right now. They have everything to prove.
Nexus is going to move away as his shield gets taken away from him quite early. Remember, he went down pretty early in the last round, but he was the aggressive gunner from the game before, and he swings around and peeks, but he can't make it work for himself as Volcaro was perfectly ready. The Sophia lifelines go in, aided by his support.
Look at that. Things are finally looking up. Millhouse, 5 versus 3 for Be Kind on this bomb site that should most definitely be favoring the defense, especially with that Mav and Thatcher ban. There's no way you can get that meeting hatch open thanks to the way that it's been clawed up using Kaid. But indeed, an aggressive push down the bottom of the main stairs gets Legend 1 kill. And then a nice little reinforcement from Royal. But Walkero finds his second. The Boars can't help themselves. They're trying to play aggressive. And now in a 2 versus 5, they know that their only shot is to start finding some picks. That's the first one. Good job, Royal, but a lot more to find here.
A nice headshot. Actually, that's going to be 2. So maybe Azarka Boars can start to claw it back. I was concerned that maybe they would have lost too much control of this site, given that there's only 2 of them left. And really, once you get that north side of the site as an attacker, you can just push on in. But it looked like that wasn't going to be the case. Legends, he's coming in through the laundry side, and the question is, do Zarko even know that he is there? They could get caught from behind as Royal starts to peek round through into box, looking for those players who may be in pillar. The wall gets open and the nade comes flying in, and there we go, the final kill onto Royal, leaving just hours on his own, holding in Freezer. He obviously can't set up a crossfire as there's only 1 of him left, and there's another nade, walks straight into the line of sight of Walkero, and Be Kind. Looking pretty on point so far.
2 back-to-back rounds. Suddenly things are looking very much doable here. On the attack, no less, with Maverick and Thatcher banned, no less. The Boars are giving Be Kind these early engagements, and Be Kind are happily lapping them up. Not only was there that aggressive peak in the early round from Mexes, but also, if you recall, a nice push down the main stairs from Legends. No one was watching. I don't believe that the laundry double door was barricaded, and that meant that Legends could basically peek aggressively all the way deep into that bomb site, find a player who was no doubt unawares. And a 5 versus 2, while it did become a 3v2 thanks to some successful peaks from Royal and ours in turn, well, you're probably not going to win that, even best case scenario. Oh, here's a nice mute jam, and not only does that mute up the stairs, any drones coming down, but it also mutes up that hatch, thank you, Easy, so that it's very difficult to breach that hatch. Keeping in mind that Thatcher and Maverick are banned, and with that mute on that front hatch and the Kaid Electroclaw that will no doubt come onto this meeting hatch from just to the south of that doorway, it's basically impossible to get either of those hatches. Honestly, I can't really think of any way you could get those, destroy that utility. So should be a really strong anchor from the defense, which is why it's so funny that the Boars just lost that so decisively.
I mean, obviously you have to remember that it was Legends on the sledge who came from behind in Laundry and snuck on through without his Zarko Boars knowing. So having that mute jammer placed there is definitely going to give them more power in preventing a sneaky push from behind, particularly if they do lose players early like what happened before.
Yeah, it means that Legend won't be able to just drone down the stairs. I didn't catch whether that mute jammer was there in the previous round, but if so, it meant that it was a big risk for the sledge to push down the stairs. But for now, Be Kind, looking very much same. Kicking things off with a blue take. Seeing that barbed wire, nice open electrical wall. Wasting the ADSs. Remembering that Wamai being banned. Ooh, that flashbang actually. Oh, look at that, it's been abandoned already. Elbows being reinforced off. And no doubt with the noise that makes, Be Kind will be aware.
I think it's probably a good decision from his Zarko Boars as they just want to prioritize their longevity, which is something that didn't work out too well from them last time. But Mexis, he's getting the first kill, so suddenly things looking different to what they did before. And maybe this could be the turning of the tables here for his Zarko Boars, who still need to find their first win of this game.
Well, this bomb site should definitely favor the defense if they just play passive. Now with the numbers advantage, yes, pillar control was forfeited, but things should looking pretty good for the Boars. But you can tell the Polish here, they like to have a bit of an aggressive playstyle. Ours is already on the roam, and Mexes is ready to join. Just checking to see if there's anyone watching for this flank. Electing the MP5K instead of the shotgun on mute does give ours a little bit more firepower, especially with that 1.5 times sight for the longer engagements. Be Kind don't have full map control, and they also don't have a solid avenue onto the bomb site. Looks grim.
As you say, watching out for the flanks. Nomad's not very far away though, so Nexus could find himself get air jabbed if one has been placed in the vicinity as he moves down the tower stairs. And you can tell that I think that's what he's looking for as he's crouched around the doorway, and there is one just above it. He's looking for it, and there we go, finally.
Pop. That enables the flank. 2 players here. It's only a matter of time. Be Kind. Surely there's no drone watching this. They would be slightly more aware. Rivers is about to cop some lead in the backside and on drone as well. Mexes, the freest kill he's ever had in his career. All he needs to do is peek. The players are looking the other way, but he doesn't need to. Even if Be Kind begin to execute, the Boars have this in the bag. Mexes, he started this round strong, and he's about to get some gifts.
This is funny. Oh, God, get it. He finally did it. Can he get the second one? Yes, he can. He secures it for himself. Royal and Foster brought down in the same breath, though, which means Be Kind. They are still on the back foot. There's another kill, and Zarko Boars. They finally take their first round, but I have to say that is funny how you say about Mexis, all he needs to do is peek. I was talking to Jess earlier, who used to be the coach of Mexis' old team, and she said one of his worst habits is he always peeks. He just needs to learn to control his peaks. And it seemed like that was almost the wrong time to control your peaks too much. But in the end, it worked out.
Well, credit to him. Like I was saying, yes, it was a free kill if he peeked, but he had no reason to peek. He didn't need to. His teammates on site weren't getting pushed yet, and they had full site control. Honestly, like, he could have waited to peek until Be Kind started planting, and he would still be in a better position. But, I mean, that was just a situation where Beacon was basically never going to win that round unless they hit some miracle shots and Boars whiffed, which credit to Mexus actually nearly did whiff that. He went for the one-tap onto the Nomad, missed the one-tap, decided to go for the spray
We
instead.
don't talk about that. Oh, no, now we've got a replay, so maybe we do talk about that.
Here we go.
Is it
Second
he
time's the charm.
hesitated, and I was like, do it, click the button, do it. He did it.
Oh, and those are the moments where time slows down and you just watch yourself and you get in your own head. But look, rounds continue. Izaku Boars return upstairs now to dorms where their first failed defense was, and Be Kind still electing not to bring the Kali. It's a bit of a surprise to me. Interesting to see the Boars have a form of redundancy on that wall denial there, the Mute Jammer and the Electroclaw. What you would typically see is with no Maverick and no Thatcher and no Kali, just because it's not been chosen by Be Kind, the main way to deal with that util would be going below, and a Zephyr or Ash Charge on the roof of Classroom will destroy that Mute Jammer, but it won't destroy the Claw, because the Claw is too far away. It's out of reach of the explosion. So a bit of a redundant Mute Jammer there, but be a bit difficult for Be Kind to get rid of that.
Well, once again, Bulgro's come in very quickly, moving back to the master bedroom rather than staying in Trophy, which is where he was before. Of course, tried to trap Royal, who I believe was on the Kaid last time and stuck in the games room even after the wall had been opened. There he is in a very similar position now, but it will be Foster to get the opening kill, and that's Legends going down.
Second round in a row for him as well. There's some vert to come through. Nexus is downstairs as well to roam, but didn't catch how Be Kind cleared that wall denial, but they did so. I'm guessing it was vertically. The player just exited Classroom. And the ace detonates on the wall, so that's a breach onto the bomb site. Not too shabby for Be Kind, but numbers disadvantage and still multiple roamers not addressed. Oh my god, Rivers is right there. I didn't even realize this, but Rivers and Mexus are basically kissing right now. They just don't realize it.
Rivers and Mexus sitting in a tree.
Oh, he's gonna get thrown.
One's gonna kill one. Who will it be? Okay, well, Mexus is running away, so he's scared now.
Oh, well. I would be too if there was a Nomad running around trying to kiss me.
That would have been too... Oh, come on. She's not that bad looking.
No, that's not what I meant. Just trying to social distance, you know. Yeah.
Oh, that's very true. Social distance, kids, wear a mask. Well, Mexus has come back round to the top of the white stairs, and is he going to get caught out?
Almost. Still a minute left. Foster, very low HP. So is Ryber on site. Mexus as well. But Ours finds the first kill before traded. Be Kind. Still trying to deal with this breach. Plenty of time to execute, but numbers are dwindling.
40 seconds remaining, and the diffuser is sat in the games room wall breach. Walcro's just looking to see what shots he can take. He's going to have to provide whatever support he can to the team just being him and Rivers, because there's still 4 members of his Zarka Boars standing, and time running out, as you say, but he doesn't actually survive to tell the tale, and nor does his teammate. Another round for his Zarka Boars.
The Roamers never cleared out. Be Kind just focused on that site, but I think the Nomad downstairs was the sole player to be watching for the flanks, but eventually, well, the Roam, I guess, got the better. The thing is, the Roam never actually had to kill that Nomad player, just dealing damage and wasting time, especially as Foster already had that opening pick. Be Kind didn't really have a way to execute, and you could tell they were lacking a bit of confidence there by the end of it. Kitchen Dining Hall is on the agenda next for the Boars, as they've just won 2 defensive bomb sites. They'll be forced onto their third choice. And Be Kind not looking quite so hot as they did in their first 2 rounds. A lot of work ahead of them. I can't help but think that bringing a Kali would make some things so much easier. That said, they didn't struggle with clearing the wall denial off of the games room wall from below, so I will credit them that. They are, however, somewhat struggling with these roamers.
Yeah, you know, I think the fact that Royal, the way that he was playing on the Kaid, wasn't so far forward that he could necessarily challenge whoever was down below in Classroom, as well as a team who would choose to play a bit more courageously in that position. But as you mentioned, the Roamers, Nexus has obviously been out and about as they realize that being able to play the flank is definitely going to benefit them. And as you say, not quite something Be Kind have done as well on, as the rounds that they did do better on, they all stayed very close together and just used the aggression against the more passive play that Izaku were exhibiting.
So Dining, next bomb site. A lot of vertical presence upstairs. The Boars do not want to get flushed out here, in particular of Kids Dorms. That's the pivotal position. That hatch in Kids Dorms has an angle all the way deep into the default plant spot. Thank you, Easy. We're going to see it now all the way to this couch right here where people like to plant. In fact, they've not reinforced this main dining wall. That forces Be Kind to forfeit some of their soft breach utility, as we see Walkero do just now, rather than using the ace, which they might have done otherwise. Now the drones come through. You can see Be Kind is very objective focused. At the moment, they're just seeing what the situation is on the bomb site. 2 drones in their Zide and Rivers both, but of course, it's not as simple as, all right, guys, let's go plant. Reba has a great shield to hide behind, which could be dealt with in a moment. Wait a second. Was that lifeline charge meant for the shield? I think it must have been. Now there's an ADS here. Surely this Goyo shield needs to be dealt with.
It's going to keep on protecting him if it can't be dispatched
no.
with, and so far Be Kind have obviously failed to do that. And you mentioned how their soft breach utility had to be used to get the shower's wall open, so that means they have less of it at their disposal to even be able to deal with this one piece of defensive utility. Yep. Okay, there we go.
Finally. I don't know what was the deciding factor there, honestly. I didn't quite hear which util broke that, but there you go. I know Walkero still had 1 Ash left, so yeah, it wasn't that. It may well have been one of the Selmas from Zidane. There's another crucial position that hasn't been flushed out is in showers, and Foster still has a shield to hide behind, as well as a reinforcement. Zidane has not breached that as of yet. Be Kind once again droning out Dining. They really want to get this plant down, but it's going to be very difficult to do so with not only the presence in showers, but the smoke on the bomb site who can start gassing this out, and the player prone on top of the hatch as well. They're just going to go for it. This is very risky.
Well, they have to take the opportunity at some point, and that point is now. Down goes the plant, but down goes a couple of members.
What? Where'd you come from?
The vertical support isn't going to be there anymore as Legend's flank, his legendary flank, worked out, and now he gets to watch for the denial of the disable. Can he get this one player who's come up to deal with him? No, he can't. Foster wins out that engagement, and that significantly puts Izaku Boars in a position to be able to deal with the post plant. Another kill for Mexis, but he also will be taken down. It's a 2 versus 2, and the seconds are ticking away for anyone to be able to deal with this diffuser. Only Foster stands, and you can see the air jabs going out to prevent him from making this endeavor work. There's one kill. What? Can he get a second one? El Chico is the only player left remaining. He's up in office, but there's fewer than required seconds, so he won't be able to do it anyway. Be Kind finally put another round on the board.
And hey, I was critical of Be Kind for not dealing with the plant denial and the ground that Izaku Boars had to facilitate that denial of the plant. But hey, Be Kind was just like, nah, let's go for it, guys, and we'll make it happen. Guess what they did? There's a minute on the clock when they tried that plant, and I don't know whether the confusion was that Boars didn't have info on site. They didn't know where the plant was going from. But yeah, it did not work out to my very, very surprised self. And hey, well, that's a nice round for Be Kind. I'm most confused about how Legends was able to just enter Kid's bedroom and take out that player on the hatch.
I remember seeing much earlier in the round. It was when we were talking about the shield that was in Dining not being able to be taken down. And I remember seeing Legends drop down from Small Tower to the outside, beside Kitchen, and sort of run off. And I remember thinking, okay, he's gonna, I guess, come round through Meeting Hall and come in through Kitchen. But instead what he did was obviously head on upstairs to go for a much broader flank and try and deal with the defender who was watching the hatch, which is obviously very common. But he did it in a sneaky way that meant that no one noticed until it was too late.
Yeah, which is strange because we saw at the very start of the action phase, there were actually 3 Boars players upstairs in a position to protect, well, I guess 2 players to protect and 1 player to look down through that hatch. So It was a bit of a surprise to me. I felt like the Boars just didn't quite have info on what the go was there. I'm actually going to have a look on the replays on my laptop to see what really happened there. Legends actually found the first kill was literally that guy who died on the hatch. That's what's crazy. No, there were 2 players up there, and Legends got both of them. They were completely unawares, which is a bit of an oversight, I guess you could say, from the guys on the Boars. But hey, they get to go back to their favorite bomb site. They should end this half as a 3-3. And look, if not, I'd be pretty disappointed because this operator ban phase has definitely swung the way of the defense, in my opinion. And of course, we're in a bit of a defensive favored meta at the moment. So see whether Zaku Boars can keep their footing.
Yeah, obviously the first time they came here, it didn't work out for them, but they managed to fix those problems the following time. Remember, Mexis going on a very big roam. Once again, Legends is heading down towards Laundry, but Reba was ready for him. They weren't going to let him get away with what he was able to do before. And suddenly it does look like Izako Boars could get this for themselves.
That's the power of that jammer right there. You notice that multiple times Legends was trying to get on drone. Not many people realize that it's not just the mute jammer that jams the drones itself, but actually jams any player standing in it. So if you try and get on your drone, even if your drone is on the other side of the map, but you're standing in a mute jammer, your observation tool will not work. It jams any signals in or out of your observation tool. And that's why Legends tried to get down a little bit further to get on his drone, to get out of that radius, but the peak came out from ours. Perfect stuff. But be kind. Looks like they've got boiler control now, and that's quite significant.
They had beat this before. Didn't always work out, but you definitely don't want to discount them, especially if we can see Wolkero delivering the kind of performance he did back in those early 2 rounds. He's trying to keep an angle down the hallway, but instead will shoot through the soft wall in towards supply. No rush so far, as we have under a minute remaining, and it's a 4 versus 5. Foster's just ready and waiting for anyone to move in through box. Of course, there is the barbed wire right there that will be a hindrance to any of the attackers. And it's actually going to be El Chico getting the next one. That was onto Foster, in fact. So that's going to open up that avenue a bit better. But Mexis turns around and he says, no, I'm still going to be defending this team. I'm still defending this site and you can't get through me.
Very much a heavy anchor here for the Boars, but that might be what the doctor ordered. Walkero trying to quite literally walk down the main stairs, but this barricade, re-barricaded up, will reveal his position. The spray comes out. Mexis deals a lot of damage. The plant can't go down because of all the gas on the other side. The peak comes through. The gas denies the plant. All on Zard, and he's finished off by Reba as well. A great finish to that round for the Boars, and they managed to end their half 3-3.
Just as you predicted, Dev. God, you were so clever.
Oh,
how do you do it?
Gia. I don't know. It's just the coffee and the 1:30 a.m. brain hours, you know?
I don't drink coffee, so maybe that's my problem.
It's also not 1:30 a.m. where you are, so maybe that's part of the problem.
True. It's 4:30 p.m.
I'm jealous, actually. I'm very, very jealous. Is there still sun outside?
I think so. I've closed my curtain. Let me have a look. Yeah, I mean, it's been raining a lot here, so it's grey.
Oh, you live in England, right?
I do.
Well, you don't need to tell me it's raining. I already know.
People actually get surprised to find out that it gets very hot here a lot of the year, very hot and sunny, but at this time of year, it gets a bit miserable. So.
All right.
There you go.
Didn't ask for your life story, Gia.
I just need someone to listen, you know? Well, I think one of the good things that we can take from this game so far is that for both of these teams, regardless of which way it swings, they've both now done better than they did in the first week. Given that they suffered a 7-0 and a 7-2 against Eminem and Penta, respectively, 3-3, you've at least got 3 rounds. That's good. That's improvement.
That's good stuff, yeah? And in particular for Be Kind, who just finished their attacking half. 3 rounds on the attack with Mav and Thatcherban. That's pretty good. I mean, yes, Mira and Wamai both very powerful defenders here on Oregon. The Wamai gone means that it's much more difficult to rely on the shield meta and protecting those bulletproof utilities. And we definitely saw that Be Kind was really adept at dealing with that. Ooh, that's why we're seeing the Twitch, I think, actually here as well, to support the attackers in clearing out those ADSs. That's really the priority. If you can destroy 1, maybe 2 ADSs with a Twitch drone, that is huge. Mexis to clear that deployable shield. Boom, it goes off, and once again we're seeing a blue take here with no Kali.
Appreciate the onomatopoeia. I think it's great if they can get the Twitch drones to work, because obviously we saw when they were attacking, or rather when things were the other way around, but there was the attack onto Dining, we did see the ADSs eat up the lifelines from Zafir, and it's just not a position that you want to find yourself in. If you can avoid that, obviously give yourself as much soft destruction utility as possible to your disposal. It's really going to help facilitate your attack.
I think the Selmas or the smoke grenades from Ace were just used to burn ADSs. Interesting choice. I wonder how many he has left. Admittedly, we don't see a lot of hard breach utilized with this setup. What is that? Zayden finds the first kill. Mexes bites off a bit more than he could chew, and I believe he died with a breaching charge still in the pocket. That's pretty huge. Zayden holding on to the elbow much more significantly compared to what we saw from the Boars, and that's 2 for him. El Chico takes advantage of the chaos to find 1 as well.
No way.
And the Boars have walked straight into the meat grinder, met with a flawless round from the French.
It seemed like a bit of an overzealous attempt from the Azarko Boars, who just, as you so eloquently put it, walked straight into the meat grinder. They knew that the elbow control was still being held, the shield hadn't been cleared out. There was no reason for Zayden to back off into supply and close up the rotate that he will have used. So what did they do? They just keep walking in? They know that he's there.
This is the plot thickens, as they say. This is a very good start for Be Kind on their defense. And like I was saying, I really think this is a defensive-sided ban phase, especially this kind of operator veto that we've passed through here. It's the kind that becomes very difficult to deal with, but the teams that are best at dealing with this are the best teams. And I know that sounds a bit silly, like, of course, Dev, the best teams are going to be dealing with this. But the less utility, the more utility that the defenders have, and the less obvious counters that the attackers have, for example, your Thatcher and your Maverick, obvious counters to wall denial, the harder it gets for attacking teams. And the teams that are good at countering that, teams that are good at playing without Thatcher, are the really good teams. And remember that we are here, this is tier 2. You know, this isn't the EUL, and I don't want to take anything away from these teams. They're very strong teams, they're playing really well, but it requires really good coordination, really efficient use of utility to play in an operator veto such as the one we're in right now. And that's why I'm really concerned for the attacking side. So if the defenders play passive, play from their power positions, which is what we saw from Be Kind just then, playing off of that shield, it gets really hard for the attackers. And the thing that concerns me is I think the Boars let a few rounds slip too early on their attack because they were over-peaking, because they weren't playing from their power positions. They were playing to what is more traditional of their playstyle, which is quite aggressive and a playstyle that the Polish do love, which is great. But you're not taking advantage of the operator veto, and that's why I'm concerned here, because Be Kind are off to a really, really good start.
Out goes one of those black eyes, so that Legend, who is on the flank, will have more information to provide both to himself and his team, but it doesn't look like anyone is approaching Small Tower. The Twitch wasn't too far away at the start. That's been played by Foster, but he's gone upstairs, so not going to be caught out at this point in time, and that should actually give him an opportunity to move in now that the Valkyrie has changed position.
How's this attack, though, from the Boars? Lots of drones already gone, keeping in mind that Twitch does not have any normal drones. She only has her Twitch drones, which are more often than not used to clear utility rather than gather info, especially as sent in. Can't manage to get over that little gap, trying to take out the ADS. That's a good one, and the Mute Jammer as well. Decent value out of that Twitch drone, but remember, that's one of those pivotal information gathering utility gone from the Boars. And we look at the lineup, ours completely out. Max has only 1 drone left, same with Reba. Royal is the only one with all of their drones remaining. And this is going to get difficult for the Boars to figure out what the go is. And that ADS is still a second one in there, so that's wasted. An Ash charge.
El Chico's going to have to get more aggressive. That's what happens as he brings down ours, because those ADSs got dispatched with. He no longer can rely on that kind of protection. So we just see him moving forward. The diffuser getting dropped, but he gets killed on the armory window. It's a nice way to turn things around, but Be Kind are still sitting ahead in this situation as just Royals and Foster still stand. The diffuser has been collected there by Royal, but the question is, where are all these defenders that they have to deal with? He still can't move in through the wall just yet because he doesn't know which angles are being held. No one to be found in tower as he looked through that door, but it is Volkero who's ready and waiting should that happen. In goes the drone. Now he knows of those positions, but he still can't see anything. There's a smoke to push him back, and he takes a hefty amount of damage for those efforts. Foster securing a kill for himself, but can he add on to the kill count as he's the only one left? Now he just has to deal with 2 more players on Be Kind. If he can catch them out, this will be a win for Zarko Boars, but he's got minimal time left at just 1 second remaining. It looks like it's not going to work out in his favor, and Be Kind take another defensive round.
Fantastic judgment from Be Kind to play for their lives there. They knew they had the diffuser down. They didn't get too aggressive. They didn't give Foster the fights that he was looking for. Once again, Be Kind, they've maintained a decisive lead here since switching on to their defense. And this is where the Boars start to be concerned. Couple of blunders here and there. The Twitch would have called out that she took down the ADS, and then the Ashe tried to clear out some of the util, didn't realize there was actually another ADS in the room on a different part. Mexes was eventually taken down. A really good aggressive peek as well from, it was actually El Chico. Be Kind, they're playing aggressive when they need to, and when it's smart, when it's advisable. And Izako Boars, well, they have good gun skill, really great entry from Foster at the end there, but that alone doesn't get you the wins.
I mean, look, we've given them some flack for the fact that they didn't come very high in the standings in the French League. And obviously some of that is because of the sheer power of the French League and the number of French EUL teams we have taking those top spots. But it's a very competitive region. And we also have to bear in mind that this is a team who did win against Team Vitality. And that's why the results from last week will have been quite tough on them, because they played against M&M on Clubhouse, which was the map that they beat Vitality on. So it's a testament to how strong M&M are. It's a team that have been around for a very long time. But I think seeing how this game is going, you can definitely tell that it's not all because, oh, Be Kind, they don't deserve to be in Challenger League. They're terrible. No, we're seeing some good play from them. And as it stands right now, Izako Boars are the ones on the back foot.
Yeah, I'm loving this. Be Kind really didn't get a chance to show off much in their previous game against M&M, and they're doing fantastically here. They are well and truly looking like the better team, not just because they're winning, but their play style, their strategies. I mean, this round in particular, right? They're playing Kitchen Meeting, which is the less common these days than Kitchen Dining, and they've got some creative strategies as well with the castle presence upstairs. The Boars droning, doing a lot of droning, in fact, to try and just figure out what this strategy is. And due to that, they've already lost 2 of their drones. Unsure how many Foster still has remaining. But the Boars starting to mount their push, and they do find the first pick. El Chico goes down.
That could be a big loss, as he was obviously a very aggressive player in that last game who secured 2 kills before going down. But there's another one to be shot on to Be Kind as Reba heading around upstairs looking for those players. Add another one to his kill count. Okay. Now things are looking very much stronger for Izako Boars. He looks to gain control as he gets a shot into Meeting from above, but that's actually onto his own teammate. Mexis starts to turn things around. There's the plant. It's beginning. And Izako Boars, a flawless round that didn't seem to last very long, shutting Be Kind down.
All right, Boars, I see you. I was crediting BK their strategy here, and Boars just picked them apart. A bit of an oversight, I think, from Be Kind. Maybe that's a bomb site they haven't scrimmed as much. They haven't had a chance to try out that strategy because they did just let one player solo into Attic, and that's such a powerful position on this bomb site. Getting control above that meeting room is pivotal for basically taking it. You can clear basically any position in Meeting from that attic and cover the plants in Meeting from that attic. So the fact that we saw the sledge player of Reba just solo that and find 2 kills, that's the really standout thing to me. But for Be Kind, they're like, all right, guys, just whatever, that's our off-bomb site. We can go back. We've still got laundry we can go to, and then win or lose this round, we can head over to dorms. So I can still very much see this swinging as a 7-4 for Be Kind. That was a critical round for the Boars, because had they not won that round, they would have to win both laundry and dorms and then have some gas still in the tank to repeat the feat. So the Boars have shown that they have a bit of a fight in them. But look, it's early days for them. Still a significant comeback, despite them only being 1 round behind.
They're going to have a much better fight in them coming onto this site than they did last time, as obviously Be-Kind got a flawless round. Remember, we saw Zayden just feeling very comfortable on the smoke in elbow as Izako Boars just funneled themselves in one by one and handed themselves over, saying, please, take my body, take my soul, it's yours. And so this time, they're going to have to play smarter about it if they are to not repeat the mistakes of the past.
Well, that's good. 25 seconds into the round, already dealt with that first Vulcan shield. There's only 1 ADS for Zayden. Likely there's still a reinforcement in the pocket. If they lose elbow, they can reinforce that off. Legends barricading this door at the bottom. Really important barricade. Means that the attackers have to make some noise if they want to sneak through Laundry. Walker, Huron, Boiler. There's also a shield and ADS here as well. ADS actually could get shot though, should a player just soft peek that angle from blue. And the Twitch drone's actually going to get it anyway, so no peek needed. And the Twitch drone not actually taken out. Eventually it is, but Boars have made some really good progress here.
Be kind of shown in the past that they can still survive without the ADS, but as you say, Boars are doing a good job. Royal not able to get anything as he peeks down into Pillar because it's been completely cleared out. Obviously, he got rid of the barbed wire and Reba taking a hefty amount of damage there from the smoke, but this time round, Zayden has moved back. So that control has also been taken. Some good improvements here from Izako. There's the attempt at the impact trick.
But he actually just impacts the player directly in the face. Reba goes down, not out though. And Be-Kind won't know about it. No points here in competitive play. Be-Kind in a decent position. That gas cannon, or that smoke I should say, may allow Reba to get out. Boars have great control here, but that setback with low HP on 3 players may be the death of them.
Royal's going to use the opportunity to try and get a shot through box into supply, but he doesn't actually manage to do it. He does, of course, hold the control here in Pillar, and there are the pings coming out from his teammates, so he knows where those players are, but he's going to get taken out straight away by El Chico, who manages to win that one. He's on about half HP and maybe feeling the pressure as they know they've lost control of this part of the map, and Mexis, he wins out onto him. Be-Kind still with 4 players up, as are Izako Boars, but they have a significant HP deficit and still have to battle through the rest of the site. Okay. Nexus being a bit overzealous there as he pushes up onto the tower stairs, basically gives Legends a free kill, and Ours is now ready to get the trade.
But Legends doesn't have to peek. His teammates should have some form of plan denial. The cover is there, but Planter goes down. Foster doesn't get that diffuser down on the ground, but he goes for the peek. And what is that by the end of it? A 2K from Foster gets off that diffuser to find both players. Honestly, this match is going too fast. My brain can't keep up.
Yeah, it's constant backwards and forwards. And at one minute you think, oh, okay, we can see how this is going to go. And then suddenly they just completely subvert expectations. And all of a sudden it's in a 5-5 scoreline. And you have no idea who's going to win. Cheers.
That was crazy. I still can't get over that. I was 100% thinking, look, honestly, even if the Legends on the stairs doesn't peak now, Be-Kind should have this. I didn't see how many gas canisters were left from Zayden. I'm pretty sure he was still alive at this point, but the Plantanal wasn't there. But Boars didn't stick the diffuser. They went for kills, and it worked.
The question is it going to work another time? There's only so many times that you can rely on a situation like that to play out in your favor. And now they're going to be revisiting the exact same site. And despite what happened and despite how fortunate it was for Izako Boars in the end, it's still not something you can necessarily recreate with much ease because it was so messy.
Especially that end round. That was the thing that got me concerned for the Boars. But Be-Kind, what I'd like to see is them maybe stack a little bit harder in elbow here. Not give... because they don't have 1 Mai, right? You've just got 3 ADSs and they spread them all out. You can see once again one here at the pillar. This was taken out by the Twitch last time. This time there are 2 ADSs in elbow instead of just the one last time, and hopefully that means we can see a bit of a stronger performance from Zidane in that position, holding on for a bit longer. Keep in mind, though, that the Boars have plenty of util to burn through those 2 ADSs. That's just 4 stun grenades worth. Mexus alone has 3. And then you could use smokes, you can use Selmas. There's so much redundancy of explosives. Legends, is he going to get back to sight in time? Barely does. But the Boars, should they go for a blue take? I think they've got plenty of util to clear this out.
Okay, that took a bit more utility than maybe was wanted to get rid of the Vulcan shield, but it has finally been dispatched with. And you can see the Jaeger Walkero just trying to take position on the tower stairs should anyone come for him. More pressure on him. Actually, he's going to push up quite aggressively.
It's a great nade onto elbow as well. It didn't even get caught by the ADSs because it exploded before it was within range, but it took out the shield regardless. So Be Kind are going to be a bit frustrated now. They're actually going to reinforce it off with Zidane still in there. That is so pivotal. And now it's up to the Boars. Are they going to get baited by this? Will they check it? Will they drone it? No, they actually didn't fully reinforce it. They backed off. The Boars, though, they're still checking that angle. And Zidane wants to Rio this. The player peeks, but he loses the fight. That's perfect from Hours. But the drones are falling for the Boars. They've got none left except for one. It's a frag fest. What is happening, Gio? 4 versus 3, but they're turning up the heat. 4 versus 2. I can't even stop speaking because the frags keep on coming. All on Legends in a 1 versus 3. Is he going to see the player around in the corner? He is not. The Boars, 2 back-to-back attacks onto that bomb site.
I said that it was very likely they wouldn't be able to recreate what happened in the past, but it turns out they just perfected it instead. It seems so much cleaner and more decisive, and it was a round that worked perfectly for Zarko Boars, who now find themselves on match point against the French squad.
Yeah, I think the indication to me that that round came out of nowhere was the fact that I was just, sitting there doing my thing, in my little color caster zone, just talking about stuff, talking about a shield getting it destroyed by, and I'm like, yeah, I'll throw to Geo. I'll throw to, oh no, everyone's dying. And the ball is really screwing up my chemistry here. It's frustrating.
I'm gonna have a word with them afterwards. No, it was fine. You did great. Actually, it was funny because when Hours got his second kill, so like usually when one person is casting, you can hear the other one react in the background. But when he got his second kill, it was like my mouth fell open, but I didn't make a noise. I just kind of like was in silence, and I was like, wait, no one knows that I'm reacting. Everyone's at home just thinking about like, wow, yeah, Dev he's really getting into this round. What the hell's Geo? I just didn't know what to say. That was a great round for him, really showing up for the Boars, and now obviously they only have one more round that they need to do the same thing on if they are to take this whole series out. Last time they came to attack onto this round, we saw what happened with the Twitch. We had Legends on the roam on the Valkyrie over in Small Tower, but he relinquished that position quite early, which gave Foster the room to move in. He got rid of the Showers corridor default camera, so at that point, Be Kind will have known that somebody was around. But then he came in, he got rid of the ADSs and things like that. Now, the round worked out in the favor of Be Kind by the end, but the point is they still had a lot of that early utility deletion that Be Kind are going to want to prevent.
As it stands, this is the only bomb site that Be Kind have won and not lost in this map, but that was only one round, and we've seen that things can turn on a dime. The Boars completely shifted the momentum of this match with that flawless attack onto Kitchen Meeting. They've since managed 2 attacks in a row onto that incredible fortress that is the Laundry Supply bomb site. They just frag out, and look at this already. That rear attic open. Actually going to use a lifeline to destroy the barbed wire. A bit surprised there. Usually you would save that for the shields for the Malusis, but only a maximum of 2 shields available for Be Kind. Likely on the Valkyrie and the smoke. Ooh, that's a good position there from the Twitch. Couple sprays through the wall, hoping to find the player reinforcing, but Zidane is allowed to survive a bit longer. Likely we'll see Mexus now clear the util on the game's wall from below. That's successful. Impact trick to come through. Misses on the first one. The second one, however, does prevent that Selma from the subsequent detonations, but another Selma on top's gonna finish the job easily.
And there's the Twitch drone nearby. Ooh, but caught out straight away before being able to get rid of either the ADS, the mute jammer, and of course there's the wub wub there as well. So that means El Chico does have more protection than he did last time, and he might not have to rely on getting so aggressive that he did before, where, if you remember correctly, he ran straight out. What a beautiful shot from Foster. Now suddenly that very aggressive defender that caused such a problem last time is no longer there.
Great control of Attic there for Izaku Boars, and Foster took full advantage, but 4 versus 4 thanks to Walker. Plant going down for hours. This could be it for the Boars on match points.
Looking very calm as they turn things in, and there we go, just kills coming straight in. Only Legends remaining. He has to try and get rid of all 4 players, but it's not an option. And that means Izako Boars, after having an almost disastrous week last week, bring things around to collect their first win here in EU Challenger League.
And out of nowhere as well, they were down, and I was saying this should be pretty cut and dried for Be Kind. They had such a good start to their half, but the Boars come back with 4 attacks in a row on Oregon, completely flipping the switch ever since that flawless attack on the kitchen meeting, and they just did not stop running. 14 and 6 at the end of it for Mexus. We criticized him occasionally, but he came out on top, as did the Boars. And that is the first win for the Polish in CL.
A lot more control being exhibited there than was last week, and that's obviously a great start for them, both teams in fact, but well, you got a preview of the people who are going to talk about it, so let's just shut up here and send it over to them now.
What are you talking about? What is that preview that showed up? I couldn't see anything. I don't know what
you blink and you miss it. I was tempted to start like ventriloquism, just.
Well, you know what? Somebody tweeted something very harsh about getting your first round. Unfortunately, the Boars do it today, coming back against Be Kind. Unfortunately, not enough for our French team, and it's the Poles, but Zodobja, who bring it back and get it through. How can you fill us in a bit on what was going on today with Boars, but really how Be Kind looked like they were going to run away with it?
I was so mad. It was 3-3, and we were like, Be Kind should be able to have this. Des is like, they're going to slap them 7-4. And then we have this round in the laundry, which was round number 10, I believe. And they're doing a little bit of a fake with the reinforcement. After that, their shield gets taken down in elbow. And I see the smoke, and you have 2 smoke canisters left. Now, he falls back through the rotation. And what would you normally do if you have 2 smokes left? You yoink one in, you detonate it, you make sure no one walks through, you reinforce it, closed up, but they did not.
He was so mad. He was so mad.
I'm so mad. You just smoke. And then Hours walks through, kills 1 person, kills 2 people, kills 3 people, walks around, and finds the last one as well together with his teammate, and they'll win the round, and suddenly it's all over. Like, use that one smoke. Yeah, 2 of them. Use them. Like, I swear. That would have saved you a point here.
Fluke, please help us out here. Hap starting to lose his breath and his voice.
Yeah, Hap,
please carry us through.
He's getting a bit sad, and I think some of the fans of Be Kind, really, obviously, this was a game that you kind of had to win. You look at what else is ahead of them and in store for them, and to try and pull themselves up out of those bottom 2 places and get themselves in a chance of playing off, well, it's tough. Now, I guess we'll have to see what happens in the games ahead of us. You never know what surprises may lay in the beast of EU, but I'm sure there will be some.
All right, thank you very much, my king and queen. We have Penta versus Orglis up next, so we'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, on the analyst desk. For some reason, Fluke is here, and yes, indeed, because these two will be casting through something later on. Don't you worry. Before we start off with our analyst segment, let's take a look at the schedule, but I want to take a moment to please get your F's in chat for Sisu. Sisu, unfortunately, it has officially disbanded. For those that don't know, Gifu, Sisu, they've been around for ages, literally since day one in Siege, and those players have been such a huge inspiration for so many people, commentators and players alike, and a lot of up-and-coming talent that you will see going through Challenger League have looked up to these players, and many liked them in the past. So please, a quick shout out to Sisu and quick goodbyes to one of our favorite, player organizations since day one in Siege. You'll see Penta versus Orglis is in, and we'll be starting in just a bit. So let's have a quick chat about the rosters and pull it through. So, my lady and gentlemen, shall we talk about Penta Sports and dig things through for this German org yet French squad?
Let's do it. Let's put them on the board. Let's talk about the board. Let's talk about Penta, who have been on the board since the last time round. They're one of those legacy teams, and it's a lot of players that everybody generally knows. And I think that's one of the tough things about their situation, really, is because what you always see from the EU scene in T2 is explosive teams. They'll show up in the old days of CL, and they'll push their way through, and then they'll get into PL. And some teams that fall off the mark a little bit, they just keep getting battered around and can't keep solid. And this is Penta's time in the new method and new methodology. Save your question for just this last thing, to prove themselves.
All right,
just let's think about it for a second. Throw back for 2 seconds. Who are we just kind of remembering for a second earlier? Sisu, right? Who stopped Penta getting into EUL at the end of the last Challenger League season?
Sisu.
Yeah, it was Sisu.
They lost both of their games against them on the final day. In a game they were pretty much guaranteed to win. That was Sisu's big swan song, and that kind of, I think, is the nice point about Penta, is that, look, they came bloody close to EUL. Blaz, as everyone knows, is an absolute beast. As you said, a lot of old names on there, like Enemy, for example, stacking up. They're a team that everyone kind of saw as a top 3 team coming into this. I think how they played last week was a fair indication. They look pretty good, but Orglis, after getting slapped, could really be another boost for them to look even better.
Well, let's see which map we're going to be playing on, shall we not? Let's bring it up on the screen. 7 map poll again. As it is for EU League, we'll be down to Consulate. Ooh. There we go.
Okay.
Des, you just said it. It got slapped on here by Sisu in the past. Maybe Penta can recover from that olden day. What's your take on it, Fluke?
Okay, I think the thing about this kind of team and this kind of story is you can put them in situations where they'll sometimes be great, and they'll sometimes be better than great, and they'll have these play days where they can really shine. This is, for me, one of those games where we can get to know which Penta we've got on the board, because there are those other times where things just kind of fall a little bit to bits for them, and sometimes it's against these unknown entities. And Orglis, out of this stack, out of this group, I guess I've got a little bit of a bias because I'm very familiar with some of the other rosters. They're a little bit of a change, a little bit of a shake-up before they came into this, but they're all very talented individual players. Penta can be top dogs if they take this game well, but again, I'm going to wait until after this and get that full stop. I want to know the Penta if I'm reading the kind of full page novella or the flip book that you kind of go through and go, well, let's forget about that and try and get the books back.
Yeah, I don't know how it really counts, against Zaka last time.
Yeah, I was going to say, the one team we haven't actually really mentioned at all yet is Orglis in this matchup, and to be honest with you, last week was pretty unremarkable for them, right?
Yeah.
They got destroyed by Kavana. Kavana went 7-1, Eminem went 7-0 next. Woo, UK massive, let's go.
Let's go.
Either way, both these teams having a great game last week. I'm so sorry for doing that to you, Milosh. But I think against Orglis, we just really didn't get to see anything from them last week. With the way things shaped up, Kavana were just a different beast. There was no response coming against them. I know Mickey quite well. It sounds really stupid to say this, but in a Discord together where we talk around things after the game a little bit.
You know,
and I know
the
that he
players?
came in there feeling a little bit deflated. A little bit. I know Josh as well. I know Skeptic a little bit. I know a couple of the guys there. Even Bash, just seen him running around on Twitter causing chaos. Like, I think between them all, last week was a write-off for them. There were a lot of mistakes. All the things they went through together beforehand just did not come together. There is work to do for this team. And like I said to a bunch of you guys before the start of the broadcast, really, I want to give each team 3 games to really show what it is they're capable of. You've come up against Kavana, the team that came from the open quals, a very, very strong team, and they have dumpstered you. That doesn't mean today will be the same story. Although, like I said, with Blaz being the kind of player he is, this could be another pretty rapid affair, to be honest.
Yeah, I really hope that it doesn't really turn into the situation again, because for Penta, it's just another day, I guess, when you look at it. There's a lot for Orgles to do in this matchup. And if people like Alive, pardon the pun, come alive, same goes for Blaz, enemy on the squad, it's not going to be an easy day for Orgles at all.
No, Alive was one of those players where I remember, it might have been 2 CLs ago, where he was the top fragger across everything, across all the stats. He was the number 1, and you had people like Cryan in the league at the time. You had some huge otherwise names that everybody remembers as these established players, but it was down to the day. It was down to when Penta showed up and when Penta bought their game, it was an untouchable game. It's the same with the players. It's the same with what is a very strong, well-developed scene. Obviously, sure, the blood of France runs deep in this game, and unfortunately you do see some less favorable results, as we've seen from, you know, the country folk inside this very group. But at the same time, it's still because there's so much above them. There's so much strength that in their national league, they were, what, 5th to get into this position, Be Kind, and because of teams like Penta, because there's so much good siege in the region. They learn from each other, they grow from each other. This is a roster that's going through a little bit of growth, but nowhere near as much as Orgles, who's had a big shakeup coming into this. That solidity might comfort them. It might give them something. It might be biased again. I think they're in the tougher group of the 2 CL groups. So they're going to have to fight a little bit. And I'm hoping it shapes them into more diamonds.
I hope so. Under pressure is where you need to perform. Let's see how this goes. Penta versus Orgles is ready, ladies and gentlemen. So let's toss it over to Consulate with Jess and Hap. We'll see you in a bit.
What's up, guys? Lads, ladies, Hap. We're back again.
Hello. We're back
We
again.
haven't
After you left
casted
me.
together. There is a false story about the fact that I left Hap, and I want it known publicly right now before we jump into this game as we go through this map flyover. I didn't leave Hap. I woke up one day and they said, hey, here's your new duo, and I went, huh, okay, no problem. So Hap, I lost you. Wasn't my fault. But we're back again together here today, and I'm really excited because guess what? This is one of my favorite maps to cast.
It's not Oregon, yes!
It's not Oregon. I really like Clubhouse as well, but I've been casting that a lot recently, so I reckon I've seen enough of it. Really love seeing Consulate, and this is my old team. I used to coach this team, a year and a half ago. I want to see the growth of these players. It used to be a map that they didn't like, but played well on, funnily enough.
You always have those kind of love-hate relationships with some maps, right? It's like, we do well, but it's kind of boring, I don't really want to play it, but I guess we have no choice if we want to win. So Consulate might have been one of them stories. So Hibana and Nomad will be removed. Nomad, a fierce choice. And now probably Falk, would you guess? Would you reckon?
Yeah. I mean, Valk's got to go on a map like Concert. Otherwise, you're forced to run an IQ for multiple reasons. A lot of teams run the IQ anyway, but Echo's auto ban, so it gives you that bit of freedom to get rid of the Valk and then not have to bring her really at all. Instead, Wamai will go out. I'm not surprised by that, especially on the bottom floor side. It can be really handy to have those Wamais, especially coupling them with those ADSs. I want to see what Penta decide here. Is it a Mirror? Is it a Valkyrie? It's a Valkyrie.
Orgles basically just forced Penta to go for that Valkyrie ban. Are like, we're banning Wamai. Oh, there we have it. Okay, so basically, me, Mickey, Cactus, Duco, and Revan, we all play DayZ together. And I mentioned it before. Guess who's casting your games tonight, boys? The DayZ group will be falling apart. And then they said if we're getting raided, we're all leaving the server to protect our base. So just memeing.
Wow, priorities, huh?
They're still here, don't worry.
They are still here. And speaking of that bottom floor, I wondered whether or not Penta would run the Mirror, especially when you're thinking of bottom floor. You can do a bathroom hold. There's ways to get around it, but there's also ways to hold it really as almost like a fortress on that site. So I think that's something I'm hoping enemy does. You can see him already popping the hatch above. Is this a big roam with the assistance of a bathroom hold? Reinforcing of the hatch tells me maybe no. But maybe he'll set up as well and just die in there. No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, so it'll be all downstairs mirrors unless they do a top floor hold, which I've not seen done with a mirror for, God, forever have.
It's often strange to see them all going downstairs.
Yeah.
Not too uncommon. Often you see one in security, as enemy now most likely will be portraying. And then one more, I would say, towards the White Fen, but since that has been reinforced the other way, might be on the left side of White Fen, not too sure. Like, that's a very vulnerable one, but...
Mm-hmm.
Where are you going to put the other one? Where are you going to put second?
Put this? You can't... Enemy?
Yeah, that doesn't work that way, enemy!
You've been playing this game since, like, day one, brother.
This is why you're in Challenger League. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, brutal, man. I wasn't even going to take it that far.
I did.
Wow.
I had to.
Jeez.
I'm sorry. As a mirror main, this hurts, okay? You should know that you reinforced the other
brutal.
way.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that Penta is a little bit more level-headed as we get into round one. Starting on defense as well on a map like Consulate. Nomad ban as well promotes a lot of aggressive plays. We want to see Blaz standing up. We want to see, the other players we spoke about Alive before. He's hiding upstairs. I've seen Joystick do a rendition of this, but August will drone him out.
Will be forced to fall back. Going down just ever so slightly. There's a drone right there onto the yellow stairs and just got spotted out. As it comes back, it will be taken out. And Blaz and Alive will be making their way down just ever so slightly. Just getting them ready for potential pushes from the back. Are these hatches reinforced from above? That is something I'm wondering about right now.
The hatches above
Yes.
all reinforced on the side, at least archives, bathroom and lobby, they're all reinforced. The box hatch into Jenny isn't, so they could drop through that, and that might be something Duco looks to open, but he seems more focused on the fact that there are roamers in bathroom. No bathroom hold with the mirror like we did suspect last time. Will they concuss and use nades to clear them out? That's the safest bet considering bathroom is a really small area and they have droned him in there.
All right, here comes the flashbang. He's completely blind now. That is a free kill to come in. Bash able to pick that one up. And that is Alive gone. A C4, however, will be tossed immediately as Duco will be going down to about 2 or 3 HP. Meaning he will literally die from any sneeze of any operator right now. As he continues to open up, try and make as much work happen with that hammer as he possibly can. Just make sure that everything will be done. Is that a mute jammer? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So the samples will be blocked out. They have to take that one out.
They've opened up above it, and I think the call will be coming out. Hey guys, please shoot the mute jammer. I need this wall to start popping. Skeptic says, nah, I've got other things to focus on over here, and surely someone shoots it at some point. There we go, finally gets off, and the wall will begin to open. And with 20 seconds left, oh, they've not left a lot of time for this.
They have not left a lot of time indeed, and right now the boiler room will be opened up, I believe, by Josh as he is pushing down there. That's a wrong timer from Skeptic, but Josh is going to be able to put some damage down before he dies himself. Refrag coming in, and Skeptic moves through. It's a 3-on-3 situation, but they should have this under control on Penta's side. It's only up to Duco now. The diffuser was dropped, and Penta able to get that first round. We're going straight for a little bit of a rehost as the sound bug has occurred.
I'm a little bit skeptical of that. You gotta laugh at my jokes. They're horrific. They're like dad
laughing.
jokes, but like worse.
Just really softly. I was like, ha, ha, ha.
Thank you for that, Hap. This is
No
why I
worries.
left you as my duo, because you don't laugh.
Fluke
with
rebranded me
intent.
as a robot, okay? Like,
Whoa, all right.
I am Fluke's robot now, so.
Yeah, M gets all the, I don't know, I want to say the geeky robotic stuff more than I do, so respect to her. Nonetheless, first round in, easy, what I would say probably easy, comfortable win from Penta. I wouldn't say that Alive wasted all that time because all he did was stood in bathroom. The problem was that the attackers of August took so long to get to bathroom because they were so concerned about top floor, there were hatches open, they were making sure everything was clear, that by the time they got to bathroom, which, let's be frank, they cleared in like 10 seconds, so it really wasn't an issue. The problem was they spent so long sledging everything, not committing to the plan. I think that's where they went wrong. And I think they didn't even pop the mirror, which you could do if you lay down and get a certain angle and shoot through that security wall. So they didn't even really displace anything with all of those holes. Bit of a weak push. I can see what they're trying to do though.
There's definitely intent behind it. It just has to be ramped up by, let's say, 20% or something. 20% quicker on everything you do, and you might have yourself enough time to actually go for an execute. Just as well, like, you had the ace waiting at the wall just for the wall to be opened up, but all he needed was one player from above to quickly shoot the mute jammer. And I mean, you can hear it's a mute jammer as soon as you get close to that wall. So you can just call it out to your players, it's a mute jammer, you know what you're looking for. Instead, the Ashes just looking through all the angles to try and find a player rather than a mute jammer, because, well, I don't know why, but if you open up the mute jammer, more angles will be created, more pressure will be put down onto Penta, and suddenly you're going to be able to find them more easily as they will be trying to fall back into secondary positions.
I think it was interesting to see that both Blaz and Alive had played a little bit separate than I would have expected roamers of that capacity to roam. I mean, they had both of the hatches open above. Alive started up, and we infamously remember how Joystick stayed in that corner. I can't remember who it was against. Stayed in that corner, he got misdrone, and then he ended up getting a 3K from the position, right? It was an absolute banger of a game. So I wondered whether Alive could replicate that. He was spotted, he dropped instantaneously. I think if he had had Blaz with him, sort of roaming upstairs, they could have got more drones, wasted more time, and been a little bit more effective. Maybe even tried to get a crossfire pick, then drop down and rotate out. I think really Penta were lucky that the time delay came not really from them, but from their opponents, and it's their own weakness as a whole. Now, Garage is locked, so they'll either go lobby, split side, or upstairs. And a lot of teams are not favouring the upstairs. I do expect Penta to go there as a secondary side. The only other side I think that would really benefit them is possibly even the split side, since we do have a mirror in play.
The mirror is there indeed, and the split side becomes so hard considering the fact it's basically impossible to push the archives itself in that moment in time. So all you're really left with is the tellers, but that will be completely opened up with shotguns. C4s will be coming in from below, so it's also low-key unplayable. But I've heard a beautiful voice in my head that said, we're going back.
Had to switch between Daisy and Siege. Again, priorities. And Cactus says, fair enough. So a little bit of a nod there from the opponents. Yeah, I mean, sure he understands. And like I said, I expected them to probably go top floor second, and they have. And this time they'll have the smoke there to be able to assist. No mirror in play and no 6 picks from either team. So they'll keep both of these lineups, and both teams should know pretty well what they're going to come up against. What I want to see now from Penta, especially when we're speaking about top floor, is that there's so much capacity for jump outs. There's no Nomad. There's a lot of windows, a lot of doors. And if you're not careful and you're lacking that time, I guess, responsibility that August doesn't really have just yet, you can really make them wait 10, 15, even 20 seconds watching a window after you tap it.
That is a big risk as well. Not really a risk, but like... It's if you're staying on the window, of course it's risk, but I meant like it's like, do I watch the window? Do I not? Do I choose to waste the time, like waste my time being here because probably you open up every single window, or am I going to be taking the risk trying to get myself to the building? And that is often like what buys you 10, 15 seconds as the defenders, where they just check in if you're going to be peeking, if you're going to be running past, as they are low-key afraid of you just. Well, certainly being there and take them out as they are mid-sprint animation. Blaz is indeed at one of these windows. Now, surely you'll be watching that window as you come around the corner. There's Revan right here looking to go for a bit of a solo hold onto the admin.
He has an ADS with him, so I expect that he'll probably camp in this corner for quite a long time. Why not if you've committed a whole ADS to it? Holding a really aggressive angle on the top of those filing cabinets, however, which you don't always expect. You expect to be able to destroy a couple of drones beforehand. Maybe he's worried about a little bit of a pressure from underneath, which is how Penta used to be able to clear admin themselves quite a while ago. So they know how to clear this. He might be worried about that happening, and Skeptic is below and has the capacity to do so. I think what we need to focus on here, Hap, it's already been a minute 10. They haven't been able to clear admin. That looks like their point of focus. Things have got to speed up.
That's what we just said, 20% extras. Here it is, a bit of a vertical angle, but it's not going to be landing them a kill. It's the contrary. As Revan able to pick up the kill to Skeptic to start things off, manages to rotate out as well. The pressure from the windows isn't there yet. As now the concussions are coming in. Alive will be able to pick up yet another kill.
Oh.
Revan just hold mouse one as he repels in. That's unfortunate. And suddenly you're with 2 men left on Orglis, trying to hold back, trying to fight back against Penta, who are a force to be reckoned with.
Poor Mickey and Bashed here. They've got a lot of work to do and they've got a lot of pressure held up against them. No real control of anything. Ravan holding steadfast in admin, and now they're just both going to have to siphon themselves through pretty much a kill hole. Enemy above, and he'll get a couple of shots off, but it's not going to finish Mickey off, and as a result, they get one down. 2v3 is super possible. 45 seconds left. They can do this, but what they're going to need is to be able to be in a really good crossfire formation, even block off a line of sight with a smoke maybe, funnel some kills. Penta need to be careful.
They just completely missed their Selma as the shield is still standing. That was definitely not what they wanted to achieve there. As right now the spiral stairs are completely being blocked off, and a little nod is being given to the Visa stairs as well, as Bash is going to be moving up right here. Shirley will be picked up indeed, as Alive will be able to pick up that kill. Revan will finish it off, and that means Penta now will be able to pick up round number 2 also very comfortably. And you said it, they need to deal with the position of Revan vertically. But as soon as they did that, the P10 Roni got the better of them.
It's brilliant to see a player that is confident in their ability to be able to hold a section of the map. You see a lot of players, even when they commit, and the best example, I know we've had Oregon a billion times, but the best example I can talk about is a smoker or mute player that plays an elbow down in blue bunker. You know, you've given them a shield, you've given them a couple of ADSs. A player who is confident that protects them and they can hold that for as long as possible, that's a player you can trust. Revan, for example, all by himself, they're an admin. And when I say all by himself, Alive could crossfire from those double doors, of course, and be able to assist in some way, shape, or form. But Revan knew he'd be aggressed from below. He knew how to hold it. He knew exactly how long he could hold that for without putting himself in a compromising position. That's a confident player. And Revan's played Siege since day dot. So not a surprise.
Not a surprise indeed. As other experience will be coming into play right here, and he's not the only player with a lot of experience onto the team of Penta. Alive previously playing in the Supremacy as well. So Blaz is like the new one actually in the blowout. Like I'm checking it, he's like the newest or youngest of players in form of experience that they have. And he is, of course, a big gunner. So it's really important to it. So it shows like how, for example, like the young players that do not have much experience yet can be well formed by experienced players as well.
Yeah.
Last season was a good example of that, and you'll see it grow, continuing this season. As more and more of that experience will be coming towards him as well.
Yet again, an admin push is the play here for Orglis. Last time they were super unsuccessful thanks to Ravan. This time, no challenging. So they should get that for free for the most part, unless Blaz decides to rotate up, maybe sing a C4 all the way up. We haven't seen many of the C4s be successful here from Penta, or nor any of those sort of smokes or anything to that effect. They're sort of relying here on their ability to hold key sections of the map. Maybe we'll finally see a C4 work. Blaz sails one up. That's a free kill onto Skeptic. Almost as if Penta heard me and said, you think we can't C4? Oh, girl, watch what we can do now.
You're wrong, washed up coach. We know how to use our C4s. Stop babysitting us, Mom, as Duke will be moving in. Yeah, it's going to be a beautiful shot to Revan. That is one of the C4s now taken out. Don't have to worry about that anymore. As Smokiness will be used to stop Bash from repelling in the upside down direction, trying to challenge either Alive or enemy.
A minute 30 left, and that means the entire half of the round is gone for Orglis, but they've already picked up Revan. He had the last C4 in hand, and now they've only got to deal with the rest of the roster of Penta. When I say they've got to deal with them, well, they've got some really good lines of sight. I believe Enemy was holding on to Projector but decided to drop, and he's dropped all the way down here. Not sure what he plans on doing in Archives. It's a long way from home with no C4 in hand. Maybe he's hoping he can open up a hatch or challenge maybe the Visa Stairs flank hold, but with an SMG, that's a very, very hefty task.
Might be expecting a front door push, and in that moment in time, you have that hatch, of course, which is opened up at the bottom of Archives. You're going to be able to toss up those smokes, potentially stop them from pushing in. Blast now thinking about going down as well. That is really questionable. Something is going on here that we clearly do not know about. So we have a grenade taking out the Evil Eye. 35 seconds. Surely the smokes are going to be coming in from enemy right about now.
Yeah. They can't play in default. They have to run all the way over to Circle Desk. That smoke will rain out and Mickey decides, yep, Circle Desk is the plan. And guess what? If Blaz had stayed mid of Spiral, he could have denied this. Instead, they didn't. However, Alive will kick things off. Anti-chamber held by Cactus. He can't really see the players, but pings will rain out. And now they only have about, 30 seconds left to be able to get this retake happening and that defuse started. It's not a lot of time. They can't find any of these players, and there's 3 of them that they've got to collect.
First step is to try and clear out the side, but Bash able to pick up a kill with the Claymore. Now Mickey will be able to respond as well. Instantly will be taken out right after, though, as Blast will be dropping down. Finds himself in that 1v2 situation. He's not going to find any. Josh able to pick up that kill as he was a bit distracted from Duco shooting all the way from spawn. The Orgless will be able to pick up their first round. And they will make that one count as indeed, like, as you said, the smoke canister will be denying them from the default, having to run through Circle Desk. My question then is, why was nobody watching that? If you know that that is the only place they will be planting, have someone ready.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. Like I had said, had Blaz not rotated down, he didn't have a C4 in hand, so there was actually no need for him to rotate down. Maybe they thought the smoke player would be pushed. Whatever the thought process was behind it, it was the wrong decision. Okay, there's not a direct line of sight from Spiral mid-stairs there, right where Statue is, unless you move all the way over to the bottom of mid-Spiral and get that really, really tight angle, because he was planting closer to the antechamber / bomb chassis angle, and no one can really deny that with the new design of the bomb chassis. You can't see through it now. So that was probably the prime place there for the attackers to plant. Really well read there from Mickey, but there had to be a challenge of some type somehow. Wasn't there. And I think that's when you commit to having smokes in that box hatch rather than C4s, that's where you lose a little bit of your leverage, I think.
And flexibility as well, of course, because you're not going to be able to toss them in at any given position you would like to have them.
Right.
Whilst if you were playing above, playing from the hatch, you're going to be able to land them right behind the Circle Desk. If you're playing an antechamber, you're going to be able to land them a bit deeper right behind that Circle Desk as the plant just gone down as well. And if you're playing it down there, basically the only thing you can cancel is default. Nonetheless, they tried it. Unfortunately, it failed. But Orgless are looking to push to 2 now because, I mean, how would you divide this map? 4-on-2 for defense, 4-on-2 for attack? That's not a good start to your attack.
Speaking of attack, that's your teammate. Oh, goodness me, Lord.
He's not blown up yet, don't worry.
That was his teammate above him, and I thought, my goodness, he's going to blow him to smithereens, but he doesn't, and Alive goes down to the guns of the opponents instead. Does Skeptic get blown up again? Biggest thing here is that Skeptic needs to have a drone below. They need to know whether or not that's there. Does Blight is here? Is this another free kill? Sidesteps it like a smooth criminal and a smooth dancer that he is, and Skeptic stays alive for this round. Good pickup there on Alive. The biggest weakness, I think, and it's not really even a huge weakness for Penta at the moment, given their skill, is that Blaz and Alive play so solo. Imagine if Blaz was there to assist him. Could have got a refrag, could have got a trade. I think that's something that Penta lacks a little bit.
That C4 almost coming down again. And as you said, you might have wanted to play for a refrag there. And if he's playing alone on that roam, at some point you will be hunted, you will be pinched, and you will be taken out. And that's exactly what happened there. There was no competition whatsoever. No one was there to respond. Right now, the hunt for Blast seems to be on, but I believe that the man is already all the way back to site. As the breaching rounds now coming into place, just to open up the default angles. Revan will be dislocated from the white van now as well. Does enemy have a mirror in hand? That's my question right now. What?
Yeah, does he have a pocket mirror? No, where is the second one deployed? one in security, and one, yeah, okay, a lot of people have been doing this mirror now onto cafeteria. I don't like it, it's easily popped, but you can then use it to your advantage even when it is popped. So a mirror doesn't always necessarily become nothing when it's popped. It's still an angle that the defenders can use, but again, you know, those angles can be used both ways. And now 35 seconds, a little bit better timing here by the attackers, but by how much with Revan in this really key position?
Revan will have to be taken down, and Skeptic is maybe the man to do it, but if he wants to, he will have to dislocate himself a little bit. Run over to the top of there. There we have it. The first kill will be coming in. Revan's position now known, able to pick up the double kill as he takes down Skeptic as well. That is exactly what they needed there as Cactus finishes it off with the Elder. And Penta pick up yet another round, and it might be a bit of anticlimactic, really, because like it's starting to build up, and then you just see Revan taking down two people, and the other two get sprayed down as well. And there was no real trades coming in, no real instant replies, which is a bit of a shame. And I would say if you just had one drone, you would have known exactly where Revan was. You would have been able to take him out, and you could have gotten that plan down.
That's what I wanted to pick that up about, Hap, was that late round droning is a huge weakness here of Auglis. They've got some good players. They've got some really good skill on this team, but something that's been a little bit of or a major weakness here of them on attack is that if you look at their drone capability or the drone economy, mid to late round, it's very poor. We say this about a lot of teams, though, even in EUL, and let alone this is EUCL, and that's not to say that we can't also hold these guys in Tier 2 to a Tier 1 standard. We've got to turn around and say, if you want to make Tier 1, you've got to play as a Tier 1 team. At the moment, Auglis, drone economy is their weakness. They've got to talk about it with each other, with their support staff and whoever, and say, how can we make this better? And at the moment, Revan being able to sit here for that long, who had a drone? I think two players had a drone. The two fraggers, Josh and Skeptic. They both had a drone. Guess who should feasibly not have a drone late round? Should be the fraggers. They should have pre-placed drones in prep phase, and then they should be able to be placing drones for their other support / flex players for flanks, etc. So they don't have to be the ones to drone late round. You would generally expect that of support / flex players mid to late round, as well as maybe a hot drone in early round. That's maybe a weakness.
Even if you have them, place them underneath the white fan, underneath the black car. You're going to get so much information out of that for free just by bumping it up against that little wall, the back of white fan. You're going to be able to see if anybody is at the lower flooring, and you would have been able to take them out right there. So it's really unfortunate they weren't able to get the information there. And they know, again, there is a player playing around here. It's Revan.
Oh, not again.
How are you going to be dispatching him?
Deja vu here for the attackers. Is that a perfectly aimed C4? Oh, Skeptic, you and C4s, you're a magnet for them, buddy. And you barely escaped death yet again. Cheating death, if you ask me. And as a result here, Ravard's collecting drone after drone after drone. I tell you what, he is the king of the northeastern side of admin.
King in the north. As he got two drones hacked up. Managed to shoot down another two, and right now force him to go back out as well. As Blast is the one to get into a gunfight now, will be taken down by Josh. Entry going to Auglis, even though that early C4 managed to basically take about, well, more than 100 HP, but it was across two members. And now they have that man advantage. You gotta make it work, you gotta make it count.
Yep.
But how?
Half of the round has elapsed now, and they've lost Duco. They've lost their soft breach, but that's okay. It's not the bottom site, so not all should be lost just yet. What's being lost is the fact that they do not have the time management yet. Shields are still up. Banshees are still up. No impact has been made other than the player who quite freely gave his body below. That was it. Now Alive jumps out and gets a freebie onto Josh. This is not looking good for Auglis, and we are seeing the expertise of Penta round after round after round. The only confidence I had in Auglis was the one round they walked away with, and even then Penta put up a really good fight.
Indeed, they put up a good fight, but it's not over yet. We're still finding ourselves in a 3-on-4 situation. We've seen how quickly it can swap around, but it's Alive to pick up yet another kill. Now seems to be aware of the fact that an upside down rappel on the B windows is also happening. As a plant's coming through, we'll be able to pick up that kill. Now tries to challenge onto the upside down Skeptic. It's the man on 5 HP, but he's got to be the last one left now, needing to find his remaining 4 players here on Penta. whilst they are just patiently waiting. The repel comes in, and the pre-firewall follows. It's Revan to pick up that kill, and that means that Orglers are trailing by yet another round, as I believe 1-4 is the score now, giving their last opportunity to try and get an extra attacking round out.
What I want to do, and whilst we go through sort of this operator selection here, and especially whilst we're in the first half, I'm going to go all the way back to EU League Stage 1, if I can get my stats up here, and I want to see, was Consulate attacker or defending sided? I know it's tier 1, but I think it's the best reference we sort of have as to how a map sort of plays out. And as I bring that up, it's looking like, here we go, Consulate, it's almost a 50-50 win rate of attack and defending. So if we take that into account, we can say here pretty safely that Penta has a very good outlook for this matchup.
Definitely have the upper hand. Not just on base of rounds, but also on base of skill and experience. Keep in mind, Orgless before this, they made 2 roster changes the week before Challenger League started. Skeptic and Josh joining the lineup to be replacing Wishmaster and Seven, who played with them during the entire Benelux season. And during the entire Benelux season, the only experience they managed to get with this kind of level was against the Fuse Kids, or Lone Lions, now known as Gamma Gaming, which, from experience, I can tell, likes to joke around more during the regular season than actually play serious. So it's not that much experience actually either. So like this match experience they're getting right now, these players, that is super valuable. I'm just hoping that they're going to be able to get some extra rounds out right here.
Ooh, I love that ADS. I've been seeing a lot of people do those kind of ADSs, especially on Villa. You can see it done on the Aviator door as well. If someone tries to get an explosive of some kind onto the shield, it's caught by an ADS in another room, which, quite frankly, you might not have droned. You might just have droned out the shield, long range, and then gone, okay, let's get the shield. There's no ADSs. Well, yeah, there is. Just inside, a little sneaky one there. Good ADS placement. I know it's really minor, but I love seeing those type of things. Oh, Blaz. Oh, either he gets this kill or he becomes the killed.
Seems like he's aware of the fact that someone is on these windows, and as Mickey starts spraying now, Blash should know exactly where he is. He's still watching the wrong one though, maybe afraid of someone else repelling up. As Mickey actually went down already, so not need to worry about it anymore, or any longer. All he needs to do is just stall, just waste as much time, potentially pick up a kill or two. As Mickey now gets a spot, he might be going a bit aggressive, but decides to hold back.
Not sure if he threw out another drone or he threw out a Selma, but it doesn't really matter now because all this we're given top floor for pretty much free, and I think Penta were happy to do that because what they've got is a lot of players below in Archives with C4s. Down goes Blaz, and he was moving around quite a lot, so not a surprise that one of those verticals did snatch him. Don't know if he had impacts or a C4, but either way, they will be lost, and now they want to go for the plant. Do they realize that once they get in, there's going to be either vertical holes or a whole rain of C4s? Revan is above, but this time instead of Mozzie, he's got Jaeger. Can they get this player down? Because with the new radius of explosion hat, even a desk isn't always safe.
A desk isn't always safe indeed, especially not when it is with enemy near, using the SMG and of course the shotgun as well. As he lost all his smoke canisters, his next option will be to play close. He's going to be trying to take the fight, force them to make these mistakes. As a C4 there got popped, questionably. It seems like the Candelas are now coming out, and enemies hopping over to the shotgun is going to be able to get the kill to Mickey. That means the diffuser will not go down. A 4-on-4 situation is where we're at right now. 30 seconds going to be able to swap onto the second one as he gets the kill. It's swapping over to the SMG, gets the kill behind. No, he does not. But it is going to be Cactus and Alive that will be coming in to save the round, and Penta are here to go for 5-1. As Orgless shut down in their approach to the actual site in their attempt to plant. And that one will be a very tough battle to come back from.
What a shame there for Orgless, because they had pretty much all the visa control. You said there was a questionable C4 that rained up, lost Blaz previously, which lost that C4 as well. So this was looking really good for Orgless. How they didn't know the enemy was in there? Well, guess what? It's that execute drone that they were failing round after round after round. They get to go into defense now. either Auglis is a super defense-sided team on Consulate, or we see this be like a real dominant win here from Penta. Their last Playday, they 7-2'd Izarko Boars on Theme Park. They're going to come into Consulate here. They might 7-2 Auglis. Maybe 7-1 if Auglis don't win another round for the rest of this matchup. It's a big statement for a big team, but we got to also think of Auglis. This does not bode well for them.
It's definitely not looking well for them. Especially when they're the Mozzie of Penta had more drones than they had themselves at some point.
Oh, that's a good one. Snap, Hap.
I have to give credits to Avij because I saw him some say it. But
Oh, I see that.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's them onto the defense now, and it's up to them to try and stop Penta from moving in, from completely demolishing them. And the question is, where will you be setting up from? Are you going to be running a equally aggressive admin hold, or are you going to be focusing more on your yellow stairs and your spiral? Like, where are your priorities? What do you feel least comfortable holding, or, well, feel least comfortable giving away to your opposing team? Because that is where the pressure will be coming through from Auglis' side, or should be coming through.
Looks like this yellow stairs hold is going to be the key here for Penta. Enemy gets a free kill onto the dock. I don't know whether or not the barricade was closed and maybe they got a drone in, or if it was just partially open and he peeked it. Unnecessarily so. This is putting you onto draw point here, onto match point for Penta. That's the last thing you want to do. Blaz gets gifted a kill as well. There goes 2 operators in the span of 1 minute. I'm telling you what, they looked more progressive on their attack than they did defense, and the play's already going down.
Yeah, we had 2 members go in from the bottom floor, and that means they now need to come be backing up, but it's only up to Skeptic now. The man is behind long desk. Blaz will be coming in from the back. He just sweeps it up, and it's a flawless round of Penta. As right now we are having a 6-1, a match point, a tie point is already there. And it's up to Penta now to close things up, to say, we are here to go back to EUL, and no one in this group will stop us.
Oofy owie, brother. I was putting all of my pennies in one box there for Auglis, saying, yeah, they'll get onto their defense, they'll look smashing, their attack maybe was just, restricted by bad drone economy and bad timing, but on defense, it's like they can't help themselves. They've got to peek everything. And on a map like Consulate, especially when a team that does well on the rappel, and I think Penta is one that we can reference like that, Team Empire is also one, you can't challenge them. Especially when you've got utility there that you're waiting for them to burn through. A doc playing a bathroom to help juice up the yellow stairs player. You can't be gifting that for free whatsoever. They give up top floor now, Hap. They give bottom floor a go, because let's be honest, 5 rounds in a row, it's going to have to be pretty damn spotless from Auglis.
All they need is a lot of confidence and a bit of luck to make it happen.
Whew. They might need more than that, Hap. I'll be honest.
Yeah, no, they need more than that, definitely. But I'm trying to make it sound a bit light as they're going up for this mountain of a task. The first start of it, though, will be to pick up this round and then work step by step, round to round, as you'll be trying to slowly climb your way back up and hopefully fight for a 6-6. But you got to make sure that you're not finding yourself caught off guard with too many people off site, because as soon as that is the case, you can basically just wave that white flag and give Penta that win, because the same thing that happened last round, you don't want to be one person on site and then 2 people realizing, I guess they just didn't care about the roamers. We need to come back to site. And it's a quick opening here from Penta. And might indicate a quick end of the round.
Yeah, there's a lot of them over towards the garage door. Did they end up taking piano or not? Blaz looks like he might go to yellow stairs. And is Alive shoot him because he knows someone's in piano? Yes, he does. So he needs Blaz's help to be able to clear that, because they could have verticals above and no one can enter safely knowing that someone is above. Josh will open a little bit of a line of sight all the way from top floor with an impact, which will help even more. if you're Penta right now, you know you have to clear these people. But Blaz says, oh, I can be a sneaky Ashe main. I'm going to crouch walk my way into the back. They're all focused on the garage doors. This is my chance to get a freebie, and a freebie he does.
And he's just to pick up that kill on Alive. Will follow it up with Josh as well, and then Skeptic will fall, and suddenly it's only up to Bashed and Mickey to try and close this one out, to try and keep them alive. The first smoke canister, actually second one popped, and the last one is being positioned right now, but a Rennie enemy comes through. Actually, he's going to be able to pick up one kill as he tries to push on with the pistol. Closing it out, 2 flawless rounds in a row. Penta are here to make quick work, to go back to the bases in DayZ, as they definitely completely destroyed, obliterated, and wrecked Orgless on this map.
Well, looks like Orgless have to go back to the drawing board, and if you're Penta, you could say, yeah, Group E is an easy group for me, showing their prowess there and in good fashion. You see, Ravan there had a great game on the Mozzie as well. And while they one-up themselves this Playday, 7-2 last Playday, and this Playday, they'll finish it off with a 7-1. Dominating, like you said, Hap, and I think the biggest takeaway here was that there were more things that Orgless needed to improve than Penta even had to think about that matchup.
I think we can simply start by saying, get your drone game in check. Your drone economy is one of the most important parts of this game, and if you're trying to go for executes time and time again, with zero information, you will fall short at some points, and that is exactly what happened here today. So they have to work on that, but other than that, let's toss it over to the analysts who might have some tips as well.
Drones in this economy, are you crazy? Can you follow up on that point?
It's kind of funny, actually. We sit in a separate Discord channel whilst the guys are casting, and I've just come back in to hear them making exactly the same thing we were speaking about before we jumped over. Drones for Orgless this game. Dude, first 3 rounds, it felt like every drone was dead after 90 seconds. And even in the rounds, the final 3 that came through in the first half, where it looked like, okay, they're actually keeping drones alive, they aren't using them. Round 4, they run inside a garage. They have Ashe pushing down yellow stairs. Zero idea that Revan is sat at the bottom of the stairs on the mute and kills 2 and ends the push for them there. Round 6, they try and rush inside a Tellus to go for a plant. Enemy shot there. They have no idea he's there. Double kill with a shotgun. 2 rounds there where they managed to keep drones alive. They still managed to completely whiff it up by losing 2 members for seemingly no reason at all. This wasn't a very good day for Orgless once more, and they've got to start looking at themselves now and asking some hard questions.
I think that's the thing about it, though, and I'm just going to quickly tack on the end. If we're going to say it wasn't a good day for Orgless, and I asked at the beginning, what kind of Penta are we going to get? We got that tier 1 Penta. We got such a great performance from them. Every other team, I think, across both Challenger League and potentially the ones that are above them that might not be having the hottest seasons, you got to pay attention, because this Penta, they're coming for you.
But there's something that Hap very much pointed out in our broadcast channel, something that Avaish posted from Lowland Lions, who knows very much that a lot of those rounds you got to win them. He says, this point of the round, Penta, their Mozzie, has more drones than Orgless, and that is in reference to Orgless on their attacking side. So yeah, it's a crazy time to be in, but we'll see how Orgless try to recover in the next Playday and how Penta continue on their steamroll here in EU Challenger League. Maybe we'll see them in EU League not long from now. Though before that point, we still have to go through some more matches today. 4 more to go, and after the break, a big UK massive, some would say, even though I'm trying to hold this one back. Eminem versus Kovano. Let's go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Gio and Dev back on the analyst desk. Dev, I was told that you've had a lot of sugar now, so let's get through this day. No whale noises on the analyst desk segment, please. Thank you very much. Let's take a look at our schedule. As both of my, don't forget to hydrate, by the way, if you're watching the show right now. Hydration is very important. There it
I figured
is.
it's a British game, so I should drink some tea.
Oh boy, I have some tea downstairs. Druid tea. You don't even drink water. That is actually very true. Eminem versus Kovana. She only drinks the tears of her enemies. We'll talk about that later. Breaking. Let's see how this UK Massive matchup shapes up for all of us watching at home. And why don't we start with talking about our team? Can we shed some light, clarify some information on Eminem, please? You're muted on VMix. Let it go. You got it, girl. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Try again.
Refresh, because I should not have been
I
muted.
can do. I
Well,
don't know if the stream can.
we're gonna go with it anyway. Yeah, if you've been following the UK scene for a while, you will definitely be familiar with this org. They were, of course, the father or mother org of the current Na'Vi. But these players, Nathan, Funkers, Jonker, Users, and Dats, they've been around in this scene for a really, really long time. They managed to get in through the UKIN qualifier, which is something Kovana are going to be somewhat salty about. But Eminem, they've raised a lot of players who've made it all the way to the top. Is this going to be the next team?
James, can we have a quick chat then about their opponents? Gio was talking about how Kovana are going to be a bit salty. We had their interview last Friday, and it looked like they really want to show up against Eminem.
Yeah, well, Kovana, of course, as you mentioned, they didn't make it through. They were actually knocked out by Na'Vi in the playoffs for the UK and Ireland Nationals, and that was why they didn't get that match against Eminem. A lot of people have said, well, if that wasn't single elimination, if Kovana hadn't had to go up against Na'Vi, maybe they would have won that entire championship, because they did beat Eminem during the season. So it's a big game. Kovana had to go out and play through the entire open qualifier. They had to really work to get here, whereas Eminem were just lucky that they didn't end up on the same side of the bracket as Na'Vi.
Yeah. I don't know. You know what? We'll talk about more of this in detail as the whole tournament kind of continues. We'll see what happens by the end of this with relegations in EU. A lot to talk about in the next couple of weeks. Don't you worry. Let's go through our map bands though. 7-map pool, 6 are down, and 1 will be left. What will it be? Coastline. All right, and Kovana have the final say on this. Takeaway theme park. I have to say though, James, you have the most perfect of drinking pinkies.
It was deliberate.
It was very well done.
Trying to appropriate my culture. I don't like
Sorry, mate. Well, my heritage is from England and Scotland, believe it or not. So I guess I can be an honorary member.
You're the most Scottish person I've ever seen, James. I can tell you that.
Yeah, the name James Stewart tells you enough. Hey, Coastline, we're going to Spain for this one, which is okay. It's a short flight, or you should probably get there by train. I don't know. I wouldn't know. In Europe, everything is like
the
2
UK?
minutes away.
Yeah, you can. I know.
Okay.
Kovana won this twice during the UK Nationals. 8-6 against, 7-5 against Fierce, 7-4 against London Esports. But Eminem have a 1-1 results if you count their game against Na'Vi. They lost that 4-7. They did beat Demise 7-2 during the UK IN season. So, I don't know. Kovana seems like the favored team here, to be honest.
You know what? I'm interested in seeing if Kayak has changed his name to the Yak. This is something that Des really hammered through last Playday on last Friday, and I'm very excited to see all of this talent really showing up today. There's a lot on the line for it, and as Des messages me right now, the Yak attack. I'm gonna see how that actually moves on forward. Our lobby is ready. We should be ready to toss it over to game. So, Gio, finally from you, who do you expect to take this as a British person yourself?
Therefore, I have jurisdiction.
Exactly.
I think it's going to be an incredibly close game. Obviously, both did really well in UKIN, but because Eminem have been around for so long, my heart says them. I don't know what my head says. I'm not going to... We'll forget about that, but my heart says Eminem.
All right, let's see how this goes. Gio, James, thank you so much for your input. Let's toss it over to our casters. Bias, some would say, I don't really know about that. It's Des and Fluke, the UK Massive for our matchup, Eminem v Kovana.
The real question for me, Fluke, how can you be biased when you're biased towards both teams in the match?
Honestly, Milosh coming in between us and the UK massive teams, how dare he? This is just us having the ability to rinse both these teams when things go wrong. As was put before, we're kind of familiar with these two sets, really. Just a little. Yeah,
just a tad, seen them a few times, I guess you could say.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is we're also very familiar with how UK teams like to approach this map, and it's usually by taking out every single bit of the floor. All chat's already started instantly.
I mean, wishing each other fun is, I'd say, pretty fair.
No,
there's no problem with that.
Honestly, I think that was to get rid of the stuff that they probably typed during the lobby. Just a couple.
No one ever needs to know.
Just a couple of things. So, Kavana versus Eminem. If you are unaware of how this game is going to play out, expect aggression. It's coastline, sure, but also expect. I mean, bad blood is what I'm going to phrase it as, because, as put by analysts on the desk, Kavana had the Yukin season to top off all Yukin seasons. Usually in our region, it's Na'Vi are the top dogs, and you got to beat them. Secret tried, couldn't, disappeared. Kavana were unbeaten pretty much throughout the entirety of everything, and then everything fell apart because Na'Vi, well, they awoke in the finals, and that got Eminem through.
It was a real kind of war season, like I said, a bit of a heartbreak, a bit of hardship experience by Kavana, given how well their season went and how playoffs then turned out to not go so well for them. But speaking of Eminem, I've got to touch on these guys on this map, because I remember very, very fondly a certain map they played against Team Secret, the old Team Secret this is, when I'm pretty sure Leon was at a window, and within 5 seconds of every round, there were at least 3 people dead. It was hyper aggressive. It did end up going 7-2 to the side of Eminem. You just didn't know which way any given round was going to go, and that's what made it so exciting. And when I saw this map come up, I just thought, man, frag fest is what's coming out of this one, and I'm really excited to see how these two bring it up against each other. It is a bit of a grudge match. They do know each other well, but again, for Kavana, there's that sting in the back of their mind of thinking, we should have been the team that qualified through Yukin, not you, and we are going to prove it here today.
And your favourite man of the moment, at least for today, the Yak, is on board with Kavana. Obviously swapped it out from Rendy, who was the player that they had just before all of this kind of came together, and I guess it's seeing if this Kavana 2.0, with a little bit of a change, is going to live up to the illustrious truck that they actually have. They have a truck. Did you know? Yeah, it's a Kavana mobile. They actually have one. So I guess they're trying to...
I really hope they don't call it the Kavana mobile. That's the worst name for a vehicle I've ever heard.
What do you mean? You're telling me... Well, I remember whenever they went to a boot camp, they went through the famous LAN UK boot camp nightmare, where if you boot camp, you lose. Every single UK team that has ever boot camped for a big thing, lost. Every time.
Yeah. Boot camps for us aren't about a buff, it's about a nerf to the team. You just come away playing so much worse than when you first arrived. No one knows why. Just seems to be a curse in the UK, so teams still keep on trying and hope that one day they may break the sacred curse, but until Geo goes and asks the Queen for a formal pardon for all the teams in the UK, it's simply not going to happen. Anyway, let's have a talk around this first round.
Yeah.
What are we seeing coming out here? Nothing really too much to shout home about, I'd say, in terms of setups on either side, unless you're looking towards something like the Iana coming out for Kavana. I guess the one thing you lean towards on that side is the fact there are 4 frag grenades here, and given there is no Wamai being picked up by the other side of Eminem, something we have seen falling away whilst Malus has been in such popularity in some cases, it does mean you've only got that Jaeger to protect you. So I'll be keeping a close eye on where those grenades come singing from, and if the side of Eminem can do something to disrupt them before they get to come into full effect.
What you also see with a map like Coastline and Grenades is immediacy. There's a couple of little drone holes you can drop those through, but wow, we talk of immediacy. And Gagona takes out previous MVP Nafe off the board before things even begin to kick off. This is this map. These are these two teams, and this is how it's going to progress. And you can huck those grenades in through so many windows, so many little different locations, around the back of hookah, around the double window of billiards if you're trying to put the pressure there, Aqua. There are positions, there are places, there are nightmares, but there's also defenders. I was going to say 5. One less that are going to keep themselves moving and keep themselves doing things like this. Little aggro bits and bobs and bites at the ankles of anyone that gets close.
Totally fine with that. This map in itself does have a lot of external facing windows and doorways. It is very quick to be able to get access to sites if you want it. So on the defensive side, if you're going to try and waste time on a map where there isn't really a lot of ground to cover for the attackers, the best way you can do it is by being at doorways, being at windows, and trying to contest. So I don't blame Nathan for his attempts, but unfortunately Kavana, they're already starting off again. That revenge tour they're on here to prove they are the #1, still trying to fight that through.
The smoke went a little bit into Jonker's eyes there. He just has to slightly adapt the location, but Kayak is making a lot of big movements on the opposite side. As we said, this was the addition and change for the team, and this is actually a more familiar strategy. We're seeing more and more Ace being able to open up the back of the big 4 wall and quad, and, well, yeah, they don't usually goodnight someone through the top. Bonkers is off the board, not quite Bonkers as of yet, but is out of the bar, and, well, that stops them being able to pull things back and pull a little bit of control, turns it into a little bit more of a kind of no man's land that you just got to try and pepper bullets across.
And look at the spread here. 4 members playing on the south. Sloth goes down. Jonker going to pick up Kayak at the same time, actually. So like that, Eminem have brought it back into a glorified 3v3. Yes, you got Sloth down. Maybe you can be recovered. And what a swing coming out from Users to bring down Grizzly. Almost catches a Pokeball to Sloth at the same time to finish him off. Wow. They've swung it from a 5 versus 3 to a 3 versus 2. Eminem in a great spot in this first round.
Dug in and a bit of a misread there by the boys of Kavana, but they're going to see if they can try and dig their way across. Buck falls down to underneath an operator who fell a little bit out of favoritism with the removal of the frag grenades, but there are certain sites, certain points, and certain places he can show up, and these 2 bars and looking upwards are one of the best places for him to try and find heaven if heaven is killing all of your opponents. Now, with 20 seconds, they've got to try and collapse up the cool vibes, but Jonker's on one, and he's going to pre-fire around to the other with Dats holding the close angle and only flash grenades coming through. Well, wow. And Eminem pull it back.
A 5 versus 3 to a 3 versus nothing. They literally tore Kavana apart there, and given how the round started, I thought, man, Kavana are onto something here. They've got 4 players all on the south side of the building, all gathering and converging on Aqua, looking for an execute, and then maybe you got Sloth waiting to play the late round spoiler as soon as we see the side of Eminem trying to contest, but instead, Users with some handiwork. Great spray onto the man, upside down repel on the Aqua doorway. A Pokeball headed towards Sloth. Sadly, he's not a Pokemon, he's a weird animal instead. Can't quite catch him, but still finds a kill onto him regardless. Beautiful stuff and a great first round coming out of Eminem, showing you that even when the numbers are down for the one side, it can still step back to come to be a win to them. That's how close and how explosive a game we're expecting from these 2 teams.
Do you know why he's called Sloth?
No idea.
So it was in an interview in UKIN after one of their post games, after one of the many interviews that we had with him, because of, and these are his words, not mine, because of his resemblance to Sid the Sloth from Ice Age.
I mean, that is very reasonable, actually. So that definitely needs a side-by-side comparison, because now you said it, I'm like, yeah, fair enough, mate. There's little beady eyes of your stuff. I know what you like.
So he kind of threw himself into that, and as I guess anyone does in UK, threw themselves into the meme and this game. You can already see as well a lot of chat about the mute ban. The mute ban was a target ban, and Eminem, well, they're just kind of saying, yeah, it's working out well, lads.
Yeah, a bit of a rough one when they're still finding C4 kills regardless, and 3 C4s on side in this round. I'm looking to some vertical play inside a kitchen. The fact they've gone for such an aggro setup in terms of gadgets here just screams to me that they almost want to give Kavana the top floor. They're almost daring them and saying, please come and take it away from us, because once we're downstairs, you are not going to like playing this floor is lava game that we have devised for you, and it's less so lava and more fiery balls of death.
Yeah.
Either way, the mirror set up, 1 upstairs, 1 on the downstairs here. They've got themselves some temporary locations up on the top floor. You can see Dats dug in behind a couple of reinforcements, an ADS, as well as a mirror window. So it's going to be a time killer here for Kavana. It's all about wasting time and then trying to catch them with the C4s as they try and look for the execute.
So Naif is under a bit of pressure, but not as much as he instantly was before. However, look at all of those bodies that were trying to thread their way from office across Blue Bar. They knew exactly what he wanted to hold on to, and Kavana aren't going to let him have it. Sloth on an Ash is a bit of a force, does not actually live up to his name. More the kind of credence he's been able to put across all of the leagues he's played in. He is so aggressive on his attack or on his defense, usually, where he'll try and habitually find his way out of every single window or anything he can throw himself through. Melusi might slow that a little with their addition into this play, but with Funkers trying to just dig in on the opposite side of Sec and see if they can keep those cross angles covered, well, at this point it seems like they're just going to try and force and funnel their way through the kitchen door.
I feel like Sloth has just gotten both of his drones, drove them straight into the site and been like, oh guys, sorry man, I'm out of drones, you know. I really can't help you anymore. I'm just going to have to, you know, run at the site and just try and gun some people for us. Oh, I'm so sorry, boys. Absolutely the game plan I'd be looking for here, but realistically, you don't want your Ash lying down on drones. I say that, he's doing that on someone else's drone at the minute, so I think what he's doing now is just lying down and providing that flank watch for his team, so they can start getting themselves into position to look for this execute instead of having to sit on drones. Grizz is going to find himself down to Dats pretty early. He finds himself out of window and out of service. Grizzly out of action and out of service in this round. A second wonder shot lands on score, going back through the kitchen doorway. Wonderful start as Sloth falls down as well. There is a plant going down in the smoke here, but it's a 2 versus 5. And something tells me 2v5s, even in a post plant, don't tend to go the way that you want. The Yak steps up and finds one back for his team, but there's still 2 more outside to go. A 4 versus 2 fluke.
You cannot let that man get away with that, and you cannot let this fall into the hands of Kavana at this moment in time. They duck in the smoke, and they've absolutely done him there. To nutmeg, all nutmegs. They're running out either side in either place, but they can't quite find, well, both of them. Vonkers gets one, and Kayak's down. There is the attempt on the defuse, and there's the savior. But, well, I was going to say,
the down.
Yeah, the down, not the out. And Nafe's there to, well, get the diffuser. More important than Jonker for now.
I mean, dicey for a couple of moments there, I think, for both sides. I was surprised that Diffuser still managed to continue going down when you can just step into the smoke with an Alder and just spray and hope for the best, and almost potentially playing spoiler from the window. But I guess unfortunately for Kavana, Eminem are well rehearsed in what to do in situations like this. That's 2 rounds on the defensive side. And let's not forget, in APAC actually yesterday, we touched on the success of Coastline for defenders over there. 32% win rate. Don't look so pretty. Whereas here, Eminem are making it look pretty comfortable.
I think that's it too, is if you're always going to talk about this map and you're going to talk about the possibilities of what it offers teams and what it offers their aggression. I said before, the UK can be aggro on, well, any map. You look at, it seems like Na'Vi or X-Secret and all of these kind of well-known rosters on the bigger scenes. It is everywhere in the UK. It's ever present and unfortunately ever pertinent on every single map, but Coast is one that feeds that beast. It is built and thrives in and amongst aggression.
What I love about seeing 2 teams from the same region facing off against each other is coming into CL, sure, there were probably a few scrims going on. They're not official matches. They're not the same feel to them or the same pressure players are under, some feast or famine in either environment. Whereas between these 2 teams, not just that they have played each other a lot around the UKIN season, also consider the fact that these players all know each other given their history, playing around each other on different teams throughout the UK. They've jumped across different teams, thinking of teams like Vex, Demise, things like that over the past as well. Some of them, even now, facing off against each other, will have played together in the past. So for me, it's that innate knowledge of how can we surprise the other side, given it feels like they know almost everything about us.
I think that's a kind of good flag to fly. Obviously, there's a little bit of bias with the UK Massive, but we are a bit ever present right now. I believe, are 20% of the players across CL this time around. You obviously have players like Astro as well, who did once upon a time play alongside Kayak. I think the team was maybe trying to remember all of the old history now from one of the old times. Sunny Carries, they played together, Kayak and Astro.
We need to pull Demo on for 30 seconds and have him just come be the encyclopedia of UK history for us. He is the UK Siege historian, basically. That's the way he is.
He knows it all, obviously. Big shout out to all of those, like XR Troika as well, and obviously our main man with the shiny head, Ace, who's currently busying away in Latin America being looked after by Jackie. But it's the thing about our scene is you've got Astro, you've got obviously Blur as well, who used to play alongside these players. We have so many of this brimming with talent, and unfortunately before this we had a history of these teams would break apart and split up, which means, okay, they know how to play with each other, they know how to play against each other. Here is these 2 teams that have kind of stuck it out a little bit.
Yeah, and this is the one thing, the bit of advice I feel that is given by casters, by the coaches, by others just generally looking in from the outside is, don't split up now. Like, feel free to sit together for more than a few weeks or a few months and give it a good go. And I completely acknowledge here that with Challenger League being like a year apart now, it's quite staged out because of how EUL is playing out, where the finals are the place where the 2nd place Challenger League team gets to face off against the 9th place EUL team. 1st place CL swaps places with the 10th place EUL, for example, things like that. It is a long draw. I completely get it if teams do want to start thinking, well, we've got to make changes whilst we can to be as strong as we can. But there's a lot of merit to staying together. And I think for these guys, you're going to see that really starting to shine through.
Yeah, if you want a bit of perspective as to how these 2 teams did actually meet up during the UCAN season, it was the 1st or 2nd Playday where they ended up on Cafe. And a lot of it went to attacker wins in the favor of Kavana, who took the game in as a 7-2. They started on their attack and they took, I believe, 4 of them, with only 2 successful defenses. On a map like Cafe, it kind of gets you thinking, okay, are M&M the team that is standing up more? Let's have a look. Let's have a breakdown and let's see if they can do better than their previous record.
I know that on paper, everyone's been really hyping Eminem up as being one of the top 2 teams to make it through to either the playoffs or, of course, that auto promo spot into EUL.
Yep.
And I think because you look across the team and you see the names that are on here, a bunch that have played, of course, with Crazy before. Nathan, a massive name absolutely in the scene as well, looking towards Fonkers and his experience with Team Secret. There's just a lot of experience, both at this level and even in some cases slightly above, it feels like, at points too, that collectively makes them a very, very terrifying side. Whereas you look across the Kavana, you see a lot of players that have played in Tier 3 in the UK national scene for a long time, players that prior to that we didn't really know all that much about. I completely get why M&M are a team to be bigging up here. But something just kind of rings in the back of my head and says, keep a very, very close eye on Kavana this season, because they might turn out to be the dark horse. There is a reason why they made it through those open qualifiers. There is a reason why people are still excited about them, but I think maybe not excited enough. Keeping a very close eye on how they play across all their play days.
I think the thing about Kavana as well is they are proof of the concept of stick together and keep going. Okay, sure. They've had a couple of roster changes over the time, as I mentioned before. Rendy was the most recent one, and they also dropped players like Omos before that. They also have dropped a couple of coaches when a season hasn't quite gone the way they wanted it to, or locked off on qualifiers, yada yada. But either way, this is a team that the core of them, that structure of them, of course Grizzly, Gorgona, and Anarchic, has just kept on it, kept going, and kept trying to find themselves in this position where they went, okay, they're kind of unknown in our scene, to they've gone almost unbeaten, to now they're unknown on CL, but I think, as you said, there's a bit of a future here.
Looking towards the setups in this round, I'm mildly curious. We're seeing only the single C4 come out on Jonker. Otherwise, everyone else is playing alternative gadgets, whether it's the proximity on the Oryx through to the impacts on Alibi rather than a shield, which is quite interesting. I think a lot of that just comes down to the role play you want to see out of those three members, the Oryx, the Alibi, and the Jaeger all together. You're, of course, going to see Jonker playing, arguably, air quotes, around, well, off-site or around the site. Sometimes on this site, you'll see them play inside a kitchen, look to catch C4s as they're coming through VIP. Others, you stick on the site itself and look to catch them as they try and take vertical control. But it looks like Kavana are aware of that, are being very slow and patient about this one. Almost everyone gathered out towards the west side. And I have zero doubt Hookah is going to be part of their intentions for this round. Part of the idea, the part of control they need before trying to look for an execute.
Out of all the games on this group towards these two teams, this one is probably holding the most weight. As we said, there's a lot of backstory behind this one, but at the same time, you ask either of these teams who their biggest competitors are in this group, they're probably going to answer each other. They know what each other's team is capable of. And yes, okay, we had a great performance from Penta earlier. The Boars were able to take some points too, but to these two, it's a UK showdown.
Game Master Showdown. The rematch is probably the best way of looking at it, as Jonker's C4 finally comes singing out, almost catches onto Sloth, but he walks away at about 20 HP. He'll be looking at that, seeing half a leg missing him, he's saying, small handicap, just a minor setback for me in this round. I say that, it's a major one. Jonker picking up Sloth and Gorgona trading back immediately after inside of office, even a smoke canister being committed by Fonkers.
Well, now they're able to get a little bit of a control and get a response to the frag going out of their favour. After being gifted the one very early in the first round and not being able to take it, this third, on what could be the weakest site in that M&M holds, should be the one that Kavana can really start to dig in and live up to the expectations and names that not only we've kind of put forward, but they definitely have for themselves after their run as well, taking out some of the big potential names from other regions and finding themselves here a little bit late, a little bit tattered, a little bit tired, but in no way downtrodden. Dats wants to cycle his way back round to office, but is concerned about the watch from above, so slow and steady and watch the default plant spot, because the smoke canisters came in, and last time, well, the diffuser went down and the attackers went out.
Grizzly was watching the angle from above and he pulled away a couple of seconds before Dat started this rotation through. So I suspect right now that M&M have zero idea that he's here. If they do, they can get someone around. They can try and grenade him out. In fact, the pings are coming out. Grenade comes through and Dats is down to literally 1 HP. But he's not dead. Finally gets collected by Gorgona. Man, that was almost so unfortunate for the side of Kavana. They could have been disrupted, but the Yak gets the plant down. It's into a 3 versus 3, and Panic Station's no doubt now being hit for M&M.
The Yak's on attack, and that's 2 plants, 2 rounds. Can they lock it down now? They've got 3 members and an even body count. They're close on the angle with flash canisters and potentially some bolts still in the pocket of Anarchic. I haven't really seen too many smokes go off at least, but they have those covers and those rotations. 1 smoke is all that he has left, and well, now they also have 1 less player. Grizzly drops from above as a big rotation comes out. There's the hop out, and there goes 1 more for the body count of Gorgona, but he's going to have to lock it off as an ace if he wants to keep this round in his favor. Here's the diffuser being tricked. Here's it being planted, and sees the bullets go through his forehead. There's not enough time. He got it, Gorgona! Well, that's a round.
That was a surprising come down from you there, Fluke. I thought you'd come back in and be like, what a beast, but no, you're just like, well,
We'll just sit in the moment of that. We'll just sit in the moment of the fact that,
bask in the glory of Gorgona.
I mean, obviously a 4K clutch threw his life away in a slow-mo sensibility of, I'm going to just jump out there, sacrifice everything, Rambo style. Kavana, take a round.
Crazy how close it's come down to. And in fact, I think all 3 rounds so far have had something so exciting to offer. The 3v5 from Eminem, in which they didn't lose a single man. The previous round, round number 2, the 2v5 still getting away with the plant and then being clapped on by Eminem. And that final round, Gorgona from outside the window, trading himself with a guy who was going for the defuse. Incredible. Really exciting stuff. This is what we wanted to see out of a matchup like this. And we're only 3 rounds in. We potentially got at least 9 more to go, and I'm living for it.
I do have to give compliments to Eminem's response. Obviously, they realized where the diffuser was, and the rotation upstairs to get that kill, pinch from beneath, the jump out that instantly followed with the secondary pinch inside as well. Eminem was step for step brilliant, but it's hard to stop a man who throws his life away for the diffuser.
You got to rate a man like that. You got to keep him. Don't let him get away.
The thing about Kavana as well is one of the frequencies about this team is who steps up to save a round. We've seen Gorgona clutch out rounds. We've seen Grizzly get shot before he gets close to the building. We've seen it happen a lot with them, but they always have this ability where, against all odds, in a similar way to how they often defy people's expectation of the team, their players defy expectations of reason, sense, science, and physics to pull out these plays.
Well, it carries on as aggressively as it started, with that opening kill coming inside 12 seconds of the round. Like, it's ridiculous how early these trades are coming in, but as I mentioned, you want to get at these windows, you want to be causing some grief for the other side. And for quite a while, we did see the Jaeger of Dats lurking around here. I think now with all these drones crawling around his feet and a couple of members of Kavana looking to drop into Penthouse Theatre, he has backed himself away. But backed himself away where to is my next question. I'd love to see where he's currently sat at right now. There he is. He's crawled all the way back up the Cool Vibe stairs and is looking to threaten into Hookah. So he's done his job. He's wasted a bit of time and has now got himself safely back with his team. Good stuff from Dats.
Well, now as they want to lock down against Hookah and stop the barrage that might come through, obviously what we've seen the past couple rounds has been a heavy attempt at getting the diffuser down and going from there. Even when it comes at a little bit of the cost of the pressure and, well, a life or two, they have stuck through and through to the idea of get the yak in, get the yak down, and then, well, then we'll go from there. And I'm curious to see if we get a little bit more of the aggression, a little bit more of the lead-in as it starts to live up to it. They're going for a 3-body push, but instantly rebuffed and instantly repelled on the opposite side. And Arkic's down, but Sloth finds his first since the rehost.
Run away, retreat. There's a smoke grenade right there as they all peel their way back down 90 and look to rotate out towards Luggage. In fact, that looks to be Sloth's plan. Great shot from Gorgona through the drone hole is going to catch out Nathan, or Nath, on the other side as he calls himself. A man that can't pronounce his T's and his H's. Sloth steps in and finds one. Kayak another. It's a 3 versus 1, and Dats, the hero of the early round, who retreated back, kept himself alive and did everything he should have, finds himself in a 1 versus 3 with 45 seconds to go. Kavana, surely you can't throw this one away as well.
We say surely, and I guess we'll just have to hold our breath and watch the final 40. They are droning ahead, and, well, Kayak's down for the plant, but doesn't get caught on the rotation there on the side. There's the spray, and there's an important pick, and, well, now there's the post-plant. They're looking for the open hole there that they previously made from VIP, and they're in the middle of a pinch in a tricky situation, it's fair to say. Well, it turned into an impossible situation with Gorgona, who over the past 2 rounds has become beyond a force.
Something else is the only attack you can assign to this guy. Great 4 rounds you've seen there, sat at 2 apiece now. 2 to Eminem, of course, 2 to Kavana. No other third team taking part in this game. As we return back to Hookah and Billiard, I have no idea. I was just like, well, 2 apiece, 2 to Eminem, 2 to Kavana. And I was like, where the hell am I going with this? I was like, there's no third team here.
If there could be a third team, what third team would you want in this showdown?
The Fluke and Des team. We are the onlookers, the spectators.
Like the UK cast the showdown, where they get an extra team.
You mean where everyone has been bodied by XR Troy?
Yeah, because he's just picked pros. They told me.
Didn't you?
Yeah.
I know you were a bit salty about this. You turned up with like content
Yeah.
creators, like cosplayers,
It was
to
hilarious.
have some fun.
Yeah.
And he turns up with pros, right?
Yeah. Do you know who his original fifth was? Apparently he had an
Who?
original fifth, and it was Hosty. Was the original fifth.
He's currently playing for Rogue.
He's currently playing for Rogue. And then UB UK, we have these showdowns in the UK, and UB UK went to him and they went, yeah, you can't just be a team, like, you can't just choose players. So he went, all right, fine, someone on Twitter, let's just get him in. But good luck when you got to face him. If any pros are listening,
I'm avoiding that for as long as I can, trust me.
Build a team, UK pros, if you're listening and want to slap XR Troika, Des might need you at some point.
Yeah, look, being real, Ollie has clearly tasted the sweet nectar of victory against Tim and has thought, you know what, I've got to taste that against everyone else now, which is why he tried so hard against you. So the only way he's going to die is if I turn up and go real hardcore. So actually, I agree. This is a call to arms.
Yeah.
Any pros, T1, T2, heck, even T3, if you want to participate and you're from the UK, get in my DMs and we're going to slap XR Troika Silly. That's the game plan.
John is fuming right now. We've taken his idea of community nights and completely blown it to the side. Wow, we're at 2 minutes 38 and nobody is dead yet.
Where does the time go? Doesn't it fly when you're talking rubbish about show matches between casters and not about the actual pros in the game? Unbelievable professionalism here.
Yeah, well, talking of professionalism, Iana doesn't quite catch the bullets on the rotating person there, and I think that's one of the first confrontations we've seen between two players where they haven't really been able to hit the mark. Even if they've seen each other and not got the kill, they've usually at least been able to put Graze and pressure on, but Nath, I think, assuming it was them who rotated via the bars, kind of lucky to escape without anything scathed.
Nath scathed, not quite here. It is a peaceful start, I agree with you. The last 3 rounds that we've seen, 2 minutes 40, 1 minute 45, and 2 minutes 48 for the opening kills. So we're about to pass that mark of the second round where things were peaceful. Admittedly, on this site, the couple of times that we've seen it has looked very aggressive. Both have been inside 20 seconds with their opening kills. But that, I think, namely has come down to people being at windows, early aggressive scraps. Whereas it feels like Kavana here have realized, okay, we're going to have DATs constantly in our face. Let's just peel back a little bit, get on the drones, make sure we know what's going on, and don't feel like we have to go too aggressive too early. Nathan's now an endangered species downstairs in lobby with the drones running past him. He's going to have to back himself away inside of security, but might find himself trapped here, actually. If someone's looking to take control of office and play below, he could be in hot water, but no, I don't think no one's there. So, in fact, we'll be safe for now.
The worry here could obviously be Gorgona, who's been so consistent on this catch, and he's watching that rotation, so Nate's got more than a gunfight ahead of them. In the meantime, they're trying to steadily away their control of Aqua and luggage. They know what they want to do. They've tried to do it a couple times, and it's only been successful once. And that was when they were already heftily in favor of the body count. So can they force it with a minute left and a 5-on-5 situation? I believe that's what M&M have tried to shift to here. They don't want to pick the early gunfights because last time they didn't really go their favor. So instead they're going to say, try and get the diffuser down. We know you wanna, we know you're gonna, and we're just going to gun you.
Gorgona's actually rotated all the way out north, and Nathan is still below here. Has he got a C4, actually? Malusi can, of course, bring that C4 out. I don't think he's going to have it here. No, he will not. Somewhat surprised, thought that if he's playing downstairs, that would be part of the play, but does have impacts, which of course he can double toss up and potentially do enough damage to down someone or outright kill them. Sloth outright killing 2. This is the Sloth that we all know and love. Steps in and finds a double kill, and the plant isn't going down in the default spot. It's tucked away in this little corner here. They will succeed on that. And now all Kavana have got to do is pull themselves back to be in a spot of comfort. It's going to be an attempt from Dats, but Sloth with a triple kill in this round. Nath has got it all to do in a 1 versus 3. Yes, Anarchic is down. He's going to be revealed outside, and they are watching Sloth. A massive round from him with 4 kills coming in. Round number 5. And as this game has gone by, I'd say Kavana have really warmed into it here, Fluke.
I mean, 4 objective plays in a row is rare to see. A map like Coastline where you're going full aggro and we're seeing completely different setups from the defense in terms of we want to meet you at the door to, okay, bring it onto the plant. We'll take you in the final 30 seconds. Either way, as you said, Kavana, they're the team that have warmed into this. They're the team that have kind of pulled themselves up and gone, okay, well, this is what they're doing, so this is how we're going to respond. And currently M&M, they're a little bit adrift on their defenses. Things seem to keep slipping past them, or in the case of Sloth in that previous round, through them. And then from that point onwards, it seems the connectivity, the sticking togetherness of this roster we talked about before, where it turns from pressure shouting into perfect communication, a symphony of getting the diffuser down. Well, it's kind of on rhythm right now for Kavana.
I did wonder if we would finally see Sloth step up at some point and really take a round by the scruff of the neck and drag it through. And, well, those 4 kills coming in the last round meant he only had 2 prior to that. So it's been a quiet game for him, but I'm glad he's finally settled into his rhythm. I'd say multiple members of Kavana are yet to really do that. Outside of Gorgona's incredible round with the 4K back in round number 3, and Sloth doing pretty much the same just a second ago. Gives you questions on where it's going to come from here. Where are they going to find these incredible rounds? Who's going to really step up for them and swing things back in their favor? And I'm not saying it's not currently in their favor, but I'm just worried about who's really going to stand up and make themselves heard in what is a massive UK matchup.
Ties to the point as well before where I said on Kavana's roster you have Gorgona, he can show up, or Soft can show up, or Grizzly can show up. It jumps between the members of the roster, sure. In M&M, you also have that same possibility and capability. There's a huge amount of experience on this roster. There are players that on their opening day as well. So, you think of when users first joined M&M, the bits he did. You think about Nath, who yet again has decided doors his point of success. And, well, how most of his kills, I think, have been inside to outside the building.
Like I say, you got to challenge early on this map. It's the way it's got to be played, else you just give far too much room to the other side. Now, they may have killed the buck here. It's not going to be world ending given we are on the kitchen site. You can still make use of the sledge to start smashing that floor apart. Admittedly, it's slightly greater risk with all these C4s coming through on the other side, of which I believe there is at least 2. So there's that to go for you. The buck is a little bit safer. Thank you very much for bringing that up. There are indeed 3 C4s on side. So this time round, the Malusi bring in the C4 instead of the impacts. Again, because of the vertical play and the denial they're looking to bring along once we finally see Kavana get control of the top floor. But given everyone's currently on the ground floor, I'm thinking, do they know? Are they aware of the amount of C4s coming against them here? And are just thinking, that vertical ground, deadly. Let's not even bother. Let's stay nice and lateral and try and push in horizontally instead.
And we've seen Kavana be able to pull together these pushes very last minute. They seem to do all of their intel very well done. As the kind of way that you see a good steak prepared on the NA timelines of Twitter, that's what Kavana are trying to bring. But I guess in our sense, it's more well-made beans on toast. And they're ready to try and cook it up in this kitchen.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Cooking something up in there. Whether or not the whole thing sets on fire, the round sets on fire, or the food does is yet to be decided. The grenade spam is going to come singing out here as they try and push their way in. With all this wall open, they can get contested, but Sloth, man, the dude's a demon. He's sped right into sight, gets the down onto Jonker. It's going to finish him off. So they should be able to get a plant in here with all these smokes coming through. And sadly, nothing to be seen outside of the mirror for Kayak. He knows it should be safe. Nathan with the triple kill. Sloth are going to strike back and bring him down. But this has been a huge round for Nathan. Dat strikes back. It's a 1v1 with 50 seconds still on the clock. It's Dat versus Sloth. Could you ask for a better showdown, Fluke?
I mean, Jaeger versus Ash. And, well, Ash suffering a little bit, but Sloth, for him, he plays in a sense where it doesn't really matter. I think he's probably got his health bars turned off at this point. He seems to thrive in confrontation, but Dats is a very intelligent player who also loves confrontation. So I guess it's down to who wants to pick this firefight first. They are both aware, both able, but only one can win. And this time the Sloth was too slow.
Sloth was a little bit too slow. And what I will give to Sloth there, the intent was very, very clear. Flashbang him, run across the breach and look to come around to the left-hand side. I understand. But a little too keen, I think. Started running before the flashbang had even gone off, before the screen was even white, he was dead. And it was like, hey, you're a little bit keen there, buddy. Let's just dial it back. Live up to your namesake a little and just slow down a little bit.
Turn of the half, a 3-3 split on this map, and well, I guess it's still for me down to M&M to try and prove some points. However, if you're looking at Coastline, you're looking at your attacks on Coastline, you're looking at a little bit more comfort for some teams. They enjoy this. M&M historically, when they were X-Crazy and even before that, were a roster that enjoyed being on their attacks and being in this position and being in this aggressive kind of setup, so this could be a good possibility for them to just regain a bit of a hold on Kavana. And, well, Grizzly's already off to a start of smashing himself through walls.
Now, I do need to raise a suggestion here for those of you at home that maybe aren't too sure on what happens now Kavana are on the defense. If you've watched Na'Vi play in Pro League, you'll of course know they picked up 2 new players in Blur and Joe. On the side of Kavana, we basically have Joe. I can't decide if it's Joe 2.0 or Joe 0.5. We've got Sloth. The man is heralded for his ability to be at every window and every single doorway at the start of a round and look to just cause absolute chaos. And I think with Gorgona playing here on the Vigil, you're going to see a very similar setup coming out of both of them. You're reinforcing backwards through that wall. It's like Spider-Man on the reinforce. What was that?
Yeah, he's just, testing some new things out. Trying some new things on Coast. Really testing Siege.
But been testing my flexibility recently.
Yeah.
It's got to flex on stream.
Yeah, you got to try and if you're going to flex against any team, it may as well be the other team that's from your region,
Why not? Anyone
They're
else?
just trying to impress you.
Yeah.
I think.
What did I say? He's at a window, and you know what? He's not even like Dat's trying to peek through the small slot. No, he opens the whole thing up and he's like, "Come on, then, who wants some?"
Yeah, Sloth and again, he's found a secondary window. Pops a very filthy little bullet hole there, but they're aware of it. They're aware of Sloth, and the thing is, sometimes even when you're aware of him, he's still able to pull off these movements, these situations. So you kind of just have to, in a way, meet fire with fire and try and burn him before he sets himself on fire, throws himself at you, and finds a 2K before you finally put him down.
What I will give to M&M is not trying to entertain it there. I think a big mistake we see some teams making in EUL against Joe on Na'Vi is being willing to almost either challenge him or just think, oh, surely he won't be at the door this time round. No, he is always there, and it is the same story for Sloth. So being mindful of that, being mindful of he will definitely be aggressive. We know he's very, very proficient at doing so in those situations. Let's not give him the opportunity to shine and put us at a massive disadvantage. So big props coming through here. Finally, he's going to strike onto Dat. So I was going to say big props for being nice and passive, and to be fair to them, for 80 seconds, they kept him at bay, but Sloth will always find his target.
Well, with the Ash off the board after being the clutch out in the previous round, Dats just has to sit back and try and offer the drone support that can be provided from those pre-placed. Sloth is keeping a beady eye and making sure that he has a lockdown on any of the motions here, but a minute 20 is plenty time for them to try and reevaluate above. The C4 pops under the chair. Nothing really comes of that, unfortunately, and Fonkers and Jonker are free to, well, rhyme and try and do some crime, if the crime is killing anybody that's inside the kitchen beneath. Kayak pulls away alongside the smoke. They're not going to try and get into too much trouble, but Grizzly, you think of this hatch, you think of the possibilities, you think easy for catching that.
Well, of course, with the nearest stairway being towards White Stairs, you'd assume they'd have like a drone or something lurking out that way to catch movements like this. And this is exactly it. You can't watch all of this. Sure, by all means, go and put a drone, sat watching a hatch. It could turn out to be a massive waste of time. Finds the second. Yonka going to strike back onto Gorgona, which finally puts the Vigil out of commission. But now it's about wondering what more damage can be done up here on the top floor. Users aware of all these movements, all these shenanigans coming out of the side of Kavana down to the south, and he's going to push and try and challenge. Doesn't even see him. No, he doesn't. Finally gets the shot. And clearly, like two ships in the night, they're about to pass each other. But Sloth, a little too slow on the reaction there.
Well, Grizzly's been able to pull away and find a bit of solace, but with 20 seconds left, all he's doing is resetting himself up to try and apply the pressure here. There's a bit of cover and a short smoke canister that doesn't get all the way down. A swing with a shotgun is a big miss, unfortunately. And well, Anarchic's just going to try and get close. Swing on anyone that might just be on the other side of the door. In the meantime, there's going to be a defuse coming just underneath them, saying, "Bait, come on, come for me. I've got low ammo, but we got the cover from Lamborghini doorway, and we got that man down too, Kavana." Do you like that silence as well? I like just basking in it.
I think so.
You bask in it, you know? You enjoy it.
It's like when the moment's so sweet, you've got to just let it lie and appreciate
Yeah.
it. Although, given the setup that came through at the end there, I think we really should have screamed his name a little bit there. That was beautiful. Counter diffuser play coming out of the side of the defenders. In my mind there, when that's down and you're outside the service entrance, that is so difficult to defuse safely unless you can kill everyone or get someone jumping out windows. And they did have someone, I think, run out of lobby and kill one. But to then have a shotgun player playing sentry on the doorway whilst the guy behind you defused, one, good body blocking, two, hyper aggressive, but I completely appreciate it because it worked wonders for Kavana. Another great and crazy round.
I think one of the things about body blocking in this game that we saw earlier on was Gorgona's clutch, was him throwing himself over and somehow threading the bullet like Angelina Jolie wanted. But I would say it's slightly less glamorous.
Ooh, okay. Well, the rounds don't get any less spicy, it seems, ladies and gents, including having a Christmas tree being built up around this pillar inside 90 hallway. Okay. I don't mind it. I don't hate it. Normally see them slightly more spaced out than that on this map.
Yeah, I'm assuming they're expecting, obviously, very little pressure towards Aqua, or enough pressure where they don't worry about things being hucked all the way through towards Hookah side from there. That's another place you often see it, just to stop your smoke being put under such immediate pressure. And, well, I guess they're expecting more pressure from the rooftop. Sloth. He's trying to find any fight he can in any sense of direction, and also hunting and sniffing for drones like truffles, but none have shown it's the wrong season, and Grizzly's there to kind of say, pull him away. There's a man on our Lamborghini.
Charles, there's a horrible man outside.
He's right.
He's scratching the Lamborghini.
Well, let's shoot him in the face, shall we?
Charles, get the hunting rifle. Summon the hounds.
Ooh, Sloth does almost get caught, stuffed, and put on the wall of the fancy focus. Well, he tries it again, swings on the opposite side, and finally, they've put him on the endangered species list and, well, got him mounted.
God, you can just imagine Sloth's head just mounted in your bedroom on a trophy, smiling at you, just knowing that it's just spawn feature or something. God, it'd be horrible. He made a grave mistake there in trying to double peek back the same angle, and Jonker was more than happy to take his head clean off, ripped it clean off his shoulders, and left him headless on the ground. Either way, 5 versus 4, a minute and 45 still left to play. Has kind of come down to that initial scrap around the main lobby entrance, and outside of that, nothing really to shout home about, to be honest, Fluke.
No, and I think that's the thing about what we're seeing from M&M so far is they want to try and do the cool, calm, and calculated, but it's hard when you're up against a team like Kavana who are so freewheeling and risky. The difference between Kavana's take is, yeah, sure, they would calculate and reevaluate, but they would generally do it internally. They would physically take over the space, physically lock out other rooms, and then go from there. M&M, they're slow to get into the building. They want to try and do as much from the outside as possible, and with a team like Kavana, who are so consistently moving, yes, you can catch them from time and time again, but it means that when you try to apply the pressure in these situations, as we saw in the previous round, or this one, well, things become a little bit sparse to the wire.
I'm so curious about these Kite Electroclaws, by the way. Very rarely do you ever see those two walls either side of Hookah Doorway being electrified. They are reinforced, although you normally accept that the attacking teams are never going to get them open, therefore, why bother? But here, clearly, it's something they are very, very afraid of as they're still trying to burn through them by the looks of it, but nothing is to be found. So they will stay closed. That shield will stay intact. This makes it all the more difficult for the side of M&M to burst that one out unless Dats can push his way up the stairs. Surely now that call has come through that someone is coming pushing. Junker's going to find another. Nace in with that plant going down on the ground. Surely the call came through that he was there, but apparently not. Kayak steps up big with a triple kill and comes back in. Yonka comes in with a triple of his own, so it's going to shut down the Yak's impact on this round. 2v1, an Arkic. Got a lot to do here. If he can stop them getting this plant down, it could all go to plan. But he's still, like I say, got more work to do. Challenges onto big window, but Yuzu's like Spider-Man. Comes in upside down, strikes him down, none will be around, going to M&M.
It was so well played by M&M there. They had a lot of cover done in all the important bits, and you actually saw it on the rotation that started with the push up cool vibes. It was a fantastic opening pick that everything relied on. And then you saw a body coming in from kitchen and you think that's theirs, but then Jonker has the crossfire from Sunrise to be able to catch that. The pair of them can then apply the pressure onto Kayak and finally force him out. Sure, they lost a lot of bodies and didn't leave a huge amount up to the clock, and it could have very easily gone one or other ways with just one or of these many gunfights being picked off in the opposite direction, but sometimes you got to make calculated risks, and this time the maths added up.
I gotta mention, by the way, you know, a couple of rounds ago when an Arkic was playing that turret warrior on service entrance doorway with the shotgun,
Yes.
He didn't actually kill anyone.
No.
He was just stood there looking outside like, what a nice day we're having.
He was, you know.
You keep defusing. Yes, carry on.
just-
But trust me, it's safe out here. It's totally
He was
safe.
just trying to keep him safe. I think that's the thing about Anarchic as well, as his role within the team. He doesn't really have to be too hyperextended in aggro. He's obviously playing a lot of support operators and a lot of support positions. Usually, Kayak slightly changed that up in what Kayak brings to a team, which is huge history, huge skill in support.
And the fact that he's a massive IGL for them too. This is why it's not just the sake of hyping up Kayak because of his name and it enables to go the Yak attack and things like that. Not at all. He is very well regarded as a stalwart of the UK scene. You speak to anyone, they know who he is, they know the teams that he's been on, they know what he brings to the game. It's not a player that gets himself in trouble or starts any beef, as Twitter would suggest for a lot of players in the UK, admittedly. I think for him, it's just about getting his head down and being a solid IGL for his team. And I do really rate him, to be fair. A lot of respect for him.
I think that's the thing as well, is even when some of our I'm going to say more controversial tweeters. I'm going to say, for us, passionate tweeters who maybe will have a bit of back and forth banter against Kavana. They still go, you know, who cares about Kavana? But we like the Yak. Kayak's all right. So
he's all right. He's okay.
They know who I'm talking about.
Screw him. Well, we have a lot of questionable tweeters in the UK at points. Some who are retired, some who are still not. Either way, 45 seconds in, a big focus from M&M looking towards the northeast here, pushing into service entrance with users playing on the kitchen window. And given we are, of course, playing Blue Bar and Sunrise, it is pretty apt to assume that you need control of kitchen. We saw in APAC a great example of a couple of teams going for a plant inside of Sunrise. They'd have 1 or 2 players alive inside of kitchen to hold the long angles, and there was very little the defenders could do except first fight for kitchen and then try and go for the site. So taking control of this, absolutely crucial for the attacking team here.
Oh, that was a late shield placement and kind of just in time, really, as the firefight starts to come against them and Sloth is able to slightly hold on to the corner and then pull away. Holding this site and having all of the central wall, well, just soft. No angles, no sight lines, no eye lines, and just kind of keeping Sloth in there. You don't see that too often.
Normally you would open up that bottom side so you can challenge it from lobby later on into the round when the plant is trying to come from the south side, but I guess here, not that they knew this was going to happen, with no challenge coming in from the south side, it's nothing to really worry about. Gorgona's even holding inside of office in case that becomes a thing, which means Sloth can play pretty freely here, especially since Kayak is also holding pool entrance. That's where he just found that opening kill.
Well, now as a body starts to fall and the distance starts to separate, the teams are, well, they want to start applying up this pressure. Dug in on the corner, the smoke has those ADSs left, and, well, they need to apply it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the moral of the story might be how the Yak was able to just kind of put his feet up for this one, digging on the close corners. Here comes a push from the opposite side, and there goes the entrance. And Arkic stuck in and finds a double, but they do pick up Kayak. In the meantime, the corner's dropped, and the corner is Usis, who leads in with aggression on the opposite hand. There's a cover, there's a loss, and there's a 3 versus 1, but Sloth is a little bit too far away and a little bit at arm's length here.
And Lucy going off as well. The Banshee wailing in his ears and notifying his team what's going on. There's that long angle. Sloth put down to about 20 HP, but not dead. And Yuzu's still pretty low here. 15 seconds to go, and he's got to find 3 kills. Going to opt to try and commit to go for the plant, at which Grizzly's going to step around the corner, and I'm pretty sure blast him in the head in rapid time. In fact, no, wins the one, gets a triple kill, but can't win the one against Gorgona, who closes things out. Really good round for Kavana there. Really got to, commend them for the setup. 2 playing inside of Sunrise, 1 inside of Office, Sloth behind a shield inside of the hallway, covered by magnets. That was a really hard break coming out of M&M, and I completely appreciate why the actual game plan was, let's just rush down cool vibes and hope for the best.
I think that's one of those bold plays as well that, to be fair, we've seen from Kavana. At the same time, think of the times where it was just like Sloth's hit. Okay, now he's in the site and he's killed 2 people. It's a lead-in, it's a step, and it's an aggressive tip of a spear that these teams need. Not just for the possibility of getting the kills, but because of the wake that it opens for other movements to happen. Previously, just before all of that play started to kick off, I was talking about how Kayak was dug in, had the cover, then all of his attention had to be swung away, and then that allowed users to try and strike. Again, Siege, stories of if one gunfight had gone the other way, could the round have been different? Sure. But unfortunately, it's how it went, and now you find yourself back again, 1 round down, and against the one where you, to be fair, got the diffuser down, and then unfortunately it went a little bit awry.
RX returning once more as well. It wasn't, I don't want to say it was game-changing last round, but it did find them a pretty critical kill into VIP. Once we saw the RX come up inside of Office, leap up the hatch, swing across into luggage, and find that kill all the way across the map. I imagine this time around, you're probably going to find M&M are at least a little bit more aware, given what happened to them in round number 7. And it was on this very site that it happened. So for them, they will know what went wrong last time. They'll know what to correct. Let's just hope that they don't have another crazy fight over the service entrance plant like we did the last time round.
I think that's the control aspect that M&M are looking for as well with Kavana, is their freewheeling around coastline. The danger donut that it is offers so many routes and routes for you to be able to dig in and find yourself rutted and otherwise unable to be drawn out of there. Grizzly, however, instantly pulled apart, as I believe he was still around the Aqua office side, maybe just got caught out by a plucky drone. No, the double window was what befell him as he danced around on the billiards table, and Kayak in the meantime is doing his best to keep the cover, with Gorgona working the same on the second floor, but it's actually Sloth who gets the man across the big double window. The nice shots come out in 1, but they're just going to leave Grizzly's body there as a bit of bait, as Gorgona is locking it down, and perfect start for M&M has completely been pulled apart.
Is Sloth feeling okay? He has paused getting kills to go and res a teammate. That is not a very Sloth-esque thing to do, buddy. You got to live up to your namesake of just running forwards and trying to find kills. It did put them into a 5 versus 2 pretty quickly, but we've already seen what happened when M&M are down 2 men to the other side. They were in a 5 versus 3 back in round number 1 and managed to come back and win the whole thing with all 3 members still left alive. So let's not count them out completely yet. Yes, the circumstances have changed. They are the ones on the attack, but they've got a bit of time to play with here. And from Kavana, by the looks of it, overwhelmingly, they have their members on site being very cautious of where these members are.
Popping beneath and seeing if anybody is paying enough attention, but I guess you've got time on your side and you have a lot of soft destruction and you're on a vertical site, so you can try and shepherd and force a bit of movement and a little bit of space. You only need sometimes a pocket, but you also might have the ability to blow someone up.
I swear it's twice he's done that now, where Kayak has been caught in the explosion of those charges and been damaged by them. I'm pretty sure his ears are ringing now. Sloth steps forward, finds one onto Funkers, and please tell me the third one gets Kayak down. I would have honestly wet myself. It would have been incredible. It's not going to happen, though. It wasn't quite in the right place. It's cool. Go in a plane below instead. I think in this case, Kayak has said, boys, I've had enough. I'm out. Peace. You guys can deal with this vertical threat coming in. Yonker is all by himself with 45 seconds to go. We know how these rounds tend to end.
Yeah, and sure, he's a great player and he's had some good moments, but it's so tough in this situation. You're only really able to force yourself in and against this as much as you can from above, and well, with 30 seconds, it's got to come down to the wire of, okay, I still have to make my way to point. I still have to try and put some points on the board. And they're firing back. Kavana are completely freewheeling again. They know and expect where it's going to come from. The smoke canisters stop any entrance from this side. May as well just pop him out of your misery. Gorgona, you put yourself 1 round away from taking this precious 3.
They do. This revenge tour coming up for Kavana's 1 round there from saying, look, this is why we should have been the ones to make it through to the grand final and get that spot from Yukin to get into Challenger League. And for M&M, again, a team that everyone put in the top 3 and said they could very well make it. I said, Kavana, you look at the players, you might not know their names as well, but you have to be very, very cautious of what they can achieve. And here they're about to have a win against their nemesis, against M&M, and almost claim themselves to be in CL the best UK team, at least for now.
I guess it's kind of good that we see them going against each other, because obviously they could have potentially ended up on the different sides of the brackets, depending on how things got seeded. I don't do the maths. That's down for other smarter people than me. But you think about this group. You think about, sure, we didn't know that it was going to be 2 UK teams. One of them came through the open qualifiers. You've also got Penta in here as well, who are such a strong team, as demonstrated earlier this evening. For me, this going the way of one of these two is very precious, because a draw here across the board could spell a, not disaster. I think they're both still going to be in that top 4, but they don't want that. They want to be the number 1, and well, now it might be that one of them has to fight for number 2.
It sounds a bit crazy, right? But the only thing you have to worry about in the group stages is not being the worst 2 teams. It sounds you haven't got to worry about being the best, just don't be the worst 2. And I sound really critical saying this, but below these 2 UK teams and below Penta, you've got the Boars, who we saw play earlier on, didn't do very well. We've seen August come out with some awful droning in their last game, and Be Kind, who had a very questionable first game against the Boars overall. They're both currently 2-0, by the way, August and Be Kind. So regardless of the result of this game, I don't think M&M or Kavana are going to feel too nervous about their position. They should still feel pretty comfortable that they can get out of the group. The biggest fear for me is what happens with seeding, because you will come up against teams in the other group, and my God, do you not want to get matched against teams like Gamma Gaming in your first game when you come out of the group stages?
100%. Well, Grizzly, slight bit of rotation underneath. Haven't had to step into the insane roles that you often fill because, well, Sloth is 13-6. So he's having an all right game there. Gorgona's not too much further behind. And I think that's the thing that, in a way, has been missing from M&M. They've been steady. They've been across the board. 4 of them have passed the 6-kill mark. And you think if they could just have one of these rounds go their way, one of these insane moments and clutches, maybe they might be able to find, something. Because, again, time and time again, this has come down to these close moments. These 2K, 3K, 4K builds that just get more and more exciting, and more other fancy words that describe when things just pick up a bit of pace. And so far, M&M, they haven't had any control of that pace.
Again, we're seeing Kite bringing on the Kite here, and the electrification this time isn't on the double wall leading inside of sight. It's actually on the VIP wall. The reason why keeping this one closed like this is so important is because when that gets opened up, you get a wonderful sightline from VIP all the way through Billiards, straight through to the back corner, and you can cut off any rotates through Aqua or anything like that. With this being kept closed due to the electrification, this means that they don't have as many angles to play off of. Things feel a little bit tighter, and the side of Kavana can play a little bit more freely. So you shouldn't see an Arctic, for example, getting pinned down here if they do eventually get that opened up.
Wow, a minute 10, and Eminem know that everything's quite vital. If I'm going to talk about players that haven't quite found their way in, Fonkus hasn't quite been bonkers this time around. Once upon a time, this was his starting team before he was on the secret roster that did so many bits, and you kind of always want him to go back to that glory.
Larkic knows it's time to piece the hell out, almost get sprayed down in the process as he did run across the angle from VIP by running across into the corridor. Still alive, however, and dropped a smoke grenade behind him as if to say thank you, but this is my leaving notes. I am no longer present. So now it's on to Eminem with only 35 seconds to go to finally go for this execute. No one is dead. This has been the slowest round we've seen so far, Fluke.
Yeah, but it's going to start kicking off now as users find Sloth and Gorgona finds Revenge. There is Dats, though, who has repeatedly been able to creep his way into these trouble situations. The diffuser is dropped. Nath is taken out by Kayak. Dug in and dug through the attackers as they try and make things work. Fonka's talked to him before and he's able to do a little bit back, but with the body still on the board, this is a theoretical 2 versus 2. Dats is a bit adrift, and now it's a 2 versus 1. They have to lock off this final kill, and they do through the wall. Dats and Eminem, they find something back, and they find themselves only 1 round away from a point.
Well, we were speaking about Fonkas not having a lot of impact. In this round, he gets 2 kills. That's 2 more than that's 1 more, than he got across the whole of the game so far. That was the round to have an impact to keep Eminem alive. And a draw looks like it's where we might be destined if Eminem can clinch this final round. Blue Bar and Sunrise going to be where we head to. I mentioned before, Kavana's line of defense across Sunrise, down into the hallway, and then down towards Office was perfect. And I feel Eminem almost cordoned themselves into Kitchen by being so one-dimensional with their attack. I'd love to see them mix it up here and see how Kavana can respond.
I love the idea of Fonka's just, he like heard us. He didn't hear us, but he knew, he knew.
Felt it.
And he was like, what do you mean I'm underperforming? And then just goes and does those big impact frags that really did swing that round more into their favor. It was the response, sure, of the combination of Dats alongside, who, if you want to call for those big plays and those big action moments that I kind of, in your little Eminem vision, wanted Eminem to have more of, because Kavana's been running away with all those highlight reel clips so far. Dats is the one, stepping in, stepped up, and stepped through.
Enough that it pulls us through to this. The final round, we either find ourselves ending at 7-5 to Kavana or a 6-6 to Eminem. So yes, Kavana have done enough here to guarantee at least a draw. But Eminem, although all I said a second ago around, it doesn't matter this game that much. As long as they beat Be-Kind, as long as they beat August, there is no problem. It's still the pride piece here, and let's not forget the seeding thing that I mentioned earlier on. It all weighs in and it all counts once we get towards the end of the group stages.
And both these teams would be so mad if they didn't get the win from this. At this point, Eminem already mad. They wanted the win from this, and you ask either of these 2 rosters what they should have got from this game if they were playing their best, and they would both say a 7-0.
That's the kind of confidence and bravado that we carry in the UK, guys. I'm sorry. Don't ever expect a reasonable prediction from anyone in the UK. I'm enough proof of that, and the teams, no doubt, are also proof of that.
See you all at the World Cup.
I can't wait for us to get on Twitter and we'll be talking mad smack about that, because we all know it's never going to carry through to results.
Hey, you can't tell them that, though. That's only allowed in our private UK discussions, which Sloth has now been removed from by Fonkas. Stepping up, stepping in when you need him the most. That's why you get a Finn to try and win. In this case, win a draw. But hey, you still get a Finn, and he's been able to do the bits that we kind of wanted from him a little bit earlier in the game, a little bit late. Now, Kayak has dug himself into the close corners, and he's just going to dance around and wait for these to be burnt by the Wamais. The discs are happily collecting and farming all of the points and all of the smokes and flashes that might come through, but without the shield, you can't be safe there. And you can't be safe there either, because Dats is cooking up in the kitchen. What's he cooking? A storm.
That and also the death of Kayak. Man, I don't know what the name of that dish might be, but it's got to be pretty disastrous for the side of Kavana regardless. That's the problem that I mentioned earlier on around why you need control of Kitchen, or at least vision of it. No one paying any attention towards it gives that free kill to Dats. It's a 5 versus 3. Yuzu's almost getting taken down, but with only 3 players left alive, make that 2 for the side of Kavana. M&M might have done enough here to drag this back to being a draw. Plant finally starting to go down with so much time still left on the clock. And Vonkers, it's not just a fin, it's the whole teeth of the shark here, biting into the side of Kavana, ripping them to the shreds and saying, we want this draw. This rivalry is going to continue long into the distance, and it's all down to Grizzly by himself. In a 1 versus 5, it's almost impossible to do inside 30 seconds. He's going to try and M&M end in style with a flawless round, and that UK debate around who is the better team remains incomplete, and I can't wait to see the next time they face off.
It's so fun that it ended in a flawless round because it is just pure fodder and feed for bragging. That is all that is. That is them saying, well, we ended on a flawless. If we played this way, it would have been a 7-0. Both these teams are great. Both these teams are ones to watch, and both these teams could be great competitors for Tier 1, but neither team was able to establish it today.
Oh, and the flawless rounds, when it, like you say, just kind of leaves that tale untold of, yes, Kavana looked more dominant throughout the entire map for the most part. Then the final round, M&M go, we'll leave this one hanging. They dropped the mic, they've walked away and just gone, remember this flawless round, guys, because we'll be back. As will the analysts in just a few seconds. Let's get their thoughts on how this game went.
Thank you so much for reporting the very unbiased news from your point of view, live from Coastline, where Dez and Fluke, Geo, James are watching the game, and it looked like there's a bit of cheekiness going around.
Yeah, I loved it. It was like Dats just getting cheeky all day with Sloth on the other side of it. Now, I actually have a cheeky clip from Sloth and something that he managed to pull off in one of his defensive rounds on Jaeger. So we're going to spin up these 2 clips. Firstly, he goes up quite early in the round and he does this angled bullet hole onto the window. Now, he does this to not break the glass. He only breaks the barricade. And he comes back a little bit later on in the round and he actually uses this to score a cheeky kill. So he goes off, picks a couple more windows, and let's get the second replay up in a minute and we'll see how he actually managed to convert that. Back upstairs, Mr. Slothy Boy. If we just give him a couple seconds here. I got it in ultra slow-mo for you guys. And look at this. Sees the pixel. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Dats, see you later. And at this point, Sloth was 10-3 on the defense. He was so cheeky. He just loved to go and find those windows, peeking so egregiously. I loved it.
I swear to God, if somebody does that to me in ranked games, right now, I know you're watching it and you will probably want to try it. Don't. Jess, I swear to God, was fuming in that moment. She was all over it. Rat plays. So you can tell how bad it was. From your point of view, though, Gio, please, go ahead.
I mean, I don't think saying that either end was bad. I think it was definitely cheeky and disgusting.
Yes.
But one thing that, and it's almost really inconclusive because of the final scoreline, but one thing that's definitely can be told from this game is just how close these two teams are. Obviously, the whole story going around them is that Kovana narrowly missed out on getting the UKIN spot because of what happened with Na'Vi. They had to come up all the way through qualifiers, and now they're going against the team who essentially rivaling them for the hometown heroes, and still that's not up there. And, you know, we've seen so many strong performances from both these teams, a lot of objective play from both sides, and some really strong post-plant situations, ultimately to find out that we still don't know who's better.
And you know what? Some are going to take this and say, as Des was saying, oh, but it was a flawless round at the end by M&M, so maybe... No, we'll see this later.
Yeah, I ended even Stevens. I thought Kavana was going to win the game. And a couple of reasons why I really liked watching their playstyle. In particular, that Thatcher ban that they came out with, in coupled with the mute ban. Now, for me, there are 2 strategies that Kavana employed to take advantage of that environment. Firstly, it's to protect the drinks walls. So Cocktail on your billiards hookah defense. Those walls are really vulnerable these days to ace, which just basically makes it unplayable in that corner where you would usually play a smoke. And they played a Kaid in that position, so it was impossible to get rid of unless if you went below and looked for them, but even the electrical is really hard to find. So that's why, one, that they banned the Thatcher, which would prevent them from that strategy with the Kaid from being countered. They also banned the Mute so that they knew it had to be a Kaid in that position, so they thought the enemy was unlikely to play that. Secondarily, there was a nice Sunrise hold, which what I call Pengu spot, where you play that shield aggressively near the B bomb in Sunrise, and they used that for 2 defenses as well. In the end, it didn't make the difference though, and they lost that final round because M&M had a really great way to bypass that push.
Well, there it is, a tie between the hometown heroes here, both M&M and Kovana, but we're only halfway there. We're now done with Group B. We're going to go over to Group A, continue with our matches. Granite versus Windstrike will come in right after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Gio and Hap on the analyst desk. Let's have a chat about our upcoming game. First of all, let's take a look at the schedule. You saw it. I'm so used to doing this because of the normal league shows, but here we are. Challenger League. Let's see the best teams coming up in Europe. Maybe we'll see some of this talent. If not teams, but players themselves playing in the main league. This is how we have a lot of talent playing currently in the EU League. Granite versus Windstrike is our upcoming matchup. We're gonna have a quick chat about that before we toss it over to the cast. Let's start off with Windstrike. Gio, can you fill us in, please?
Yeah, Windstrike, they're sort of the darling team from the Russian region, been playing in the Russian Major League. That's how they made it here. Recently, actually, just a couple of days ago, drew against Team Empire, who are obviously on the rise in EUL. So certainly no one to be looking down upon. The roster is Smash by Ash, Rush, Flares, Exodus, and Larry. And they definitely have what seems to be quite a coordinated playstyle compared to some of their counterparts that they've played against, but also not afraid to bring some aggression, I guess.
All right, their opponents, though, Granite Gaming Hap. It's a team that Dez was following very closely, but you've had some interactions with them too.
Of course, the majority of that team comes from the Benelux season prior to Nordic, so I made the little secret deal with Snurr I'm going to expose again. That it's basically for both parents of the team. But the biggest issue they had, as they are the only team currently in this group with a loss, is that Eastwood, who normally is Mr. Consistent, as Dezici likes to call him, wasn't really there. He did not show up, and how things could have been different if he did. So let's hope, for their sake, that he will be present today and he will be able to make the impact he normally has.
All right, let's see which map we're going to be playing on. Their match is pretty much ready, so we're going to try to go through things ASAP. 7 map pool, 6 out, 1 is left. And which will it be? Let's go. Show me the money. Thank you very much. Let's go. Oh.
Okay, all right.
Oh, surprise! Pikachu surprise phase.
Oregon. It's always been Oregon. It's that astronaut meme.
That coming.
It's that astronaut meme, you know. Was it always? It's always Oregon.
It's always been.
It's always been Oregon. All right, quick take on this, Hap. What do you think?
if Granite are going to be able to play like they did in the Nordics against Chaos, they should be able to pick up the game here. Last time they faced off against Gamma, Eastwood didn't show up, showed them that they were still a very competent team coming up 7-5. So if he is there, they should be able to take it.
Gio, your take?
All the wins that Winstrike have had in the Russian Major League so far have been on this map. They didn't ban it last time, so clearly they've got something good up their sleeve.
All right, let's see how it goes. Let's toss it over to Oregon, and our casters are awaiting. So please, it's our good friends from Down Under, our Australians, Dev and Jess. Enjoy.
G'day there, mate. Welcome to the stream Down Under. We're going to have a bloody good one here, ain't we, Jess?
Look, mate, I tell you what, it's good to have an Aussie who's going to understand every little tidbit of my accent here, because I'm going to rip it a good new one here. And as we jump into Oregon, it's a map we know all too well, and well, I'm glad we've got Windstrike and Granite on it, because out of all the teams I want to see pull this map apart, it's a Russian team versus a really calculated and tactical team like Granite.
Yeah, it's the battle of Granite, who's been playing in the Nordic champs, versus the Russians' Windstrike. And something that I'm going to be bringing up every now and then during this cast is what the guys on the desk were chatting about, and that's Eastwood from the Benelux roster. From the Benelux himself. He really, really struggled in his game just last week. Mr. Consistent, they said. Well, he was got 1 kill and 10 deaths in his previous match. His opening kill 2 rounds, 17% survival rate. That is absolutely shocking.
Yeah, and not a surprise we go to Oregon here. I think it might have been Gio that popped up the fact is that, I mean, you've never seen Windstrike ban Oregon. And even in their last Playday here on EUCL, it was like the last ban of Fedora, I think, who they drew with 6-6 on, I believe it was Clubhouse overall. So you got to think to yourself, Windstrike coming into this, most won map, least banned map, got to be something that is really big for them here. And if Granite want to take it, well, I'm going to stop myself there. James, what is that? A sledge ban? That's got to be a target ban.
It's an odd one for me, because I'm having a look right now at previous operator bans out of Windstrike, and the sledge they have never banned in all of my notes. Now I'm going to take a squiz over at the CGG stats. Sledge was not the main pick for any of the Granite guys in their last match, so
What?
I don't know. Look, the only thing here I'm going to guess is maybe Windstrike want to jump right on that castle. Maybe that's what they're doing, and they're hoping that getting the sledge out of there means it's going to waste some Zephyr and Ashes utility on it.
Look, that's a really intense and deep strategy. If that's what they're going for, and you're right, we'll see it come up almost instantaneously with the castle. If they don't bring the castle, my only other thought process is they've seen a VOD of Granite on Oregon, and it contains a lot of sledge. That's all I can think of.
Well, I know, Gio, you and me, we're both massive nerds for the game, so I feel like we're already getting rewarded with some cool creative siege. Come on, give me that castle. Maybe it's a 6-pick. I just want to see it out of these guys. Laundry and Supply, the first pick, and it's not there yet. The only reason you'd pick castle on this one, in my eyes, is to go for a roam, and that's not what it looks like they're going to lean into as of yet.
Not when you got something like a Wamai, but it is being 6th pick, and to a Malusi, of course. Not a surprise, really helpful with the blue bunker and elbow hold specifically. I'm surprised that the Wamai was 6th picked out of all of the operators there, but they do need the Go shields, they need the ADSs. You definitely do need that smoke there to be able to play that really key position. Eastwood's going to be the one rocking the smoke. He's got the shotgun to make a lot of those rotates and holes that they need. So it's a great lineup. I would have liked to have seen the Wamai, but I don't think it'll be too much of a cause. That sledge, though, got to bring it up again, James. Got to be a target ban. Nothing else.
Guess we'll see as the game unfolds whether we maybe think it becomes relevant. Coming off of last week, Windstrike has got 1 point on the board thanks to their draw with Fedora, but Granite still yet to find a point. Now, they did have a really close match against Gamma Gaming, previously the Lowland Lions. One of the favorites to a couple of people. I've heard people rate them pretty highly. Mainly it's Hap, though. I think he's a bit biased being a Benelux roster. So, I mean, that's something to say. For Granite to come through and already take nearly a win, in my opinion, they actually looked like the better team when they played against them. So, hey, who knows? I could see Granite putting a serious fight here. I think this is going to be a close match.
Well, if this is a really confident map here for Windstrike, they're going to know exactly how to take Blue Bunker and elbow control. Only one ADS where Maya was 6 picked off of. That's dangerous for Eastwood. And guess what? It's a Go-Go shield that assists there with him. He's going to have to rotate out really quickly once that ADS is cooked.
Droning on through. Spots out the mute jammer, spots out all that utility. Interesting setup here from Granite. Oh, there you go. The first one taken out. It was too far forward, so that nade able to explode before it hit the ADS.
I've not seen a secondary shield like this in quite a while, James, where it backs up the fact that you know you're probably going to lose that first shield very early on. Oh, no! Your attention is elsewhere, EXO. And Eastwood takes full advantage of that. And, well, you don't always think that the Banshee will be the bait, but the ADS persists here for Eastwood, so he could probably get away with playing this aggressively a little bit longer.
You see how much Windstrike are scared of that now, but at least they're opening up this long angle in electrical. And they're once again trying to bait this reinforcement. And Eastwood, he actually backs off the Rio. They're going to think it's open, or closed rather, but Eastwood is still here and he still has that shield, as you said. Very unusual. Surely he can get the kill here.
He doesn't manage to, and he almost loses his life in the process, and that smoke will rain out as well. But they've wasted a lot of time. Badger is able to swing out on Pillar Door, but they are trading back and forth. This doesn't look too dire for Windstrike, but I've cursed them now. Surely this is all over, and they've got a full 65 seconds left. Can he pick up Smash as well? Yes, Smash is outside. So, oh, nope, I take it back. Badger is there to absolutely end that, and that was on the back stairs, so it's all up to Furzo, or Flares, I should say, well, it's a lot of work ahead of him.
Yeah, AK is a good weapon for it. In close range against the shotgun, he might not be so lucky. The pre-fire is perfect, though. Double kill on the round. Gonna need to make it an ace or bust. The drone thrown out. 40 seconds, lots of time to play with. A little bit of util in those smokes. That'd help isolate, make some 1v1s out of this, but with 3 players to find, and Granite got the gas to slow him down, I don't think this is possible.
He decides to jump over into Harry Potter. Smart move to evade the smoke now, but they know exactly where he is. Traces give away his position, and Badger finishes him with the pistol. And a round that looked like it might go into the hands of Windstrike to begin with, especially when they were able to get rid of that Go-Go shield without having to cook the ADS. What I think they did, James, was they shot the Ash charge a little shy of the shield so it wouldn't have to collect with the ADS. Boom, that radius collects it, they get it for free. What the saving grace was there for Granite, that second shield. And I've watched a lot of Oregon games, as you have, and I've not seen that done before.
Yeah, the thing that really stuck out to me as well was the way Granite just kept on baiting that reinforcement. We've seen it a few times before. I remember that infamous 4K from number 2 on Fav in APAC North last stage, where they actually reeled him off in elbow, and the attackers were like, oh, it's free, let's move up. And he gets a 4K from that position. We saw something kind of similar. Eastwood was playing ready to take a fight, and one of his teammates started to reel that off, and then the attackers got a bit too aggro. I think they managed to get 2 or 3 kills out of that. That was a really nice one. But we're actually moving on, not to Dorms. Kind of a surprise to me. We're actually seeing this team pick up meeting next. Now, Jess, I've heard a lot of debate, and I'm interested to see, or hear rather, what part of the party do you fall under? Are you more of a dining kind of gal, or you prefer meeting?
Looking at the win rates, and I'll have to fall back on EUL here because we've had stage 1, all of stage 1, which is a bigger sample size for me to sort of reference. There were 13 times kitchen and dining was played, and it was won only 54% of the times defensively. But if you look at meeting and kitchen, it's been played only 4 times. So a lot of teams really prefer the kitchen and dining. And it did have a slight defensive rate to it. And then it was a 50-50 for meeting hall and kitchen, but only a four times it's been played overall. So I think overall in the European playing teams rather, they prefer kitchen and dining. But I don't know what that is about. Is it because of the power position Shower gives them and how much they have to hold if they do meeting? Or is it because they've just not had good times with meeting? I'm not sure.
Well, I guess Granite are one of the innovators then, because not only are they picking this less common bomb site in EU, but they've also got the Clash. I believe that was an air jab on this double door, though, so that prevents Madman from getting any more aggressive. Oscar is here to try and capitalize on some info. Should have played a wide swing, but I don't think Windstrike's going to give him the fight.
Yeah, good for Madman that he either understood that there was an air jab on that door and he didn't walk out and sacrifice his life, or that he's just really trying to bait out all of those players and get someone to pick so that one of his teammates could possibly swing around. As they say these days, swing or be swung. And a clash really assists with them being able to do that. But was that ball given away for free? Yes, it was. And I'm just looking at the defensive lineup. There was only a mute jammer there, so that's easily dealt with. And on a side like this, I prefer seeing a Kaid, so a shame that we're not seeing it.
He ended up getting banned by Granite, but of course that does make it really easy to deal with those mute jammers. Yeah, I don't know, like, you'd think that the Kaid ban makes it so much easier for the attack, but I guess the idea here is Granite's not going to rely too much on that wall denial. You see how much they've peeled back.
Look at that angle. That's a nasty one.
That's
he actually doesn't have the he doesn't have the shotgun and SMG combo. Instead, maining the main SMG. What is it? The FMG9, I believe that is.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, there you go. And now, well, Attic control in the hands of Windstrike. Air jabbing off Attic, so Badger's in a bad place as well. And now with, over 50 seconds left, they've got a lot of time to bait out these defenders. Shields are gone as well. They could probably smoke this off, maybe even bait at the moment. Do they have? They do. They've got the Zofia there to try and get this castle and that shield. Well, there you go. It makes work, and it's actually not the shield anymore. It's gone.
What? How low? Larry to take down himself and Flares? A bit of a Lamau comes out in chat. The big L from Badger. Out of nowhere, Smash is the only player left against 5. Look, you tried so hard, but you didn't succeed. 18 seconds left. This drop into the kitchen is somehow not heard. But at this point, is it really going to matter? No diffuser in hand. Granite are going to be having a laugh about this round later, no doubt. Smash trying to push on through, can find one, denies the flawless round, but Badger's there to clean up.
What must have happened? Of course, we missed it because we were so focused on, of course, what the smoke was doing over in Split. But what must have happened is they went to sort of rush in and a grenade was being thrown at the same time. And if you get it caught on the shoulder, the head, even the hand as someone runs across left to right, that just bounces the grenade back almost instantaneously. There's not much you can do. Made a really critical mistake there on a round they probably could have won, especially if the Zofia had dealt with the clash. I think overall, an easy round for Granite, but a round that Windstrike need to recover from very quickly, because when you're 2 rounds down on a map that you claim to be your best, you need to be pulling better rounds than that.
It's hard to recover when it's such a tilter, isn't it? I mean, surely there's a bit of infighting there. I mean, Larry's like, come on, man, you ran in front of me. His teammates like, oh, come on, dude, you just naded me. And that's why you really just need to have a positive team environment, don't you? Just like, all right, bygones be bygones. We lost that. We messed up. Whatever, move on, guys. We know that we're going to have our revenge against these guys. And honestly, if you're losing because of your own mistakes rather than the enemy's successes, it's actually kind of a good thing, because it means all you got to do is start fixing up your own mistakes and you're going to be winning these rounds.
Yeah, that's a really good thing to point up as well, because I don't think a lot of viewers think about that. They always go, oh, wow, that team's so good, they won. Or sometimes it's not that the team's doing anything grandiose. It's that the attackers, or the opponents rather, are making so many little mistakes that they roll up into one big one, or a lot of big mistakes that just cause them to have a really bad round. That one was a huge example of that. This is Windstrike's best map, as we keep saying. Look at this setup. Oh, I like this. This is great.
Actually,
he doesn't have a shield, though. Interesting, because that would be the biggest error, I think, of being able to hold this with those 3 windows, is usually you need something to block a line of sight from the southern part of the window, and he doesn't really have anything.
Yeah, that's the hard thing about trying to hold in tier 3 in the big tower, is there's not a lot of cover there. Now, he does have an ADS to protect him from potential grenades, but as there are 3 windows, as you said, they can get crossfires, but that's why I'm wondering, are there other defenders to support, maybe peeking up from below to potentially support? Badger's trying to take cover behind the only thing he's got, which is this tiny sheet of corrugated iron. It is bulletproof, and Madman actually got a run out down below, took out one of the players. It was traded, but Exo's so low for the trouble.
They put a couple of those magnets on the pillar that persists below tier 3 as well, which should have caught some of those, and it did. And Badger, he eats that grenade for breakfast, lunch, and dinner and still survives. And well, it's the Ash charge that will finish him off in the end. And that's a good bit of pinching there from Windstrike, but it took half of the round to do it. They lost the player as well. Now it's a 4v3 with a really low EXO on their frag, and look at that. There's also cams outside with no IQ.
Yeah, wow, look at that. I'm loving this from Granite. Honestly, I don't think we got a chance to see them properly shine against the Lowland Lions last week.
Yeah.
But they have come into every round of Oregon with a strat. Like, they are coming in prepared. They knew it was going to be Oregon very clearly. They got some cool stuff that they've been, cooking up in the pot, dry running. And it's really catching Windstrike off guard. Even though we are at a 3v3 here, it feels like Granite have the control.
Oh, Eastwood's below. Does he have a C4 in hand? Because that would be a real punch in the gut here for Windstrike. They already started off slow, having to clear tier 3. And if you ask me, they probably didn't even have to clear it, considering it wasn't really a detrimental operator. However, EXO, low health, but that doesn't matter. He wants to get rid of Eastwood. And Eastwood hasn't been having the best round so far. And he won't be able to collect anything. And now it's up to Oscar and JTC. With 30 seconds left, James, they can do it. But I think the big detriment here is that Windstrike should feel confident now with this kind of man count.
Might just come into a desperate attempt on the bomb site, 4v2. The Russians have the man advantage. Oscar has to come up big here. He's so separated. These two players have to win their ones, but no! Larry comes through. The plant's going down. Flares takes a bunch of damage, but Oscar has so many players to deal with. They're going to get that diffuser planted, and now this retake has become nigh impossible. That said, two players, low HP. Surely he can make this happen. Still has a C4 as well. Low HP himself. He could toss a C4 out and take down that player on the white stairs. He doesn't know. Trying to peek the angle, but he's going to walk dead into that crossfire. Rush comes through, rushes up, and that's Windstrike to redeem themselves after that rough start and close out the round with the plants.
Going to round 4 now, I'm a little bit more confident here for Windstrike, but that's not to say that I wasn't confident for them in the first couple of rounds. Especially the second round. I know there was a couple of team kills there. I know it went a little bit, to the wayside. I don't even think they thought the site would be meeting. I think they thought it would be top floor when we went to meeting on that second round. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt here in saying that, yeah, a couple of really big mistakes. They all bundled up into a lot of mistakes overall. And now that round is really indicative of the team I know they can be. And I know I'm going to keep saying it. This is their best map. But if this is the best that they've got, let's say we continue to see mistakes from them here on this map, then it probably spells a bit of disaster for other maps as well, where they might not be as confident. So we need to see them step up now. You got to get a few rounds on your first half, especially, to give that bit of motivation, some momentum for the team as well.
But we're going back down to this basement bomb site, which was a super convincing win for Granite. Nigh flawless, if I recall correctly, and it came down a lot to that blue take from Windstrike, which left a lot to be desired. There was the double shield we saw, one in elbow and one in supply facing towards elbow. There's actually no ADS here to protect this Vulcan shield. Now, I don't know whether the one in the pocket from Badger is going to go there, but remember that ADS actually didn't protect the shield last time. He's going to do it nonetheless, but I feel like this is going to get avoided.
It's really far away as well. You'll see a lot of people try and place it on those two pipes that sort of go perpendicular to that ADS now. And the closer to the edge, the more likely it is it will catch those projectiles. So I'm not saying it's a sloppy placement of it, but that could strike disaster again. And well, Windstrike, they're making quick work of it this time, and they won't hopefully become victims of it again or get baited by that reinforcement we saw last time. We'll see how that plays. I think the biggest thing was Badger swung on them on Pillar Door last time, but he's nowhere to be seen there yet.
Breaching round gets both the Malusi Banshee and that Vulcan shield and the barbed wire, so that's such good value out of that single breaching round from the Ash. Still got one in pocket. EXO to drone up, sees the elbow unreared, probably saw that shield as well from Eastwood. Badger's actually got a great position here in Boiler at the moment. Windstrike need to be careful that their back's covered, but that's the first nade to come through. Larry finds Eastwood, that critical play that we were highlighting.
There we go. They've learnt the lesson. They learnt it quick enough. Now this site looks like it's not going to be as confidently held here by Granite. In fact, shield gone, and now Badger, he gets his revenge, but he did that last time they were downstairs as well. No opportunity to close this wall anymore. Now what they have to do is capitalize on the fact that it is theirs, and Windstrike, if they can clear Freezer, they've got a good opportunity now to get a plant down in the default, and that's what Rush is looking for here.
So much time left in the 4v4, but Badger still unaddressed. What is that? Eventually the nade trades him, but Madman also has rear stairs control. Did that drone spot him out? I think it must have. Surely it must have. I don't think I've ever seen a successful attack through blue onto this bomb site without clearing out these rear stairs. Usually it's an attacker we see in this position. This is so unusual. At least they know where he is, but he's got such a strong spot to play from.
Flares just seems to not care about him. Surely they know, like you said, so he's going to open up the really strong line of sight. If you can get that wall open, it opens you up to so many possibilities on the attack. If we don't see the mute flank down here, and it looks like he's gone all the way up into meeting, actually, he's all the way back on site. This is not the play here for Granite. Plant will start to go down. All of these plant positions for the attackers are perfect. Now they've got to win their ones.
And they dodge the C4 as well. Perfect play in the support position from Leroy. And covering the cross is Flares, and Rush runs out of bullets, needs to take out the pistol. Plant's still not down. Leroy has to get it on. He starts right now. The pistol is all he's got to cover, but it's exactly what Rush needs. And Windstrike somehow close out that round.
A lot of people might look at us criticizing the mute, not committing to that backstairs hold because it's a power position. You said it yourself. You got those backstairs, you got a heck of a lot to go against when they want to get that plant down, because that wall that the ace opened up is a key angle to be able to stop people moving through that laundry rotate, moving behind the bomb chassis and trying to stop the diffuser from going down. He left it. Was it a round-ending mistake? Probably not. There were already players who had been downed in key positions already. I'm not going to blame it on the mute, but I will say that might have changed the outcome of that round.
I really feel like Madman just didn't have the confidence to take those 1v1s. Yeah, he's going up against the AK. Okay. All he's got is that SMG-11. It's the long fights, but I don't know. Like, some people would argue you just got to back yourself in that. You've got to take those fights. And funny that I bring that up, because he's actually decided to play an operator that's not really designed for shooting people at all. He's switched onto the Clash. So he's like, I'm so scared to take these gunfights. I'm just trying to zap people behind the safety of this ballistic shield.
Maybe the biggest problem for them, they've identified in that last round, and now they're hoping to repeat and fix or rectify, is that they're losing blue bunker too quickly. You said that one Ash charge dealt with 3 different items in one foul swipe. Yes, fair enough, but the blue bunker is being lost too quickly. Now, I'm not saying Badger has to swing pillar door every time. I mean, that's just a 1v1 or a 1v2 that you're forcing Badger to take. We need a little bit more. And if that little bit more is the Clash, fair enough.
Now, my question, Jess, is something you mentioned in the very first round, because we saw a 6-pick onto, I think it was the Malusi from Wamai.
We did,
Has Granite been scrimming too much BDS or something? Because, JTC just, like, practiced the C4. I like that. But, yeah, has Granite been scrimming too much BDS? Because they're acting as if Wamai has been banned. He's not. He's in play, and he might be the key to holding blue bunker. Instead, they're going to go with the Clash.
I said that very first round, you're so right. Why would you 6-pick off a Wamai? You're relying on one ADS. It's not the play, but is the Clash the play here instead? One flash comes through and ADS will collect it as it bounces on through. ADS collects the other and Madman says, oh my god, they're just dealing with this too much. But you were the fix, Madman. You were meant to be the fix to this. No! Look at that, all closed up, says goodnight to Elbow, and well, Granite this time are hoping that the turtled up hold is the play, but is there any wall denial on that double wall? Can we get a check of that from Easy, our beautiful observer? I'd love to see whether or not where they just reinforced up next to Eastwood has any of that wall denial.
Wall ups at all.
Well, there you go. This is just freebie.
Crazy to think Thatcher's banned, no wall denial whatsoever, even considered in the lineup. The mute was the operator 6 picked off of to bring this Clash. and the clash clearly was not the answer. Now Granite looking even worse than they were previously, but Badger does find a nice 1v1 shot onto Exo. That said, I think the Ashes utility is kind of not useful anymore since they've already got that blue bunker control. I don't know about you, Jess, but I'm starting to get pretty worried here for Granite.
Well, Madman already had one of the concussions used on him and he's still standing, so that's probably bodes pretty well for him. He's not been having a good game thus far, but Badger's been having a great one. So if you can rely on Badger, use some yellow pings here and go, hey, come swing, come use that good swinging ability. Oh, grenade sails through, and that takes a lot of health as well. This is not looking good for Madman, but he is stalling out a heck of a lot of time. This could potentially save his team.
Larry checking that default plant spot. They've got that long angle open. Smash starting to push down as well. He's got smokes. He could actually smoke up this long angle. But Rush doesn't have the cross that he's been using this whole time. Plant's going down. Is the denial there? Flares, you saved your teammate. Badger, you just murdered him. Oscar, what is that C4? A 2 versus 2. Windstrike have got to pick up the pieces with just 15 seconds left. Smash. He has to replace the planter, and it's all on. Rush to cover. Finds one. Badger, the player who stepped up massively, but he can't deny the plant. It's going to go down. But now a 1 versus 1 for the Jaeger. Both players low HP. Smash has to hold out here. Backs up into blue. Elbow completely reinforced. Badger has to check every angle. And it's only a matter of time before that diffuser whittles down. There actually is a breach there, I think. I'm not sure.
Oh, wow.
Smash taking the long angle. Badger's just pre-firing everything, but he has to start making this happen now. Badger, he gets the idea, sees the side, gets the kill. And that's the retake, a 1 versus 2. What on earth are we watching, Jess?
Badger redeemed himself after getting the team kill on the clash, I think, and it doesn't matter who it was because it was a flurry of kills at the end there when that execute was going down. One thing I will give to Windstrike is they committed to that plant over and over and over again. Didn't matter if the initial planter had died, someone else picked it up and went again. Another smoke sailed out. They had 4 sets of smokes there. Each and every time the plant was accompanied with a smoke to block line of sight. Windstrike, you can tell they're confident on this map. You can tell they know what they're doing. But guess what? Granite have the tenacity. They've got everything going for them here. Do I think the clash did the job? Yes. Do I think it could have been done in a different way? Sure. But I think Madman definitely did his job. He did it quite well. Maybe them pulling back on the aggression was them saying, let's focus on the plant now, boys, and see if that works. And well, as scary as it was, it kind of did.
Yeah, that crazy big C4 from Oscar was just really round defining for me. Of course, it wouldn't have mattered if Badger hadn't clutched it at the end, but credit where credit is due. Now Granite on their final round of defense take us back to kitchen meeting. Now we talked a lot about this bomb site. They actually did manage to win it on their defense, but if I recall correctly, Larry naded himself and his teammates in that round that really closed out any chances for the Russians to take it. If that doesn't happen, I don't know, maybe Windstrike have got it.
I don't know, and look, I'll have to go back on the VOD and check this. What they've done now is right behind stage, they've put 2 ADSs. Last time the shield, where the Pixel P coming from Eastwood was being played, was destroyed before he could really have any impact with that Pixel. This time, and whether or not they had it last time, I can't be sure, but this time they've got the 2 ADSs there to say, if you want to get rid of the shield, you'll have to commit a lot of utility. They've got that on the attack. You're thinking about the flashes here of both Smash, EXO, etc. So there's a lot they can do to get rid of it really quickly. But again, Windstrike inside Big Tower in the first 30 seconds. They look confident, but that's in their early round. And I think that's when they struggle in their mid to late to just really capitalize on that speed and aggression that they start with. They can't seem to follow with it. Oh, God.
Larry counting his lucky stars after that one. Pretty sure Madman is being a bit of a madman right now, running the ACS-12 instead of the Alder. Honestly, I don't...
he is.
Okay, actually lands 1 bullet. I don't know why you would do that. I guess you got the ACOG, but man, the Alder is just such a good gun. I feel like you can't pass it up.
Huh. If he gets a kill, then we can't really say anything, can we? Because
That'll shut me up.
that's got to shut us up. And I mean, one headshot with any gun, of course, but it's barely, to me, got any recoil, so it is one of those long-range ones. I mean, you think about back when Legion Spud Gun sort of first came into the meta and everyone was like, yeah, you can really hit shots with this at long range, and they nerfed it a little bit. It's like that a little bit.
Good droning from Windstrike. They seen the entirety of Meeting Hall. Eastwood once again playing in split. Such an important position that he has. That Evil Eye, I believe, is still intact. And look at all these drones in the bomb strike. Windstrike is just trying to figure out how long until we can start forcing down this plant. But Oscar's in such a power position just around the corner, and he has a C4 ready. Oh, the nade through the drone hall. He narrowly dodges it.
I was going to say, the one way to get rid of that power position every defender plays is just grenade it. And it was like picture perfect. They managed to get it in, but he read it like a book, got out of there, and here come the smokes. Oscar again doesn't miss with those C4s. EXO goes down, grenades connects this time. And now, Windstrike, they're not grenading their teammates this round, James. It's a plant going down. Can Eastwood deny? No! Misreads where the plant is going down. It does manage to go down now, and yet another retake here for Granite.
3 versus 3 could swing either way. Eastwood starting things off with a nice headshot, but Smash to reply, and the eventual trade comes through. All on JTC. Eastwood's basically a walking camera at the moment. Crawling, I should say. Barely able to get any info for his team that's useful, and Windstrike just have to hold. You can see JTC doesn't have much info, and he doesn't have much time either. 10 seconds until this is undefusable. He's polished off. Smash to close out the last two with the ARX, and the Russians completely denied any information gathering on the bomb site, and they close it out with a very nice plant.
That's how the last time they attacked should have looked like. That was the plan they were trying to employ. I get it now. I've seen it come to fruition. I'm happy I got to see it come to fruition, as now Windstrike, they're on defense. So we've seen what they're made of on attack. We've seen, unfortunately, that they can trip and stumble over, a couple of little mistakes, which just steamroll into big mistakes. Are they going to be more confident here on the defense? They'll start downstairs as well. This time they've got the Wamai. Doesn't look like a 6-pick will come out. And then looking at the attackers as well, they've got a heck of a lot of utility to deal with Blue Bunker here. I'd be surprised if they don't push it.
So 3-3 at the half, but color me critical if I say I think Granite is lucky to have ended that half with 3 rounds on their side. Like you mentioned,
Wow.
Windstrike, if their first meeting attack had looked like their second, if they hadn't got that nade, then they probably would have been successful. And one of the defenses of the basement that Granite won was on the back of a 1v2 clutch that probably shouldn't have happened from Badger. So is it fair of me to say that I feel like Windstrike is actually winning this game?
Those double ADSs are super particular, by the way. The ones over in Laundry, yeah. The reason I say they're super particular is that for the most part, you would put one freezer, at least 1 or 2 even. I mean, they got a Wamai, so they can focus on that over an Elbow and Blue Bunker. There is one in freezer. But the 2 ADSs over in Laundry make me think that Windstrike is kind of almost certain they're going to push from Laundry. Okay, thank you, EXO. Oh, buddy old pal. I was going to say, do you know something I don't know here? But he picks them all up. He goes, nah, mate, I've misinterpreted the hold here, boys. Don't worry, I got you.
I wonder whether part of that is... This is so weird. So much late util moved around.
He's doing it again?
Tossing up. This is so confusing, Jess. What are the comms?
Back down again.
Was it...
Hello?
I thought maybe part of this was he literally puts all 3 in the same place. I thought maybe they'd like spotted where Granite spawned and based on that like changed their mind about what kind of a push is happening. But have a look at that. So aggro, so early, and they're going to waste that first ADS. Oh, but there's 2 magnets in the way first.
Maybe they just know that Granite do a front push, which is fair enough. I mean, it's not like you can't watch some Granite games. Been part of, their National League for quite a long time. I even casted them during a Red Bull Cup, for example. So there's VODs galore, but how much of it is a current VOD is really questionable, and Freezer Take is the play here for the attackers. Surprisingly enough, they'll give Rush the opportunity to still keep deploying his magnets. And now, the hold here from Windstrike will have to be key. Don't think they're pushing through Blue Bunker at all, James, so they're pretty confident that they can keep all eyes peeled to the southwest and the south at the moment.
And that's why we can be concerned in the late round a potential late flank may catch Windstrike off guard, but they're very much aware that Granite are pushing from Freezer and from front. Nade sails over. That's a beautiful land onto Rush. Badger stepping up again, but Larry gets so aggressive and not punished. Takes down Eastwood. As the Hibana player, no more hatches to be open, but I think he got all his utility out already. Exo holding the angle, and it looks like Windstrike have forfeited Freezer control.
Exo's in a really good spot. Shield there will cover him if anyone decides to push Blue Bunker. He's got pretty much pillar control for the most part, and if they push back stairs, well, he should be able to hear them in time. But Madman says, well, I might not be able to play the Clash, but I can play Smash in a better way than he was able to clap back. And excuse the pun there, and here we go. Execute runs out, 20 seconds left. It looks like a Windstrike round here if they keep collecting these kills.
It's exactly the shot that Larry needed to land, and now it's all on Madman. Almost a nice flick there, 10 bullets in the magazine, and he's just playing chasey. Exo, the one to land the shots, and Windstrike start their defense strong. It seemed like from the get-go they knew where Granite wanted to push. All they had to do was wait and be ready to receive.
How did they know? I mean, I get it. You come into EUCL and there are some national teams that have had almost every game they've played in their national league broadcasted. So you can go back and go, yeah, I've got access to this. I know this. This is great. Some not so accessible in certain regions. And so you've got to really dig deep. And that's for your support staff to do, of course. And if you don't have any, well, that's for you and your team to sort of dig back on. To be so confident that they would push that way makes me think they've really read into their opponents. And I give a lot of respect to teams who go, this might be our best map, but we should never underestimate our opponent. That's great to see.
Windstrike on their defense have now finally gained that advantage, but could slip away just as fast as they gained it. Remember that Granite started actually with a 2-0 lead on their own defensive side before Windstrike warmed up and really got in this game. So this is far from over, and I can definitely feel a close match on our hands. Of course, the scoreline says that. This could be a 7-5 either way or a draw. That's what I'm feeling right now. These teams appear to be very closely matched, whether it's overall well-played strategies executed as it seemed, or just individual players stepping up. These teams are neck and neck.
Speaking of individual players stepping up, it kind of feels like Badger's been the really key star player here for Granite. Now, we never say the kills are everything, but when you're on the defensive side and Windstrike are being, kneecapped in the first minute and a half by one of your star players, you can effectively say that they've had a huge impact. Are they impactful kills? Yes, and Badger's been having them. So I think for the moment, we need to see the rest of Granite be stepping up here on attack. You can never rely on one player, especially when you've got Windstrike, who are having multiple players step up here.
I'm really happy for Badger too, because in his first game, just the other day when they played the Lowland Lions, now called Gamma, he had an 0.49 rating, went 2-8, 2 kills, 8 deaths. That was really, really rough, and he's finally redeeming himself here.
Is he pushing solo YOLO here onto Exo? I always say if you've got, another one of your fraggish JTC, even Madman, for example, who could push with you, that is the optimal way to push. Oscar on the other side of the map, Eastwood all the way up in bedroom balcony. I'm not sure where the other fraggers are. I think Madman's over in Armory, so no one's really here to assist him. He's taking a 1v1 gunfight. He could lose here, and if he does lose, well, those grenades will be gone as well.
I think Smash might have been making a flank as well. Badger really worried he's going to catch up Smash here, surely. Takes a bit of damage and looks for the re-peek from the second player. That's a nice opening for Badger and buffs up his kills as well. Takes out the default cam while he's at it and backs on out. Critically, that is one of the C4s down. Exo does not have a C4, but the numbers now equalized because a player on trophy, that's Madman, gets a little bit too greedy on the peak.
He did say a C4 is gone, but Exo still persists downstairs. I think the big thing about having a Jaeger below is that he might not have the plant denial, but I believe they've made some verticals there for the key default plant spots. That still becomes a worry. Someone standing directly in the middle of a doorway between both a doorway and a window. Not the place you really want to be standing if you are a defender. And now Badger, he's just playing cat and mouse with Exo at the moment. Exo is the one that's really being able to resist any of those gunfights with him thus far.
Eastwood?
Oh, hello, in?
What? He shoots the C4? Oh my, what can this man not do? Okay, he can't survive that. Flares finally denies the plant. Badger, we talked all about him this round, but, well, he's got a lot to do. Need to be an ace. Almost makes it a 2K, but look, maybe that was a bit over-eager of Granite to try and force down that plant without the adequate cover. If Badger had been on that window a little bit earlier, surely he would have saved Eastwood's life. But now it's a desperate ask, and I think Windstrike have this.
2 rounds buffer that Windstrike have is not what Granite needed. They needed that back and forth because Windstrike had been on the up and up since that round. Good little swing onto the head there, but all over Red Rover. Windstrike, what I would say is a confident round, especially when you've got Eastwood running into a default plant. One, they knew that there was vertical holes below it. I called it before. EXO could play it if he wanted to. No one had cleared him. Badger wasn't on the rappel yet to be able to cover him, as you said. Sometimes you have to trust and wait that your teammates can come and assist you. You can't just make these sort of solo YOLO plays and hope they pay off, because in that singular position, you've got to contend with 3 different angles and with no cover from anywhere, no trophy, no breach, no window, not even white stairs at that point. It's a big task, and it really didn't go Eastwood's way.
Yeah, it's not like time was of the essence as well. I feel like Eastwood could have waited a little bit longer. I'm pretty sure there's like 40 seconds left on the clock by the time he actually died. So maybe a bit over-eager there. Something that I've noticed, and I know people hate it when casters reference their own gameplay, because, you know, we're rubbish. I'm terrible. I just play and play ELO. I give it my best shot, but Eastwood was fully out of drones. It's something I've noticed myself in particular, and I'm sure a lot of players are the same. When you get out of drones, especially as a support player, you get antsy. You feel kind of useless. If you don't feel like, if your job is to plant the diffuser and it's not time to plant the diffuser yet, but you can't drone, what do? Just sit there and call for your teammates?
Larry again! Brother, no! Jesus Lord! If it's not a grenade, it's a headshot. And look, you know what? Saving grace, silver lining. I don't want to be negative Nelly anymore. I want to be positive Panda. I don't know, I'll come up with some kind of name. But all 3 ADSs are down. Silver lining of that terrible, terrible moment.
Larry, look, mate, we've got to have a chat, all right? Stick around in the Discord after everyone else goes home, and we'll have a one-on-one, all right? We'll talk about some issues.
He'll probably just shoot you in the head.
Yeah, I don't think I want to be alone in the room with this guy.
No.
And on this bomb site too, well, I think this is Granite's in, right? You're going up against Windstrike's tertiary bomb site, and you're in a 5v4. If Granite lose this and we're staring down match point, surely that's it. Surely it's all over Red Rover. I don't think that Granite can crawl back from that, and that makes this round even more pivotal. Imagine if Badger dies and loses out with 12 and 5. I mean, he's been absolutely fragging out for his team. What a tilting way to lose. I know I'm not calling it early. Granite surely have a shot here. Windstrike have given them the chance. You've got to grab it with both hands and shake it till it gives you the damn toys.
Impact trick it, flares. You got this. We've seen this multiple times over. Flash comes in, but, well, they finally will catch it on the ADS. This is Flare's opportunity now to be able to impact trick this. The Mute Jam is in a really good spot as well, so it will catch those X-Kairos. He'll decide to impact trick it anyway, even though they hadn't removed the Mute Jammer. Maybe he got antsy. Maybe he wanted to get that out before he possibly passed away in showers when nearby one of his teammates, his body rests. And now we'll have the clone come in and confirm that is exactly where Flares is, and Eastwood uses that confusion to take advantage. And now, well, surely this is a Granite round, but Smash says, I want to give something back before it's all over.
I want to give back to the community that's given me so much, he says. And it's the SMG-11 bros to hold on. Oscar, he's got a feeling. His spider sense is tingling, but he gets tingled right in the face. See you later, mate. 2 versus 3. And the SMG-11 bros are on the case. Smash out of gas, but he might have something left in the tank. Larry trying to hold on, but he's just around the corner from Madman. This is shotgun range, but the shield could be used as cover. Not a plant position available, but Windstrike still have some time.
There's so much time here for Granite as well. They'll get rid of that shield, and, well, that actually does not play into their favor. Larry dodges yet another grenade, and, well, now It's up to Madman, I think. He needs to be the one to cut the rotate here. He's the one that needs to be able to cover. The plant starts to go down. Eastwood on low HP decides to aggress up in the kitchen. Is this the play? It might be. He does get the down onto the rotate. And, plant does manage to go down, but this is a tall task for Smash. 30 seconds left, 7-second defuse. It's a lot to go through, but these players are evacuating, or at least one of them is.
Madman's in such a good spot, hiding down in the body, a rat as you would say, Jess. And Madman, he holds it out and salvages that round, but got a little bit too close for comfort. I believe it was a 5v2 and ended up in a 2 versus 1. Granite got to be just thankful. You take the dub and move on. They're only 1 round behind.
I don't want to blame the fact that the Jaeger had died early as to why Windstrike lost that round.
But you're gonna.
I think the biggest thing is that by using the clone so smartly as a distraction, of course the Malusi player is going to turn towards running sounds, naturally. But Eastwood had used his, ominous game sense, I guess, to go, that's my opportunity to strike. We can't get rid of this mute jammer. We can't get the angle onto the shower player we want. So we're just going to have to use our brute gun skill. And he almost died doing it. So had he have died, it actually would not have been worth it. And I think when you're going against a hole like that, you have to be confident that you're going to win. And Eastwood's been doing a lot of solo things. Yes, that worked out for him last round, but that could have been really bad for his team when he was a key operator.
Windstrike, though, do have a chance to come back now. 5-4. They're on the advantage in terms of round counts, and really all they've got to do is repeat defeat, defend Laundry successfully. You'll be on match point. Go back to dorms. It'll be unlocked again. Defend that successfully and call it a day. Go home. Pats on the back. I'll shout ice cream for everyone. Oh, I don't know. What are the Russian? What's the Russian dessert? Baklava. Is that Russian? No, I'm probably going to offend people.
I think
if
that's
I
Turkish, isn't it?
Turkish. Yeah, that's definitely going to offend people.
Okay,
I apologize.
Russian desserts.
Please let me know. I want to know what I'm shouting for everyone.
No way. I want some. Number 1.
What is it?
Chocolate salami.
Yum. All right. Windstrike,
Okay.
you win the next 2 rounds. I'm shouting everyone chocolate salami. Let's go.
Bird's milk cake.
All right. Welcome
birds
to
have
this
milk?
Russian cooking show. The birds have milk. All right, Jess.
Look,
All right, EXO. Give it an eye on the
No.
blue. Look, Jess, let's bring it back in. Come on. We need to please the
I
people.
wanted to say that Laundry and Supply has the biggest defensive win rate in EUL. So if Windstrike can do it, now's the side to do it, I think.
And they've done it once already. Remember, they read that push from Granite so well. It looks like
Yeah.
Granite's going to do the same thing. Windstrike have already checked that it's not a blue push, and that's why that got barricaded back up. The main operator change we're seeing from Granite is actually bringing that ace, though. Madman previously was playing the Ash and the... he was playing the Zofia, which has moved over to Jace TC. And we've foregone the Ash this time. Don't know if it'll work out. I wonder what that extra hard breach would be used on.
I want to see them actually use it this time because we've seen Eastwood. It's almost like he just plays Hibana the way that Shaiko plays it. And he just plays it to have the weaponry rather than to be able to use the gadget. Fair enough if you've got enough hard breach to be able to fall back on. But this is a almost picture-perfect replay, deja vu moment here for me, James, of the push that Granite did last time. Either they've fixed their mistakes or they're just gifting Windstrike almost a complete replay of last time.
What I will say is Eastwood's used all of his X-Kairos and opened 3 hatches, if I'm not wrong. I like the fact that they banned Kaid, makes that a bit easier. Rush trying to hold on to Freezer, though. He's about to get a clone in the face. He takes it out. Is JT going to peek on? Eastwood takes down Larry, though. This is such an early execute. But JTC is forced back, and Eastwood loses his head in the action. 4v4. How much util is still remaining for the execute? Because I'm not sure if there's a second win here for Granite.
That good pick on a Larry there was crucial. Last time Larry stayed up for way too long. Eastwood gets him, but he does get traded back. There's enough people here on the attack to deal with this. Smoke rains out and Madman can't get in to get the plant down. All they need now, do they have another C4? Maybe on, no, they don't. They have no more C4s, no more smokes. This is it, 20 seconds. This will be a gun fest.
Badger gonna peek on through Rush just to hold the line, but he's got 2 players. He gets one, the second one to re-peek, and he wins that fight as well. What is this from Windstrike? They hold down their lines. A 3K from Rush on the Wamai in Freezer. Immovable, and that takes Windstrike all the way to match points.
That's the problem with being predictable, is that you can't come in, redo the exact same push, picture perfect, like I said it before, and not expect the defenders to have read you like an absolute book. And Windstrike, well, they might not speak the same language as Granite, but they can pretty much be multilingual in my book because they just had that down pat. I think the only mistake I saw there was from Larry, and over peaking that laundry like he did last time. It didn't pay dividends for him, and as a result, he went down, but it didn't matter in the end. All the rest of the teammates said, no problems. We'll play a little bit more passive here. We'll wait for them to get in. We'll use our smokes to abate the plant, and it worked wonders. Came down to the fact that, and I'm going to get this wrong, but whoever had the grenade, it had to have been Badger or something. I think what happened was he threw it over the shelves in Freezer to get that key Freezer spot where we had, Rush on that 4K of Wamai, and he didn't cook it enough. I heard it bounce a couple of times, and that may have actually won them the round if he was in that position and it was cooked enough. I'll have to watch it back, but that could have been, the difference between having Freezer control and not having it.
Such a narrow margin, isn't it? And I feel like that's been the case here for Granite. But what I will say is, Granite's won 4 rounds so far. How many of those have been team kills from Windstrike? At least 2, right? So,
you cannot attribute that.
If you count those as null and void, right? Granite's only won 2 rounds. Maybe that's a bit unfair. I don't know, but I do think Windstrike here have proven to be the better team, but they've got to prove it for real here on their final rounds. So much info here. Oh, there are so many dirty runouts that they could get here.
It would really be a sucker punch in the gut as well. They're on match point. Granite are going to be playing either hyper aggressive or really careful. Teams take a different tack depending on how they feel, what the comms are sounding like when they're going up against match point. They've got to win 2 rounds in a row now to even secure 1 point and bring themselves a draw. If you're Windstrike, you could play super safe or you could play super aggressive as well. I think for Granite, just looking at these drones, they're going to play a bit safe here, try and get some walls open by the looks of it, and that's the focus now for Eastwood.
My concern is Madman's gone on the Ash and abandoned the Ace, so now Eastwood's the only one with that hard breach, and Rush is ready and waiting to impact trick it. Can Madman deny from the window? First X-Kairos to go on through. Rush impact tricks it successfully. Madman can't find the angle. What's he doing? He needs to protect these X-Kairos. How many does Eastwood have left? Oh, he's so close to getting the kill, but he misses it. Do we have a valid opening here on the closet wall? No, we don't. And I don't think there's any more hard breach remaining. This could spell death for Granite.
That's it right there. I think you've called it. You got rid of the Ace for an Ash. The Ash didn't even go underneath and try and challenge. She tried to challenge from a wall where, quite frankly, well, who is it? It was Rush. He played that perfectly. He had a smashing round the round before, comes into here, pretty much saves the round here for them. If they win this, wouldn't be surprised. But if Granite win it, it is out of pure grit and brute force on the side. Not looking pretty for Granite now.
But Badger does have an angle from the closet onto where Larry is, and JTC, Smash could run out and get the kill of his life. That's one. And now suddenly Windstrike have the man advantage. Madman, he's been struggling all round to find a use for himself, and now Granite need to seriously, as you said, put their grit into this final moments. 40 seconds remaining, but when's the execute to come through? Granite don't have the ground that they need, and they know it. Smash still roaming below. I don't think this is enough for Granite.
No, Eastwood's going to try a solo YOLO push again. It's up wide and EXO while he's there to collect, and so is Smash. Surely he gets this kill. Yes, he does. Finishes off with the Deagle, and it's all raining blue and a flawless round to finish it off from Windstrike. Wow. It's like they got better every single round, as if they were warming up here in Granite. They couldn't keep pace.
Jess, I feel like that was a very close game that went back and forth, but while it did start with a bang, I feel like it fizzled out towards the end, and Windstrike won almost by default. They out-trumped Granite, who couldn't find their feet there. By the end of it, Badger had a great game, 12-7, but it wasn't enough, and of course, frags on everything. In that particular round at the end there, I feel like it was the utility that lost the game for Granite and Winstrike won.
The moment you called that 6 pick from the ace over towards the ash and you said they've only got one hard breacher, I said, don't cast a curse it. For the love of God, James.
Sorry.
Because Eastwood has struggled with the utility thus far. Look what happened. Well, we can't always tell stories as they come, but that one, that was like a book, as we said. We'll throw it over to the analysts and see what they have to break down, but it might not be pretty.
Thanks so much, guys. Yes, some would say that this was a bit too hard, a bit of a rocky game for Granite. Do you think so, Hap?
I'm gonna disconnect.
Yeah, please do.
Can you please blur me out, production? Thank you.
Am I being bullied here?
No, but yes, it was a very
2020.
hard game. It was a hard game. Eastwood was a bit more alive compared to how they were previously, but somehow they were just not able to shut down Winstrike, as they managed to keep on coming through time and time again. And I don't know, like it looked like Granite was just not ready for them. I don't know what else to say.
I mean, like, you look at both their attack and defense, and you can see some of the problems. When we look at rounds 4 and 5, which was when Granite were on the defense, round 4 was kind of bizarre because they never did a late stage rotate onto the elbow wall, and Winstrike used the rotate to push into the site the whole time. They had complete control of it. Now, when round 5 came around, Granite went and did a really early rotation, or a really early reinforce. Onto it. It was like around the 2-minute mark, something like that. And then you have a look at them on the attack, and they were doing things like just committing everything to freezer pushes that weren't properly set up, and they were kind of just trying to brute force their way in. No one on construction, no one really anywhere else. It just felt quite one-dimensional and just a bit bizarre, to be honest.
As much as we harp on about Oregon gets picked all the time, I think it definitely has become the proving ground for a lot of teams where we just see so much of it that there's some strategies, some way of doing things that are now kind of setting the whole metagame
like
in stone.
Clubhouse.
Yeah. I completely agree. It's just part of the metagame now. You gotta do it. But we'll see. Maybe there will be some improvement in the future for Granite. I know it breaks Hap's heart to see this sort of thing. You know, we always love to hear Des applauding the one player that's doing everything. Guess what? It's a Dutch player. So let's move on. We still have 2 more games to go. Gamma versus Heretics coming up right after the break. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, Jess and Des. I'll come back to you in a second. First of all, let's have a quick chat about our schedule. You just saw us going through Group B and Game 1 of Group A, Granite versus Windstrike. It was a rough and tough, bouldery match, but it's Windstrike that take it at the end.
Yeah, it's gotta end.
Not yet. We still have a couple more to go, and then I will let everybody off the hook. Gamma Gaming versus Heretics, our Benelux team, formerly known as the Lowland Lions. They escaped yet another L in the last Playday against Granite, taking the win narrowly 7-5. Today, they're known as Gamma Gaming, picked up by a big footballer. So thank you and welcome to Rainbow Six.
Sweet dollar for the boys from LLL, and of course now as Gamma Gaming. And it's worth noting on their game last week, they made a pretty explosive entry into CL, entry into this season of it, given they were here last time, quite literally in their defensive rounds. 4 of them, they got a good number of C4 kills swinging out. Granite just really couldn't even find a gunfight, let alone a round when it came around to that second half, but it was a pretty close series. Given what we've just seen out of Granite, I want to see Gamma step up today, be inspired by this new org, be inspired by your win from last week, whatever it's got to be. Want to see them come up real big here and remind everyone there's a reason why they managed to hold a spot from last season and why they almost made it in, apart from that pivotal game against Secret, to then send Secret through into EUL and leave Gamma, well, down where they are now.
You really got to win those. Heretics, let's talk about the Spanish team that have been able to make it through in the last Playday. Unfortunately for Heretics, ended up in a tie, close game against Mako, Jess.
Yeah, I was really impressed. I mean, I'm a little bit of a shield for Mako, of course, got a couple of my old players on there, so I was rooting for them. But what really surprised me in that particular matchup was Heretics. I think they're a lot higher ranked than people give them credit for. Maybe you've missed out on watching some of their nationals, especially if they're not cast in English. A lot of people might not be able to tune into those games, be able to really follow them, but they are a very strong team. They walked away with a 50-50 win rate on both defense and attack. They did get a draw, but it shows that they're probably a very equally weighted team. Consulate was the map. I want to see them go to a less frag heavy map because Consulate is a little bit like that today. So I want to see them go, especially when you're going up against Gamma Gaming. Said Lowland Lions. We know them for their strong players. They've got some cocky players who like to step up and have their presence known. But Heretics, I really wouldn't underestimate them.
Are you trying to talk about Big T over here? Big T, D-Peck? As always? Come on.
Yes, Milosh, that guy, yes.
Big T.
Move your camera down, Des. It's absolutely grilling me, man. Every week you just have the camera where it's like right up on his chin, like he looks like he's in a baby seat or something. For the love of God, big bro. I'm short as well. You can see I'm trying to keep the equilibrium.
Jess, the thing is, right, look, my night starts with me sat quite high like this, and then Milosh pulls out crap jokes about rocks.
Yeah, true.
Sits here going, Big T, and I'm just like, right, this is miserable. Why are we still here? And then I end up down here.
Just keep going, because we have many screenshots of you all the way down there under the desk, Des. We'll see if maybe at some point your predictions don't go well.
Where coming from?
Because you go to sleep. You go to sleep. It's a new apartment. There's not much there. That's where it is. Let's see which map we're going to be playing on.
That's a reach, but okay.
I don't know why Jess constantly laughs about all of this. It's like Jess is living in her own planet. Well, it's Australia, so understandable.
Jess knows how your mind works. That's the problem.
That is the problem. That's absolutely the problem.
I've known you guys for a while now.
Speaking of reach, look, Consulate gets banned out there by Heretics. Probably a really good move there from them because they just played it. Gamma, they've got Stern out. They've got Stir Babe on hand. And if he wanted to go through that VOD, he damn would have. I trust you. I trust you went through it back and forth. So don't go to a map you just went to when you got Stir Babe on the offense.
I think I prefer Club, to be honest with you. I prefer Consulate over Club here, sorry. For Heretics, Consulate has always been one of their best maps. They were regarded as this Spanish beast that would be at every window and doorway as soon as you got in the building. Last week, when they came up against Mako shone in a few rounds when it came down to gun skill the Heretics simply didn't have. I thought this week, if we saw them go back to a map like Coastline or Consulate, we would get to see them be aggressive and we would see them stacking up against a team that has lost their 2 big fraggers and next one and crying, of course. But hey, they want to go to Clubhouse and try and make this a game of strategy. I'm all for it.
All right, expectations. Our lobby is almost ready. When you look at all of this, Des, both of these teams had close games in their first Playday here in EUCL. What are the small differences that we need to look at from that last Playday to really inch out one team or the other forward.
Same thing I mentioned a second ago about Heretics against Mako. There were just no rounds where Heretics really shone in the gun department. It all came down to playing air quotes normal Siege. And if Gamma Gaming, formerly Lowland Lions, formerly Diffuse Kids, have shown teams anything, if you try and play a normal, composed, calm game against them, they are going to run circles around you. And admittedly, yes, there have been a couple of changes, but I think that small essence of them is never going to disappear as long as you've got players like Leonsky, Deepak, Avaish on side. That ain't going to disappear anytime soon.
Jess, your take?
Look, I do think this will go in the hands of Gamma Gaming, and I hope, this is the first time they're repping the Gamma Gaming logo, so I do hope for them they can rep it really well and walk away with a win. I think that would be quite a success. I also don't want to see the Spaniards playing simple Siege, as you put it before, every game. We want to see more of them. We want to see that they have the capacity to be a holistic team, and if you want to get into EUL, you have to be that team. Otherwise, you're just going to get smashed into the ground over and over. I said time and time again, Clubhouse is the map to really test teams on both gun skill and tacticalness. So here is their chance to show me that they have what it takes.
A reminder for any fans out there that might not really know the past the Pro League, or you've just tuned in watching in the most recent few months. The last time we had a Spanish team competing in Pro League back then in the old format was G-Bots, and the last time G-Bots really performed was Year 2 Season 1. Year 2 Season 2 was kind of their last huzzah as everything died down, and after that summer, after Gamescom, they all went down. Year 2 Season 2, we're talking like mid to late 2017. It's not... It's been a while now, so maybe this will be the breath of fresh air that the region needs. And if anything, it'll be a way to show off the skill from the region. That's the whole point of Challenger League. Maybe not the entire team, maybe individual players will make it and have this big career in EU League. Des, Jess, thank you so much for illuminating everything about these two teams and our setup. We'll go though to Clubhouse. Our game is ready, and let's toss it over to our casters. Gamma Gaming versus Heretics, Benelux versus Spain.
And that is two regions that I am deeply involved with, both with Spain and Benelux. But sorry for Spain, I have to go for Benelux tonight.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
I like how you just put the bias out there. I like how
I have to. I'm known as the biased caster. So
okay, but you don't. I mean, you don't have to.
I mean,
you have done though, and I get it. You love your Benelux boys.
Your game was easy with the UK versus UK.
Well, Leonsky's already in chat, calling out the complaints about Oregon. That's true.
Oh my god, I'm so annoyed about Avaish.
Easy is agreeing. Why are you annoyed about Avaish?
Look at his name. Everything is caps. And Deepak as well. Why? Oh no way that they all did this. They all did. Okay, except for Panic.
Apart from Panic. Everyone else is shouting apart from Panic. Panic just shows up like Panic.
Yeah, he's just the calm guy,
Yeah, he's just calm. He's relaxed. He's having a good time. Maybe it's part of the mind games. Maybe it's something that Stern App has laid into them. Says you got to be loud. You got to be bold.
I mean, last time they went to Clubhouse, they lost the EUL spot.
That's true. They probably...
And then they ran it back for the second try.
Yeah.
And lost that one too.
they really ran it back.
They really ran it back. That was their motto: run it back. They did it against Penta as well. Then they managed to actually pull out a draw instead of a loss.
Well, that's progress. So maybe this is the win. Maybe it's a strategic rebuilding, a restructuring, a resurfacing of a team that might be able to get it this time.
To surprise many, even though they were on the top of the leaderboard after week 1 of their group, as they managed to be the only one to come home with a win. And that means that today they can expand on that lead. As if they manage to pick up a second one, they depending of course on how the next game will go, because the top 4 will go to the actual playoffs. If they manage to get 2 or 3 wins, I believe you're already secured for the actual playoffs.
Yes, yeah, I believe it's. I mean, they would be with all the draws that have otherwise occurred, but obviously you've also got to look at how the rest of this all plays out. The thing about this group, and the thing about the team that they're up against, Heretics, is it's quite tight in terms of skill, and a lot of it. When we had these teams feed and filter through from the regionals and from the different nationals, there were some tier 1 teams that were in and amongst the mix. There were some kind of tier 1 presences that slightly threw things awry for some rosters. Not the case for the Spaniards. Heretics obviously took the total and the title, and then the team that they beat at the very, very end, and the kind of consistent second, Movistar, almost were here as well. Almost took Kavana recently. So it's a very tough, tight region.
It is. It is a very competitive region. They just did not have that much luck yet. If I believe correctly, we just, like, after G-Bots, we've had a team in Challenger League Season 7, which was before the UK and Benelux cast was coming on. And thus not really that well documented, but they were definitely there. However, weren't able to make their way back in, and so it is up to Heretics to make sure that they will be the new Spanish success story. At least get yourselves into those playoffs. Make sure that you will be moving on from there on, as they are a very competitive region. There is also a lot of money involved in the region, and it will be so fitting for it to all pay off.
Well, as they start their attempt at collapsing in against this top floor, there's generally a fairly controlled hold here. They want to get all of the intel that Gamma is going to offer towards the Heretics, but Heretics, they're happy to, again, find their angles slow and steady. First of all, Astro seems to be the one that they want to shut down, one of the recent additions, who is otherwise freewheeling beneath. Move in, manipulate, and play space as you can do on Club. It's a a lot of standard steady. You know how you want to play it and you know how you want to push it. The response here from Gamma, though, is, well, we're going to push back by the looks of it, with Deepak waiting and still awaiting the chance to run out.
And we'll be potentially opening up that window just to make them a little bit scared of that C4, as Leonski now ripped it. And you see Kuribo just holding, waiting for that C4 to potentially come out, but it's just going to be waiting, just going to use it as a bit of a bait to stall out some time. In the meantime, the gun is already back out for Leon. No, actually, still the C4, there we have it! It's not going to be able to blow up Kuribo, and that means he's not going to be allowed to open up further. As the utility now is officially gone, the wall will be opened up, and that means that they will have to deal with that for the remainder of this round. The Gamma will be falling back into secondary positions.
Bought them a precious 10 seconds, but not much more than that. And now Heretics, as I said before, they were slow and steady and happy to play their pace, and their pace is coming through so far. But with Panics creeping a little bit closer and closer to a potential firefight here against Duke, and Deepak and Astro still beneath you, have the construction hatch open too, so they can try and cause some trouble and some dilemmas from there. If they want to breach this, that's why the Habana pellets are dogging on such a close, tight corner. It's still an issue, and it still means that, well, you can see Heretics, they're not comfortable around that hatch, around that play space, and they still have to try and get a little bit more solidity, because so far, Gamma Gaming, they're blending into the environment.
There's also these two Mute Gemmers, which will stop any of those Excaros to go off as Astro gets the first kill, and that's exactly what I meant. They need to go below into stock to actually try and challenge that. And as he manages to rotate himself into the actual garage, opens up himself into a new site as well, a new line of sight he could use to try and deny the opening that is supposedly to come from below, as Astro picks up yet another kill. And so it's a 2-on-5 situation, 1-on-5 and end it all right there. It's a Viking Deepak with the last two, a flawless round from Gamma to start things off with. And that is a flying start for their new org, if there could have ever been one.
Yeah, I assume they're watching with kind of the hope of, well, let's get off to the great start. They ended their previous tenure with the Lowland Lions in good stead, and they want to make sure, as you said, that they lock off this group, the team with the 2 wins in what is otherwise a pretty frantic battle. Those points are going to be so precious towards the end of this and in the build-up towards, obviously, butting heads with their opponents and seeing if they can try and find their way up to Tier 1. I mean, they had a go recently, and, well, they want to make sure that the next time it doesn't turn into the run it back.
Yeah, they really had to win those. We're gonna make that
See,
make that comment there.
I was gonna say it and then I didn't, and then you did.
This will be a quote that will be remembered
Forever.
as long as this lineup exists. It's probably even forever in the Siege community. Yeah, like they got so cocky, it definitely came back to them. But hey, that's a lesson as well. Don't become so cocky until the game is over. Don't get cocky until after the game, you know? That's when the trash talk can happen. Because if you do it during the game, it will be coming back to you. Because karma.
It will haunt you. I mean, anything you say in all chat, you have to say it with the confidence and the knowledge that it can and will probably be used against you. Even if you're successful, it's probably going to get used against you. Even if you say it, and then 3 or 4 months later down the line, you know whatever you type into all chat is going to be screenshot and responded onto your timeline. So
I think we have to start reading every single player the Miranda rights. You know, everything you say can and will be used against you.
It's like, you just got to be aware. Be aware, be prepared, and I think the guys from Gamma, they're happy to they're happy to dance with the devil and see what comes out of it. Now, can we get a bit more pace from Heretics? They kind of left a lot up to droning and slow and steady, and well, without any real pressure against Gamma, all it took was them to hold their own, hold their initial push, and just kind of rebuff and push back the Heretics before they could even begin to try and close down bodies. Here, they seem to be going for an aggressive hot drone approach. The Spanish are trying to dig their way through into the bodies, but they're not going to be handed them that easily. Gamma just pull themselves back down into the basement. It's 2-minute mark, so it's still very good time by the attackers. But without the confirmation, without the kill, well, we saw good time management at the start of the last round, and look where it led.
I was really thinking if Irish might have been going for a bit of a C4 toss out of the oil pit. He was hiding there for quite a bit, but right now, playing here in basement. Not sure if he has the TCSG available, otherwise he might be able to go for a bit of a C4 toss onto the main stairs. No, just has the normal AUG. So let's hope for him someone open that one up as, well, Kuribo opens up that motorcycle hatch. It has been opened up. There we have it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Easy.
Easy. On the board, on the observing, also another person from the Benelux region. Got a lot of you right now.
He also used to be their ex-analyst on Gamma.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Actually was. Back in the name of Trust Gaming.
Once, oh, okay. Well, now you're shilling. And now, Grigo's dead. Panics, gets some response down inside. Dirt, very aggressive play there. Drop the diffuser outside, but you think of the trade there. Obviously, you've got rid of the Mavericks. You've got rid of 2 frag grenades, which for a kitchen hatch push are pretty important. And we've already seen a lot already opened by them, including Dirt. So you kind of also lost 2 canisters. Also important for holding off these quick pushes and these quick drops and bits of momentum. A bold swing, a bold attempt, punished time and time again. Leonski.
He's cursed with the dirt tunnel. You don't want him in there. That is not working out well for you. As again, he will be taken out. Right now, a 3 and 4 situation. Heretics have that man advantage. They have 18 seconds. They need to start moving. They have the 2-man advantage right now as they start pushing through. Astro looking to go for a bit of a flank as the plant is coming down deep and safely. Astro, what can you do from here? The plant will go down. 45 seconds will be on the clock. Are you going to be able to find all 4? No, not a single one. Heretics are going to be able to pick up round number 2. And after that flawless one we just had from Gamma, this was a perfect response from the Spaniards.
And it was built upon the death of the smoke. The smoke swung out and tried to get a kill, but you've got to realize how important that operator is in those situations. You can just stem that entire dirt push. That is your role, that is your job. You went for something bold. That is, I guess, a word that is probably painted above the screens of every single player for Gamma Gaming, and unfortunately, it led to not a great result. However, they do often adapt, change, and overcome. This time, they're just going to, well, head upstairs, see if they can take it in gym bedroom instead, and pick off to a Valk from a clash.
All right.
Okay.
Interesting choice. We do see the Zofia coming out, so they clearly want to be countering it off. Now, not having to deal with it, as Gamma continues their rotation. To look at the openings here. Hatch opened up, of course, pretty usual. Some ankle holes as well, just to deny the plant to come through. That's why you often see them run either behind the weights or behind that one reinforced walls. That is the bit of safe haven you have if you want to be going for a plant in the gym. There's not much else that you can go.
So Stern have tweeted.
Yeah, I saw that.
Coach Gamma, yeah, an icon in the Siege community. My team make fun of me during the game in comms, and I literally can't defend myself because I'm not allowed to talk. We could also make fun of him here.
And he wouldn't be allowed to talk.
And he cannot. talk and he cannot rebuff it. Just putting that out
Should
there.
we though?
Just putting that out
because
there.
it's he's playing with at least 3 people I know will be abusing this up to the utmost opportunity that he has to listen to. As of course he is the coach, he will be able to listen.
Yeah. Listen, but
Should
no
we
talking.
add to that? Should we add to that?
The problems caused for Sterner? I don't know. Because the thing is, he might not even be watching this with our audio, but he will review the VOD.
That is true. We can make a cheeky little joke.
We'll work on it. For now, they're going to try and work on their way through Jacuzzi. They're trying to crack open a pretty precious wall, and so far, this was something that Dez and Jess talked about on the desk, was the kind of standard method of siege play Heretics like to run. It's by no means a bad thing. It's something where if you can nail the basics and the defaults, they're that for a reason, because they are good, they're consistent, they're something you can build upon, and they're ways teams found as a great average to be successful. And well, there's no map that stuff usually works better on than Club, and I guess what we're seeing them is so far being a bit pace for pace. They were handed dirt and they went full kind of shablam into it, so that was a little bit above the kind of level, and I'm curious to see if Gamma's occasionally aggressive defense, I guess it can be so successful, but in that time also very unsuccessful against those kind of default plays.
Look at that, Cam. They are well aware of where he is, and that means the push will be coming through as well. There we have it. The deep pickup on Deepak. The early entry of Barras. As they spotted him out and they decided to just double down on it. Open up that wall, jump through with 2 people. We are definitely getting that kill. The only question is, however, where were these Valkyrie cams placed, as that was exactly what Deepak was watching. Saki going really aggressive up these stairs right here. Juka will be able to pick up the kill onto a Vite as well. That is a good start, a good follow-up. And as right now, this main stairs controller is also there as C4 rains out. Penix stopping Sake from moving through. As Astro not receiving any pressure here whatsoever. He's going to be able to decide whether or not he rotates or starts contesting highway.
Well, the canisters pop out around the door and stop people getting immediately in, but in a 4 versus 3 and 20 seconds left, well, you got to see if you can force a little bit more out of here, and going for these last second rotations over the top to try and apply a pinch, well, it's not going to be in anyone's favor. There's a close swing and a close attempt at the body just on the other side, but look at all those bodies that suddenly fell over and over, and every shoulder didn't quite confirm it on the hop-in through the window. And well, that's 2 in a row for Heretics.
Going to be able to take the lead here in this matchup, as they right now are, of course, on that attack. The side that is not really favored on the map like Clubhouse. So any extra round they get from here on forward can be considered a big win, can be considered a big profit, as there is at least 3 more rounds that need to be played, and well, Gamma are slowly trailing. They need to step it up here. They need to make sure they get at least 3 rounds in. Otherwise, their half on the attack is not going to be ending well.
Back to the site where things were successful, and what you kind of wanted was pressure underneath. And I guess it's down to see if Heretics have learnt that lesson. And I guess it's something that the analysts were probably looking at as well, because if they talked about the defaults and they talked about how this team like to run that, Heretics, adaptation is one of those strong suits that some teams thrive in. Some teams develop and demonstrate and demand more from their opponents because of their adaptations. Here, I guess, is where we start to see what Heretics have learned. They're on the back of 2 rounds, and it was pace, it was quick, it was a collapse, it was a close down, one because of opportunity, the second because, well, it was their only opportunity. Can they adapt themselves for this approach and the push on the top floor, and can they try and get a handle on those bodies beneath?
That is the question, and the last round was a good example of that, using that drone to find out where Deepak was located. As they make good use of that, they instantly shut him down, as Astro now rotating into the bedroom. Will possibly receive some pressure as Barras opens up on the hatch, but decides to take a different avenue. Open up onto the CCTV window, most likely. Put some extra pressure on whoever might be tricking. If they will be tricking, that is the question.
Looking out for anyone on the roam underneath as they flick and flitter through every single drone possible, trying to get that Ash in and aggro. But they haven't quite got the catch on Astro, who has lived up to his name and headed up to the stars, if the stars are close to gym and bedroom, waiting for anyone to try and head up this main stair set and see if they can apply some pressure. Yes, you can wait here and hold it for as long as you want, but Astro has options for rotation, Astro has options to play, place, there's an open hatch, and if there's a Vaish watching for the movement.
And that will give a lot of opportunity to Astro, but you got to keep in mind there is drones in place. Heretics have some really good flank drones that they keep on using, and well, Deepak was on the receiving end of that last time around, and Illusionists right now will be feeling safe knowing that they are in location and someone will most likely be keeping an eye out every now and then. Just scrolling through as an opening has been made using the X-Kairos rather than the Blowtorch of the Maverick, which was their preferred method the last time around.
Well, over a minute on, and Heretics, they have themselves an entrance, and they've been able to force the players of Gamma further back. And look at this, they're underneath. They have some verticality too. It's just making something of it now. They have to try and capitalize and collapse whilst they have a little bit of the angles. Long holds here and concerned about a strip run out, but, well, here comes the push, here comes the pressure. And there goes Panics. No, just escaped, is able to find a little bit of a way out and somehow put bullets down and body back down. Leonsky finds one too, and the pressure starts to swing a little bit further away, but Hibana is there to bring some balance back into the force of Heretics, and with shoulders clipped by bullets as they try and dip their way closer along these rafters, and Kuribo is trying to just get himself in with the diffuser too, but 20 seconds and tight holes mean it's not going to be an easy fit for this puzzle piece of square plant.
Drones coming out to try and get some extra information. Grenade was tossed in but failed to get the evil eye, and that means Flashbangs now will have to do the trick. As Kuribo wants to go for an actual plan, but with 5 seconds left and his teammates taken out, he's all alone right now. He's not going to be able to get the kill. Actually was able to get that kill, but instantly followed up. And Gamma able to win their second round now as well. They cannot afford to lose many more. They need to step it up right now as they're going back downstairs. The site they lost when they lost third control. And that shows that they will have to bring something to try and deny that. Now, last time they opened it up with a simple Maverick. So you can assume they will do the exact same thing again. But what do you bring against the Maverick? A Clash could work, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it was
slowed down.
It was 6 picked again, though. It was taken out again. They removed it, got rid of it. Don't want it here. And you think, I guess, when you're looking at Gamma and you're looking at how this went wrong again, you cannot understate how important that loss of smoke could have been. And I guess, well, let's see if they try and keep him alive a little bit longer.
It used to be Leonsky always playing in that dirt tunnel with the smoke. You will remember the memes.
Yeah. Well,
I think he never won a gunfight in there.
he's retired, hasn't he?
Well, yeah, now Panix is playing with the smoke, and last time he was the first one to fall in dirt tunnel, but Leonsky wasn't there to back him up with the actual, with the Maestro. But he fell quite like right immediately after as well, so...
In a weird way, it's strange that Gamma can't get a lockdown on dirt, because Sternam's so good at getting into drives and getting dirt on others.
Ooh, there it is. There is the joke that we wanted to make.
There's a little bit
bully,
of a joke.
rather.
A little bit of bullying. Cat jams for Sternam.
Please. Exclamation mark jam. You'll get the spam.
Well, talking of spam, Astro is, well, originally actually, he went to try and spam that front door with bullets just to see if he could catch anyone on the retreat, but there's no need, no point, and nobody there. Instead, they're digging themselves up above oil. Quick pace here for them to get inside, and look at this. Heretics are trying to lead with a lot of aggression. Again, I guess it's something that I looked about and talked about with them before, was they seem to be a bit slow and steady at getting control and then capitalizing on it. It went well the times they've done it. Here, they're playing a quick game against Gamma. They're stepping up and stepping into a firefight that if, I guess they don't, with the players they're up against, it could very quickly start to slip through their fingers. You have to get aggro against Gamma. You have to try and match that Benelux movement, that Benelux aggression with your own. And, well, so far, for me, this is a great pace.
Really managed to take out 2 of the Valkyrie cams as well. Might mean that Gamma will redirect about, whether or not they will actually go for the Valkyrie pick or choose to go for something different. As so far hasn't been too impactful. Every single time the camps have been taken out quickly. As right now the hatches are being opened up as well. That is going to be some quick pressure to potentially be coming down. No openings up this time to try and toss a C4 over the edge towards the main stairs. And that will give a bit of freedom towards the players of Heretics to just descend the stairs and put some double pressure together with the motorcycle hatch. And that's exactly what Barrows wants to do.
More drones, more time, slow and steady, and they're still looking for anybody that they can put bullets into. But look at this, a very different story that's happened on Dirt this time. Last time we had already seen the body dropped, and they're not playing that game. Whether Heretics just decided and opted to not apply the close pressure there, either way, with Kitchen Hatch still going, they've got to force their way in a different manner, and so far it's off to a good start. Valk's off the board, and they're actually just going to head back up main stairs, reevaluate and redetermine where they want to apply that secondary bit of pressure. Kuribo is inside. Burning down Church Wall has the ability and the angle to steady his way through this, but they'll hear this, they'll see this, and they'll probably respond to this quickly. There it is, though, through the line, Barros.
Able to pick up that kill as well. As I really like to say that Heretics to get use of that shield that was in the hallway just to pick up Deepak. But they have to worry about the time. There's only 15 seconds left, and Panics loses himself in the middle of the hallway there somehow. Vionsky, however, will be able to pick up a double kill. The plant will go down, and it's a 1-on-2 situation now. He has the Alda to play with. Will be able to pick up yet another kill, but will not last for much longer than that. As Kuribo, right after the plant, will be able to reply. A bit spooked there by a bit of paper flying around. Thought it might have been a C4. But they win the round, and they are in the lead again, and that means there's only 1 round left on this half. 1 round left for Heretics to try and close it out right here, right now, by putting up a 4-2 on the board. Or Gamma to try and fight back and at least salvage something out of this match.
Heretics so far have been very, very good. Everything seems quite quick and watertight. As I've said before, it seems like they have done their homework. And Gamma, in the meantime, for what they're capable of and what we know that they can do, they haven't really stepped in against Heretics as much as they potentially could have. Yes, okay, it's always the argument of sometimes, players will hit their ones better on the day, and those are things that you can't really prep for. It's just that's the day, that's how things go, and that's the tough bit of performing. But at the same time, Gamma, they're being caught out in these situations. There seems a little bit of a separation between each of the 5 heads, whereas Heretics seems to be 5 heads of a Hydra as they pivot and spiral around each other and seem to know where the others want to go to cause what potential end.
All right. 1 more round on the defensive for Gamma, 1 more on the attack for Heretics. There is no draws. They'll have to make this one count, either of these teams. Mozzie coming out right now to try and, hack these drones, because the information on the parts of the Spaniards has been, superb. They know exactly where those players are the entire time. They managed to take down the cams of Deepak quickly as well, and it just makes it really hard for these Dutchmen. Well, not Dutchman really, because it's 2 Dutchies, a Belgian player, and Swiss and an Englishman.
You can,
mixed nationality.
Yeah. It's a region, Benelux.
It's a region.
Oh,
that's unfortunate as well.
Yeah, Vash has been taken out of the region and put firmly into cams as he gets dropped, trying something bold. I was going to say that Mozzie was a great pick as well, because the drones have been consistent. That's one of the things that I guess has played well into the kind of 500 push of Heretics is their information. They've seemed to have a consistent balance and idea. If it's broken here by Deepak above, who's kind of playing a game and giving something away and tries to deliver a parcel, but unfortunately the chimney was a little bit too tight. Instead just decides to gun down. Look at the health of Habana. She has a lot of work left ahead of her, and to be taken out of the equation now would mean this would be a very tough push. Going for Sledge 2. Deepak wants all of the aggression and wants every single member of Heretics to try and come upstairs and say, come and try and get me.
As long as he stays alive, he'll be putting down some pressure now, as they know one of the players is above. Of course, he's rotating out. The question is, do they have drones available to try and read this current situation? As he's going all the way around, a lot of damage done onto Sake, a little bit onto Barras. As Curie now opens up the hatch, it's a bit dangerous to stand on top of it, I would say. So you might want to get off of it at this moment in time. There we have it, indeed. Just continue its work to try and open up for a potential kitchen plant. And there's little to no one there to actually try and counter it off on the likes of Gamma. Just Leonsky, who could be peeking out. Deepak is seeming to be waiting for a flank, but then decides to drop down. Guess the plant might be coming in soon. 50 seconds, and this is the most time Heretics have had to try and go for an execute. They've opened up everything they need. All they just need to do now is get the control.
Look at all these bodies stacked over this hatch, and look at the drones still whirring and working away. The man advantage is going to be very vital, but you cannot fault Heretics' play in terms of team setup and trade so far. It's definitely been the strong suit, and for me, been the reason they've been able to take their rounds so consistently, unfortunately. It's Gamma. When Gamma's in their element and they're able to live up to the chameleon nature of their play and just meld into their audience and into their background, they can start to pick bodies apart like we see there on the rotation of pipes. The smoke canister comes down, as does a player of Heretics who's fed into two more. Duke is able to pull one back against Deepak, but Leonsky's shutting down the main corridor, and one more.
One more round, they will pick up on the likes of Gamma, and that means we have ourselves an even split. I believe Des said during the first game, oh, it isn't a game of EUCL if we aren't ending up in a 3-3 situation at some point. And, well, that is where we are right now. 3-3. Oh, I almost butchered that one. As we are going to Church Arsenal for the first side of Heretics, where they will try and hold off Gamma their attacks. And their attacks is basically what impressed me most going into Cafe last week. Because they could, like, if it all goes well, they look so synchronized and so well organized that it's really hard to try and counter that.
Oh, 100%. I think that's the thing as well with my curiosities here on their defense is their attacks are great at gathering information and reading from it and playing against that. In a way, they have a different method of that now. And if their droning game was what was such a big part of their attacks, I'm curious to see if that gets broken on their defense, if those cameras get pulled apart by Gamma on the break-in and they start to lose those eyes in the sky and they lose sight on Gamma. Could Gamma make something of it? Could they start to thrive in the potential chaos of the unknown that they can play so well? How effective will blinding Heretics be? Well, I guess without an IQ, you got to trust you're pre-placed, and at least they know that one's in strip.
Illusionist tossing out another cam here. Not quite sure what that one will do. Might give away his spawn position, but I think that's about it, considering you're downstairs.
Maybe dirt was what I was thinking.
Does that give dirt? Maybe it does.
I was trying to think of the angle.
Yeah, it does. It does to some extent.
Yeah, like a little bit of dirt.
You'll be able to see the side of dirt.
Yeah.
Probably not the front.
Oh, there we go. How does Easy do this?
Just knows when to swap to the Valkyrie player that might actually be in the cam, you know? It's like the sixth sense these observer people have.
Oh, man. Well, look at the sixth sense that's here, and apparently none of it is to try and land bullets into each other. Both of them escaped that firefight without any damage, and the C4 too, but it does open a sight line. In the meantime, Panix has dropped someone on the opposite side. Look at the pressure instantly coming via strip. They've seen that Moto hatch is open, and they want to capitalize upon that sooner rather than later. There is always the concern of the bodies above, but Panix has already taken care of the first with a bit of revenge there from Barros as Leonsky falls. Mavericks off the board, hard destruction gone. Always a big problem on a map like this, but you still have Habana. You still have some possibilities, and you're still playing against this tall defense that teams like to do, which means you have a little bit of a leeway in that there's already a hatch open, and that hatch is soft too.
That is a really questionable thing here, that hatch is left soft, as that means they're going to be able to freely open that one up, put some pressure down into blue together with the blue staircase. The one thing they might be worrying with is actually opening up into kitchen, considering there is some impacts available on the likes of Heretics. And thus, we might see a pinch coming now from Oil Pit, Blue Stairs, and then also, of course, the main stairs and, well, motorcycle drop. There's not many opportunities, many other opportunities they have. This opening right here we will see right now is no way you can impact trade both of them, and they will have to choose. There we go. First set will be enabled. Second set will still create a little bit of an ankle hole, and that's maybe exactly what they wanted here. Flashbangs now coming in as well from deep back. As with 35 seconds left on the clock, they surely need to be dropping soon. They don't have the openings to be walking directly onto the side, so that means they need to clear out blue first.
I thought I saw a frag grenade loose there, but apparently I'm just losing it as they still find themselves flashing in and pushing away down as Astro gets dropped on the opposite side. Avaish finds one back as Illusion goes, and there's a second, and there's unfortunately not a third. Shut down, though, through the ankle hold. There's the third, and there is the fourth for Gamma Gaming.
Here we have it. Even though they don't have the openings they need, and even though they lost someone quite early on, they were able to still use the, well, holes and angles they've created themselves to win in that round. And that puts them back in the lead in a very contested match so far. CCTV cache now, next site we will go to, as we are getting closer and closer towards that end goal. There's only 5 rounds potentially left to be played. If that would be the case, we would have a 7-5 victory on either side, or a 6-6. Heretics need to start winning that defensive rounds as well.
Start pulling stuff together, but to be honest, when we hit ourselves on this situation of being in this 3-3 at the half, well, that's kind of familiar. Really, it's one of those kind of setups and scenes where, hey, if you're kind of using the idea of this is a tightly fought race and a tightly run race in this group especially, this is a lot of different regions. It's the highest of a lot of different regions. If I'm going to talk about the fact that obviously when you look at the history of the tier 1 teams being in these regional leagues and not having a presence, both these teams, to be honest, they kind of came through without a huge threat and a huge dominating handful of forces that you had in the UK League and the French League and GSA. These two was, you know, a true fight at bitter end.
It was a true fight. Just trying to find out anything particular now on the setup that Heretics is bringing. See some Valkyrie camps being tossed out, see a bit of the garage being reinforced. Not the other side though, meaning they still can relatively easily enter by just putting up the sledgehammer to the task and then follow up with some of these grenades. And while talking about quick work, Leonski here trying to make some quick work happen with the actual blowtorch, was waiting for some cover, for some support right now, so you can actually go and start opening up the bottom line. So first Panics is coming in to do some home wrecking. As soon as that is done, the bottom line will be drawn.
Wow. Leonski, steady pressure here, and there's nobody to immediately counter you off. But look at the stacked up double hold at the top of red. They're watching either side and either angle, and they want to gun anyone that gets in. But they have the ability to rotate quickly as well. It looks like Illusion is the one that's playing aggressive, but there's a run out from Strip, probably. As Sake is able to get one, Leonski gets a battle back. I don't know, where was the run out from to get that kill?
It was Strip indeed, it was Strip indeed.
Okay,
He's
yeah,
still sitting
still
here
there,
and
still there.
He's going to go for another run out, which is really adventurous.
It's bold.
It's bold. But hey, fortune favors the bold, right? It's, you know, at some point you will be able to pick up a kill. Or you might get killed yourself. It's either one of those two. There's no in-between in that situation. But right now, the garage control is enhanced at Gamma Gaming, and Juka is looking to retake it together with Saka, it looks like, as both of them are now located around it. Still have that C4 available, so just a plain plant on default is not going to be working out. And then the openings are coming, and Astro able to start things up, able to pick up one and pick up two. Huge double kill coming down, and that is going to be opening things up. Suddenly you can go and push for a plant right now, as the plant is going to be coming through indeed. Is there a C4 available? It looks like it, as Illusionist is looking to try and make it over. We'll be able to pick up one kill, but the C4 needs to come. There is the plant. The diffuser is going down, and suddenly it's a 2-on-2 situation now. The retake needs to happen. The Aldo will be reloaded. The question is, where are Astro and where is Panix? as grenades are being tossed out on either side. Both of them are in the garage trying to hold on. It is up to Illusionist to try and go for a little bit of a flank here as well. That's exactly what Penix does. Moves into the side, gets one kill. And Astro finishes it off with yet another one as well. And that means Gamma right now 5-on-3 up. As a rehost got called, I believe, earlier on due to a sound bug. Might be the perfect moment to quickly reset yourselves mentally. Talk about what went wrong and get back into it afterwards again.
I believe they're just waiting on the call from the admins, so there it is. There it is. There we go, and we'll be back to the cameras. Back to a moment of just kind of reevaluating how everything is going for these two teams, and I guess, you know, for the first time we're seeing someone with a 2-round buffer, a 2-round setup, a 2-round lead, and it's coming on an attack-favored club so far.
Yeah, right. It's suddenly looking a bit attack favored. We saw Heretics being able to pull out time and time again, and eventually it was the the 3-3 equalizer coming out from Gamma. But right now they got 2 in a row. Isn't it actually 3 in a row?
It's 3 in a row.
Because they managed to get the last one as well. So they're starting to walk away. But rehost coming in, and that might change things up. Of course, not really happy to play without sound, so I totally get that one. But this might be what they need mentally. Just a quick reset, talk about what you're going to be doing next, because clearly what is going on right now doesn't work, and get back into the server and try and execute that.
I think that's it as well, is when you're looking at this moment for Heretics, again, I guess one of the questions that I had for them, or watching them on their defenses, was how will this kind of aggressive and well-played intel game work when they're the ones that are under the pressure? Because sure, you're in a situation, if you're a setup team, that you've got time to set up. You've got time to kind of build your defenses and have your opponents try and apply the pressure onto it. But when you start to take on water, rather than be the one putting holes in the opponent's boats, it's a very different set of reactionary skills you've got to have, and it can become very hectic very quickly, because it's always the balance of, well, this is happening, but is this more important? Is the role that I'm currently holding? Yada yada, the trades. Unfortunately, at this moment in time, it seems like they just can't quite work out which holes to plug to be able to stop them taking on Gamma Gaming water.
And I was looking at the garage setup, right? I said 2 ADSs there, the player was there safely. And I was like, it's going to be really hard to try and take out the player on rafters, until he moved a little bit too much over towards the actual CCTV. Leonski was able to get an angle on him through the rotation they created themselves and picked up the kill. And that is kind of the thing. You need to know when that wall opens up. You need to know that you're exposed to that angle at that moment in time. And then you're not visiting it anymore. You're not peeking it, you're not going in it. You need to keep rafters control, because as soon as you lose that, and as soon as that plateau control is also there for the attackers, that round can almost guarantee is lost.
In terms of Gamma Gaming, them stepping up over the second half is definitely something where they can, well, I guess, maybe get a better grip and a better idea of, okay, we have success. We have something. We've got 3 rounds in a row now, which otherwise in a back and forth battle with Heretics, they're looking at the potential of taking a couple more and being on that precious 3 points. More than enough to kind of secure themselves against what is a consistent brawl and just keep a bit of a distance of that kind of like comedy fight that seems to be going on where everybody is throwing punches at absolutely everybody. We'll be back into the game just now as we find ourselves, with the 2-round buffer.
That 2-round buffer can be so important, as we are going to Church Arsenal yet again. Heretics choosing to go back where it went wrong in round number 7 to see if they can improve on their setup, improve on their playstyle, and maybe shut them down this time around.
The 6th pick to the Vigil there from the hands of Heretics. And I guess for me, this is them hopefully going into the ability to play a bit aggro against the back of Gamma. Play something unexpected against a team that is otherwise, well, quite hard to expect. They can push and be aggro so quick, so hard, and so fast. And in this situation, you're looking at the potential of, okay, well, if we can do what we were doing on our attacks, where we can try and catch them a little bit off guard and catch them on a sideline, maybe we can try and find some of the balance that we had on our attacks.
That is what they need to find. That balance. And they need to balance things out here in the likes of Heretics for sure, because 3-5 tips the scales in the favor of Gamma. And they're looking, and they have to, bring it back for the Spanish community's sake. Of course, not looking to go for another draw, as that will not be really advantageous, but it's better than a loss. And, well, there's still the opportunity for a win, but as soon as that 6 will be tapped on by Gamma, you better be fighting for that draw, because you want to get that point in. Not only do you keep Gamma back from becoming out of reach, but you'll also be able to keep up with your competition yourself a little bit.
Popping bullets and peppering all the way through. And, well, if I was going to say Vigil was surprised, the surprise is kind of ruined. Popped up like a disappointing jack in the box and put back in the box and kind of put in the bin as they get removed very early on from this equation. And, you know, when you're playing this tall roam, you're playing this tall game, you're playing all of these potential rotation angles, you're just kind of giving them to Gamma Gaming in that situation.
We know exactly where Illusionist is. That you see that pre-fire coming through. It's just short of the actual head of the Valkyrie, as they weren't able to quite hit it yet. But look at the tall roam still. One player above on the main stairs is just going to be tossing in a C4 now. The pull entry is here, but he's not going to be able to land that kill onto Deepak, and that is going to be turning the guns towards his side. Illusionist able to pick up one, and Kuribo able to get one as well. Actually, two. As the Maestro coming in to try and save the day, and suddenly it's all up to Leonski now. He will be dropping down onto the site. Just reckons this is his best chance at actual success and will be able to take the site control. But Barrows was still in blue. We'll be shutting him down, and that means Heretics now got themselves that round, that one round to try and swing the momentum. The question is, can they keep this up?
Okay, we're back to within one round. Back to within a tiny bit of distance and difference, and, well, I guess let's see if they can keep themselves pressured and keep themselves alive. As you said, they've got one, they've got it under their belt, and they've got a bit of a groove on. Now it's just a bit of growth. Now it's just, doubling down on this situation, especially as they managed to pull it off even without the Vigil firing on the fronts that he could have. Gym Bedroom is where they're going to opt for instead of CC, and I guess they're playing with the situation of, well, if we take this successfully, then we have CC as a place to go to if we want to push ourselves to that map point. We have this idea, and then hopefully at that point we'll be cycling back down to the basement. Either way, we've got to play this if we want to take this map, so let's do it now, get it done, and get ourselves the hope at getting the win.
Choosing to not go CC might be a bit weird in some people, their minds, but the truth here is these two sites are quite similar to some extent, Bathroom and Gym and CC. The big difference here is, however, that the attackers often choose to be going through CCTV to try and get that pushed through, and that allows you to put a lot of utility in this place just to make sure that their approach, that their journey through CCTV cache to construction to the actual bedroom is going to be ever so hard and ever so, well, daunting to go through.
They're almost alive as long as they were last round, and they made it. Seke has survived longer than they did in the previous round, and they look like they're going to rotate around and see if they can apply some pressure from Strip. The run out has potential here. We've already seen them strike on it before, but also I guess we'll see if, maybe they're going to fall victim to it, because they went for 2 runouts last time, and there wasn't the response from Gamma. They didn't really need to. They decided, well, we'll just take site instead. We've realized and read that somebody's further away, and, well, is this going to be the same success story we had before, or is it just going to be a hit and another miss? The cam goes out first. They're going to get the beat and the bead and the information that they might be able to utilize, and nobody's home as of yet.
Saka's still looking hungry on those runouts there, and as that cam is still out there, we might see a late rotate coming back out again for him to try and explore a potential run out to try and potentially get that kill. And I'm sure that he will be coming back at some point, as right now the default behind the server stack will be opened up as well. Illusionist and Juka will be getting some visitors soon, as right now these flashbangs are about to come in. A bit of a tag into Astro, but not enough to actually get the kill. The shield will be taken down, but so will Deepak. That is the favor here for Heretics this round. Avich now goes down as well. It's up to Astro to try and recover what went wrong in this round so far. He's going to be able to spot out the head. We'll be able to find one kill. Knows that there's a second one in the actual cache room. Just going to be waiting patiently, trying to get a drone in, maybe from a teammate, maybe some extra information. As pings are coming down from the Spaniard, telling them to cover off this door, please. I don't want to die from this. as that grenade will be dealing almost no damage. As C4 and Kuribo will be able to get some kills in. And it's only up to Astro now. It looks like we are going to that 5-5 score line. We are going to the equal lining so far. And let's see who will be the first one to reach 6 after this one.
Sprayed through the money, and they found gold. Heretics pulled it back to a 5-5. And, well, could another draw loom? In a region and a grouping that is seemingly plagued by them, neither team wants to give the other the give, I guess, on this round and this map and this play space. We said it's a good one that plays into default plays, default strats, default setups, and I guess it gives both teams a bit of a grounding and a bit of an idea into how the other opponent will push and pressure, maybe more so than in other play spaces. Either way, as I said and predicted before, they took the chance on the win, and now they have the chance of putting themselves on map point on CC, leading into the double down against the basement just after. The rotation is expected and known by Gamma, and they took CC well before. Can they find one more? Can they find themselves back on map point after being bitterly close and battling consistently throughout this and guarantee themselves just one before they even begin to think of locking off the 3?
Same will go for Gamma. If they manage to get even 1 point in, they will stay on top of their groups today, considering they were the only ones to get a win in last week around. That was against Granite, and that means that one round right now could be so much more important than they might think about, because it leaves them that 1 point buffer. Of course, if you get it now, you're still having the opportunity to go for the full 3, and it would be the perfect start under the banner of your new organization, as the Evil Eyes and the Electric Claws are being deployed together with some of these ADSs as well. The Rafters hold is, well, it has to stay now. It has to stand. It cannot fall, because as soon as it does, you saw what happened last time around. Gotta keep it up.
Well, the angles are matching the pace that they had before. Gamma Gaming, they've been consistently changing slight bits of their play, but again, it's coming down a little bit to the wire for both teams. They seem to have these moments of unfortunately winning and losing certain fights, and Panix is just clearing a bit of a space and an idea so the artist can burn his way through better lines, better bits of metal, and, well, the better promise of being able to drop this wall. Panix is going to hold the angle and make sure they don't get caught by a C4 and might be able to pre-fire towards anyone that's close, but nobody is home, nobody's playing that game, nobody's taking that risk. Why would you, when last time it didn't go so well?
And no bueno, as none of these kills come through. I believe this time both the garage walls have actually been reinforced, and that means that there is indeed a bit of extra pressure. There you have it. Also, both will have an electric claw on it. And that will give them the opportunity to hold fast. Only way they can take that would be through the bottom floor to go in. However, that is being covered as Saka is running over right now to get away. Illusionist, Yuka actually, is playing on those main stairs, and they do a little bit of a swapperoo, it seems like.
Yep, get themselves traded and positioned, and, well, to be fair, Sake has been so aggro on those rotations and those movements. Obviously, we've seen him do run-outs successfully before, and I guess maybe that's why Gamma's generally playing this internally and concerned about that loot from beneath. Vaish is pre-placing that drone so they don't get caught out by the Valkyrie and the C4s that they can play. There she is, there's the ping, and there's maybe not the full pick and reveal. Now they know they're being watched, and, well, it looks like they're actually going to lean into it, try and hope that someone drops down to meet the firefight. They're going to pop her with the charges, pop her with the stuns, and pop her with bullets. Quickly closed down and dealt with as it needed to be. Now you have your comfort. Now you have your solidity. Now for the trouble, you also have illusion.
Barra's still holding fast on the rafters there. Might have to think about potentially rotating as Avage goes down, but of course Sophia will have the opportunity to use that withstand ability to get right back into the fight. Most likely will be pushing down onto the red stairs now as well to put up some extra pressure. 30 seconds are left. Kuribo hoping to get a gunfight one on top of those staircases. It's Astro to pick up one onto the plateau, but he will instantly be traded out. Right now Kuribo right behind the bomb chassis. He's playing in a very important position right here, but as Juka takes down Leonski, it's looking like it might be going towards the favor of Heretics with the amount of time that's left. The down comes through. It's a 1-on-2 situation now. Juka needs to survive, but he will fall. Panics able to pick up these last 2 kills, and it's Gamma to go to 6 first. They are the ones that could be fighting for the win here as they got the draw secured, and all they need to do for that is one more round.
I'm assuming this will happen on Church. Statistically, it makes sense. You've at least been able to take it out of the hands of Gamma Gaming. Yes, there it is. Let's see if you can replicate what you did before, maybe without the attempted heroics from the Vigil at the beginning, but to be honest, the sacrifice there actually went to a victory. So, hey, who knows? Maybe that was the bloodshed needed that led to the success story. Either way, with Gamma now securing at least a point, I believe that will keep them on the top of the board. I can't quite do numbers, that's usually your job, but it was a pretty successful week last week for them, was it not?
For who?
Gamma.
Yeah, they managed to win 7-5 last week. It was quite a good one going up against Granite. Of course, the first game jitters were there, it looked like, as some rounds were lost to just silly mistakes. Eastwood, of course, not showing up helped them very well, very bigly as well, very greatly. And right now, they are fighting in yet another close game, and that is basically the story of this group, really. Not a single one is given out for free.
So I was just having a look over at the numbers, running them to the best of my ability. No, even if they draw this, Gamma will be in second, because Windstrike are currently on the +3. So Windstrike are in a slightly better position after their successful win. And they have a little bit more ground. So Gamma only on the +2. If they draw, they'd find themselves. But obviously they might still win. They still have the ability to push this. They took this successfully. Their first attack was against Church, and it worked well in the midst of the only team being able to string more than 2 rounds together in the kind of core and heart of the middle of this all the way showdown. Every round seen, and well, the Pulse is the attempt at a slightly different play, as is the Monty of Avesh, who is going for a bit of a wide clear towards Stock by the looks of it for now, and trying to just collapse in potentially against Blue.
That is the secret operator, the secret weapon that Gamma have. Avage is a player that really likes to bring out that Monty, and it's coming out now when it matters most, when the round is literally deciding whether or not you will win the match or will be going for a draw. It will be brought out, and it will be used into shepherding out these players into these hot positions that they are playing in. Right now, 2 of them are in blue. You see Sake hoping to get a bit of a C4 kill into Panics, who is opening up the flooring from below. And all that Gamma has to do is just not get caught off by these early C4s that might be tossed up.
Yeah, keeping themselves alive and in charge as Panics just keeps an eye down beneath. You can see Heretics are keeping themselves mobile. 2, you assume that Pulse still has the beat and bead on everybody getting close, and they just want to make sure that the smoke is aware as they rotate with a bit of urgency onto Moto's side. That shotgun is phenomenal in that situation. The canisters, well, they sure help too. But you've also got Monty, and you are the big stop and slow against this man. Once he's been able to take this pin out of his foot, he can start trying to collapse here against the Jaeger. Astro wants this Jaeger to be forced onto the side and forced into an uncomfortable situation here. Duke just has to dig in and try and hope as Leonsky applies the crossface pressure and Pipes opens up, as does a couple of heads as the buddies start to fall either side. 4 versus 3, things are generally in Heretics' favor, but with 50 seconds and the pressure starting to apply, they are caught in the mix of it as Panics finally gets the kill he was pining for before, but with the double and the crossfire there, it's now a 2 versus 1. Astro all down to the Ash. They joined this roster not too long ago. The bodies are on the far side, but they have a beat and an idea on where you're at with the diffuser cold on the opposite side and the ping coming through the wall. It is another draw on the board. And Heretics pull it back.
They pull it back indeed. They managed to get the draw out. The late round camps coming in clutch right there, as they knew exactly where they were. The Monty shot in from the side by the Legion, who counted him perfectly there. And that means a draw in Group A. Who would have thought that we would have one today?
I guess, you know, when you set a bar last week with all the draws, you try to match it. And you got to give credit here to both these teams. Sure, they had some moments and some mistakes that didn't quite lead to fruition, but you are battling against one of those entities and one of those teams that are the best of their region. You have to try and match their pace. Today, this was the demonstration of what the National League system feeding into CL could deliver, and it was a neck-and-neck race all the way to the end. So brush off the VODs, give yourself a look, and double-check things over. And that's also the job of our analysts, who will throw over and then give us a little bit more of an idea.
You really got to win those, man. Unfortunate there for the formerly known as the Lowland Lions, of course, now joining Gamma. It's very unfortunate. A lot of people would have put Gamma as the #1 team in CL right now, but barely a victory versus Granite last Playday, and today a tie. Honestly, it's a round of applause for Heretics. Not too shabby.
I think we looked at them to be. Got him. Go on, ladies first. I always say ladies first.
It's my fault. Go ahead.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, me,
it's
like,
all right.
screw
Look,
you.
I'm the host. It's my fault. Go ahead.
I did want to call out some of those shaky roaming plays by Heretics there. I thought, it did end up in a draw. There's probably more to criticize about Gamma than there is about Heretics. I think Heretics put up a really good fight there, and they probably deserve to walk away with at least 1 point. I do want to sort of criticize a little bit on Saki there. There's a lot of moments he was roaming and peeking super disadvantageous angles. I don't think as a roaming player that's really necessary. I think you need to rethink those kind of angles. There could have been much more dominant round from Heretics, I think, if he had played a little bit more, I guess, with his other roamers, of which there were many. There were a lot of rounds where a lot of those players really moved up to assist those roaming players. So it was good to see Heretics play like a team, cohesive, especially on the defense. I think Gamma got taken advantage of 2 rounds that I can think of. And as a result, I mean, you just got to sort of say, as Heretics, we've got what it takes. Just got to get those roamers, railed in a bit more.
Magical word for me in all of this, I think, for both teams is inconsistency. I feel like we saw every single variety of rounds you could possibly ask for. Some where Heretics took far too long to attack, others where Gamma completely clapped them on the roam, others where Juka, for example, in round 2 just charged his way through site and killed 3 people. There was just no real consistency, I think, and in Gamma especially, it was very evident where some rounds they just did not have any fragging power. And although I don't want to kind of harp back and say these guys are now crap, because they're absolutely not, they're still a very good team. I think you can tell they're missing that fragging ability that Next One and Crime brought to them last season. And I wonder now, I don't want to call it too early, I wonder if we are going to see them automatically sitting in those top 2 spots come the end of CL. It might be a real battle for them to get there.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions that surround this. Of course, there's 3 play days after this one, and a lot would say Group A is very favorable for Gamma Gaming, so maybe something that they need to work on in the future. Again, props to Heretics for this one, fighting that uphill battle against Gamma. Again, maybe peeking windows every round is not something you want to do, especially when there's people watching it all the time through dirt. But that was our second to last game. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have 1 more to go. It's Fedora. Tip it with me as they face off against Mako. See you in a bit.
My lady Jess.
Lady. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our final game of this evening. Thank you very much for that, James. Fedora versus Mako. We're going to have a quick chat about this before we move on. First, our schedule. If you haven't seen the matches we've gone through yet, we've gone through Izako versus Be Kind, Penta v Orgos, M&M Kovana. That was in Group B where we started first. Granite Windstrike, Gamma Heretics, and finally now Fedora versus Mako as we move through into Group A a couple or so hours ago. Here we are. Challenger League in Europe. A lot of these teams, you know, they have these big dream of making it into EU League for us to watch and cast every week. Well, we'll see if it's going to be a team or even just individuals that get picked out from after winning their national tournaments, etc., going through CL. That's the big question on everybody's mind. Let's have a chat about Fedora. James, I saw you tipping there.
Yep. I know Gio wanted to talk about this one, didn't you?
Aha, did you know? Gio.
Yeah, I mean,
Milady, go ahead.
I'm not gonna join in with this
No,
juvenile
go ahead.
behavior.
Oh, please, don't.
I will pretend like I'm above it. Just watch me.
Pretend, please, go ahead.
Fedora, formerly Division, they were a GSA team. They made some changes, and now obviously they've separated from the team Division, and they've come in as this Orgless Fedora. They actually did obviously pretty well, as you would expect, in the GSA, especially when you have to consider that they went up against teams like Rogue, like G2. You know, it's another one of those situations where it's very similarly to the French League. You have a lot of the real heavy hitters from Tier 1 who you're going up against. They drew with Windstrike on Clubhouse back in Playday number 1. And one thing that I think we really need to be looking out for from this team this week is Nora. He is a player, French player, who has been absolutely touted as being incredible, should belong in Tier 1. He didn't have the best game. And so I think that if they can unlock him this week, then maybe they can push past that draw stage.
All right, James, Mako, can you fill us in?
Yeah, well, for those who've been living under a rock, there's a I don't want to say millionaire without knowing, you know, this guy's actual worth, but I'm going to go and say it because if you've seen the place that he owns, there is a internationally renowned tattoo artist who his surname is Mako, and he's opened up this org and he's throwing money at these players, put them up in this amazing facility, and these guys came through PG Nationals, which is what the Italian national play, the Italians play in for their nationals, and yeah, they had a pretty good job so far. And I was chatting to one of the casters from them saying that, you know, they've got a lot of fragging potential, but a couple of roster changes have come through. They've got talent like Sir Boss, who's come on, previously support for a variety of teams, including G2 back at the Invitational. But there's a lot of potential there. He's not convinced. My guy Filippo, who casts for
My
the
guy.
Nationals. My guy from Milan. You know, we go way back. We're tight like that. You know, he's confident in these guys, but thinks it'd still be kind of tough to actually break into EUL at this stage.
All right, let's go with our map ban to see how all of this goes. Which map we're going to go through? 6 in total. 1 is last, and Machko is going to ban, or Machko, Mako, whatever it may be. Consulate is going to be banned out with, Fedora tipping out Oregon for Phila in the end. Very technical, very well themed, I have to say. It's like taking Machko to their own home. And as you mentioned, James, they probably spent the budget of San Marino on building that entire place and running that team. So we'll see how it all goes in the cast itself. Des and Jess await us in the meantime. Let's toss it over to them for a final matchup of EUCL of this week.
Great way to end the day, I think. Jess, you and I back on the cast together once again for a Villa game of all things. And it feels, after we endured a lot of Oregon last week, we're seeing quite a bit of variety this week. And I'm loving that we get to end this on something a little bit different. I think Machko versus Fedora, one of those games that you look at and go, who to begin with? If you aren't super familiar with how Tier 2 and Tier 3 has played out for a long time, definitely won't recognize them. But Machko, as we all keep on saying, a team that looked like it's on the up with all the support that's coming from the org behind them.
Yeah, there's a lot of big things. Hit Twitter if you want to see all of those big things we are referencing. You're probably just hearing them going, what? Huh? How do I check all this stuff? Probably Twitter is the best way to go. You can find the Machko Twitter there. I don't know it off by heart, but we've got some of my ex-players alone in this. The boss. We've also got General in the lineup as well. I think the biggest thing here for Machko as well is that you jump into a map like Villa, we saw them on Consulate. We saw some really good rounds there, but it came off of gun skill. It came off of, I guess, a little bit of a flurry, a little bit of a mess of their opponents. Here on Villa, there's not a lot of room for mistakes. You've got to be really clean. You've got to be really, on point. And with a double hard breach ban, maybe this would actually favor Matchco in the first half at the very least. And a mirror ban as well. Well, I mean, okay, we would expect that on Villa. The last defensive ban, however, I think has to be a Valkyrie. Yes, it is. Good to see. With Echo, I guess, out of commission, he's auto-banned. I expect to see a lot of Maestro play. We know Sabos is really good, or at least used to be really good a year and a half ago on it. What's the plan for them now? Is that what they're going to rely on here for their intel, or are they also going to bring maybe some bulletproof cams into the mix?
And touching on that Valkyrie ban for a second, I was about to say this almost kind of completely goes against my point, but a good number of teams back in stage 1 when we saw the Echo ban for a while, with the Valkyrie being banned away, those operators both being out of commission, wouldn't bother bringing an IQ. It would be something else coming through instead. But here Neme is going to lock it in anyway. I think more for the shot calling aspect of it. If you get below or above on some maps, here it's more about the below play. You can still tag out a bunch of those magnets as well as ADSs, things like that from below, which can give your team a massive leg up when it comes around to execution time.
Oh, the Maestro, as I said, it's not going to be Sabos playing on it. It's going to be Tab, and we saw him do an amazing clutch in their last game on top floor of Consulate. He was playing the Wamai at the time, and this time Elation will play the Wamai instead. So it's good to see the team is quite versatile in their ability to play operators. I don't know if that comes on a map-by-map basis. You'll see a lot of teams have different players play different operators on a map-by-map basis. Maybe that's how Matchco does things here. Jenner, of course, you would expect him to be playing some kind of flex operator, and that is going to be, of course, the Malusi. That's almost 100% pick rate for teams that don't have a band these days, so not a surprise. A Goyo in hand as well. A Jaeger. Good defensive lineup here. What I'm worried about, no wall denial.
I guess it's one thing to be concerned about, but when you're looking at saying, well, walls can open up, but guess what? There's a layer of shield sat behind it. It's another thing to consider when you have the Goyo Vulcan shields coming through, as well as the one coming out of the Wamai. There are options here they have to play with, and you can even see Serbos looking to set one of those up in the 90 corridor. So maybe for them it's less about the walls themselves and more about holding the area around the walls in general and looking to cause some trouble out and about of the sites. Who knows? We'll see. The lineup does lean, as you say, towards playing very defensively for the most part and playing around site. As I say, that it's Jayan and the Malusi. We've seen a hell of a lot of Malusi in the last week or so off on the roam, and Capcan, who in one of the closing rounds last week, I think walked away with an ace all for himself, strikes big in the first round.
Poor Jenna didn't even know what had hit him either. He actually got yellow pinged there, and Capcan was able to just jump through the window and have the freest pre-fire of his life. We've seen Jenna not have a really good start to CL, which is a shame, and good shots there, but I don't think he'll be able to finish him off. Elation will down him, and Hayes will clap back onto Tab, and Hayes,
nice.
Well, I don't even know where he's swinging in. Where is this? Is he already inside?
Looks like he's managed to get his way into a very hot position. He was a big player last week with a good number of C4 kills, clearly built and framed inside the Nordics. When the Mayor strikes big with a kill onto Elation, Serbos all by himself on the Goyo, surely has a C4 to play with, but you've got 3 players ringing down on you from all directions. Turns around to try and contest the vault, but guess what? You've got a player inside of the other side, 2 coming in behind you. I don't think you can win a 3-directional fight all at once, my friend.
Yeah, Hayes had somehow, some way, and I'm going to probably make the assumption it was top red stairs where he had entered, because unfortunately we weren't able to capture that part, and he must have made his way in through Aviator, possibly moved into Vault, got all of those kills on his own. The 2K there was really what gave him site control. Sabos said, no problems, I won't peek yet. I'll see if I can get my teammates to come back and assist me. And well, it didn't look too pretty for Elation on those south stairs, but first round firmly in the hand here of Fedora. Matchco now will move over to Statue and Trophy. Not going to repeat that side as it didn't favor them too much. Hopefully this site favors them a little bit more.
I don't mind trying the whole Aviator thing twice as well. Like, I actually think for many teams that is the go-to preferential site. It's where many would rather go for a second time rather than moving off to an alternative site. Evidently, they disagree. And it appears some focus is going to be piled onto this master wall. You mentioned about not bringing any denial last time. It's the same story here again, but rather than relying on denial from gadgets, instead what it looks like is they're turning towards those impact nades. Had 6 on side to begin with, 1 used by Jenna here. off on the rotate. No doubt using that to open up some rotations down south. But otherwise, you're looking downstairs at the holes they've opened up in the floor at the foot of that reinforced wall, which means someone can play downstairs and just shoot hard breach gadgets off that wall once those Selmas come singing through. Thank you very much, Easy.
Yeah, perfect. Well, I do expect some impact tricking. I don't expect an underneath shot to come out unless it's late in the round, because of course you can have drones below. There might be Namia, you spoke about before, the IQ will generally go above or below, and in this case the below is the play. But for the most part, Fedora are more focused on getting this bedroom and closet control to begin with. Not really going to be challenged by any of the Matchco players, and rightfully so. It's an area that can be really hard to contest. And so as a result, they'll just give it up there and try and challenge by making sure this wall doesn't get opened up. I think impact tricking, you can't rely on it the whole time, so that's why they've made some of those vertical holes. But is there anyone below to be able to respond quickly enough?
Feels cheeky that you can almost red ping out all of these Legion goo mines on the way through. So as the attackers enter the building, well, it's very easy to know where they are because they've been spotted out previously by drones that have a much easier time of seeing them, given they are, of course, at the same level on the ground as them. It means they can clear them out on their push through without taking any damage from them as they move their way forward. You saw the one player up on the roam, so you even got Jenna playing downstairs here, down towards Pantry. And I'm wondering when the chance might strike to come for more of a late round flank and cause some damage, but I think it's more around that downstairs denial that we spoke about earlier on, waiting for those Selmas to come out. And there's the first one. This should be the key here for Jenna to start moving in and start contesting these, but absolutely not going to get opened up for free. And you saw that impact come out just a couple of seconds too late there.
Sabos is getting really aggro on this wall here. He uses one of his impacts to get rid of the Claymore, and now it's going to force Fedora to have to watch that door. But no one really seems concerned with it. Did they even hear that impact going off? Jenna doesn't have a C4 below, but he's got impacts and he's got these vertical holes we were speaking about before. With about 60 seconds left, Fedora loses one of their key main rotate holds there on the window. And well, as a result, it gives Elation the opportunity to move on up. I don't think they know he's this close here. And well, the drone will spot him out. And well, he wins out with that SMG. Shotgun doesn't come out quick enough. And now here, yet again, it looks like Fedora relying on those frags.
Or when you can find Elation stepping up and getting 2 kills inside of Astro, and the players really wanted to push in there to assist the push into Master Bedroom at the same time, and they don't have any presence there. They're left just inside of Master Bedroom as Fratelli is now. Well, you'd be forgiven for saying, well, this round looks pretty much done. There's not a lot they can do. There's still all this utility sat around. The Evil Eyes, no doubt a couple of goo mines down as well. They even step in for the final fight, but Mako have cleaned house here. Feels like Fedora could barely even get the attack put together in the first place to start executing it, let alone actually executing the attack itself.
That's a really odd one for me there because, I mean, okay, one of your Selmas gets impact tricked. Not a problem. You could possibly challenge it in multiple different ways. Maybe you want to sing a flash through or try on the hard left-hand side of the wall so that the impact doesn't really connect. But it didn't seem like that was an effort at all. And I'm not sure whether or not they just sort of gave up on the wall to begin with. They also didn't put any attention towards the bedroom wall after Sabos had impacted that Claymore. What if he had swung at the same time? I mean, there would have been multiple people taken out. It seems like they're so tunnel visioned. And when I say tunnel vision, I don't just mean singular players. Almost the entire team seems tunnel visioned.
Hopefully a tunnel that can be broken and shattered so their view opens up wide and far reaching to give us something a bit more. I agree with you that it looks a bit focused on objective only without real consideration of what the players themselves could do. I'm hoping here, given how well the first round went, how it looked like they were actually kind of a consistent team altogether, given it was pretty much a bang-on flawless round with only Sir Boss left alone inside a site by himself to try and fend off the invaders. That's what we need to see more of. More of that composure, more of that togetherness, more of the execution capability we saw in round number 1. However, it is only 2 rounds in. Give them time to shape up what they wanted to show to us, what they want to deliver here in this game. We commented on last week for both teams where at points it looked a little bit scrappy. Against Windstrike for Fedora, Windstrike looked like the better team. I think it's fair to say for Mako against Heretics. Heretics looked like the better tactical team or strategical team. Mako looked like they had the capability when it came down to the kills. So I think for both sides here, we do want to see them level up and show us that there is more of a dimension to their gameplay.
If you're speaking of dimension, I believe Matchco have 4 C4s in hand. Not likely that they'll all be able to deploy it below, from the site all the way up into bedroom. It depends how the attackers want to push. It looks like they want to do an art over a south to north push, and that's fair enough. You want to see a lot of these players trying to get library control, but Namia's already above, so surely that verticality is something they're after. Surely they don't go one-dimensional here. We've seen this fail time after time after time, which might actually make Matchco's C4s a little bit not as valuable. And so this is coming down to gun kills here. Look at this, Elation. He should get a freebie, and he does.
Again.
One-dimensional, not working.
And that's the second time I've always seen the opening trade coming downstairs. Admittedly, it was Capcan who found the opening kill onto Jenna last time round in round number 1. And the previous one, of course, was Elation upstairs inside of Astro. This time he strikes on the downstairs, so never seeing him too far away from the sites. He's playing in those perimeter rooms, the one that are around the site rather than actually inside it itself. And it feels like that's now the second time as well when Fedora have found themselves with someone trying to push in single-handedly without anyone to play for trades from, and are just giving away free kills when really they should be trying to hold to those crucial members earlier on.
You can see Sabos, he's like, hey, where are the people above? I'm scanning above. No one's above. The only person above is Namia, and he wasn't even close to that scanner. In fact, if he went above, took out his cassette, and scanned that pulse, he might get a free headshot. But no upstairs presence mean that Matchco have this for free. They're taking head-on, one-dimensional, one-angle fights here, and Sabos is kind of not even aware that this is exactly what's happening. Namia somehow with 1 HP snags Keenan, but again, this is relying on gunfights here. Matchco need to read into this ASAP and probably go for some, I don't know, angle denial, some map denial. Maybe that will help them out. And this is what I'm talking about, these vertical angles. Use them to your advantage.
They've really dug in deep, and then it becomes that question of, do we really want to commit all our utility and time into taking upstairs, or do we just want to try and play for the site? You called it earlier on. You've seen so many teams get wiped out in trying to make this kind of play, though, where you ignore the upstairs. This could come back to bite them horribly. Hayes, he loves his explosives. I mentioned his C4 plays in defense last week. This week, the name is Grenades, it appears. But they've got to turn this round into a win now. Yes, it's a 4 versus 3, but that clock becomes the 6th man as we get into the final 15 seconds. As it turns red, so does the vision of the side of Mako. They can taste the defeat here. Fedora not too far away if they can just get in and find the kills coming in, but Teb and Jenna, between the two of them, find 3. Nora comes in and finds 1 for himself to bring it up to a double kill. Has 1 man left to slay, but not going to be able to find it. That's Mako winning round 3, down to the time, and this is the issue when teams leave things just a little bit too late.
Was the last player there Teb, and was he inside of, I don't even know if he was above or if he was inside of what's the word I'm thinking of? It is now 6:30 a.m. I'm slowly losing any capacity I had for callouts. Starts with M, right next to the bomb site. Come on, Des, Derry, hit me with the callout.
I'm going to leave you to dry.
You really are. You know the callout. You know what I'm saying. You know the room that I'm referring to.
Oh, what do you mean? Come on, let's play a bit of bit of Cluedo here in map callouts. Go on.
I keep wanting to say monument, but it's not. It's the word that's close to that. You are really hanging me out to dry here, buddy.
You're not on about the site room, are you?
No, the one next to it. Just there. Right there. Starts with M. No, not, no. Go back. Go back. Down, south. Go to the south.
Memorial room.
Yes, Memorial. Thank you. Oh my goodness.
This room.
Yes, Memorial. Was he in the corner of Memorial? Because that's where it looked like the outline was in the end, and that's where he had hid. I'm not entirely sure, but that's the only point I want to make, Derry. You long-winded... I don't even know what bad word I'm allowed to say.
Not really too many words to come out of your mouth that carry much wit or intelligence, apparently, it appears at the moment. We spend 60 seconds going over a call out. All Jess can think about right now is a McDonald's waiting for it once this broadcast is finished. So let's see how this round plays out for Fedora and if they can bring us any closer to victory, or if Matchco can carry on with what has so far proven to be a relatively successful defense. You've got Jenna playing up on the downstairs. It's Malusi pick that we mentioned earlier on, roaming constantly this week. I think teams that have got a good couple of roamer players on side are really benefiting this week, because you are seeing the Jaegers off on the go, being the roamers that they're always known to be. You're seeing sometimes the Malusi stepping out and doing the same. So you have got at least 2 on side that want to play off site. Those operators are the go-to roamers, it feels, whenever they're needed.
Of course, Jaeger's a 2-2 now, but he's still just as viable. In fact, I think it was a buff, so we'll see whether or not that pays dividends for Keenan. But you guess what? Elation, 50 HP.
Elation again?
He's able to hold these stairs all on his own so well. How does he do it through the concussions? It's like he's just evading death, breath after breath, and surely he gets someone here, but no, he doesn't. And well, Sabos says, I'll trade you this time. I was too passive last time, but I've got you this time.
Cerbos does not want to end up pincered in behind the bar again in a 1 versus 4, so he'd rather contribute and bring those numbers down just ever so slightly. That is the 3rd opening kill for Elation in a row, by the way, and Nora has been the death in 2 of those opening trades. He's absolutely on fire and does not miss those initial shots. Love to see it, and it's definitely doing a world of help for Matchco here. On the other side for Fedora, they are lagging a little bit when it gets to these later stages of the round. A couple of times we've seen them down to almost nothing in drones. And that's just the cheekiest kill in the world, where Jenna can swing up into Red Hallway, take a kill and go right back to the art studio and back towards paying attention towards stairs. It's almost like it was a minor inconvenience in his day.
It really did look like it was just part of the strategy there. He goes up, swing, and a kill. Yeah, no problems, boys. I still got the C4 below, but I'm going to flank instead because guess what? Who needs a flank drone? Oh, there we go. And surely he hip fires. No time there, but it's all up to Fratelli. He is yet another Italian player on the other side. In fact, I think the only Italian player on Fedora going up against, what do you got? 4 Italians there and 1 Hungarian. And he's got 30 seconds left. He's hoping Sabos and Keenan peak. But I tell you what, Keenan and Sabos, they've got some game sense about them. There's no way they put themselves in a disadvantageous spot here.
That's highly complimentary of Keenan, given what I've seen him do in the UK before. I agree with you. Very experienced player, knows what he's doing here. No reason to peek, and they must know the angle that he's looking to contest here. Goes for a bit of a snapshot out to try and make it happen, and Cerbos does peek out. They try and play for the trade, but it's not going to happen for them. Can Keenan keep himself alive here? It's into the 1 versus 1. It's back and forth. It's cat and mouse. Keenan down to nothing and peeks back out. That is one hell of a risk, young man, but manages to find the shot to give Matchco round number 4.
Oh, and he had his back to him as well. Thank God Keenan broke his wrist and snapped around because that round may have been a clutch one there. It started off seemingly like it would go in the favor of Fedora, especially after the first round. I was like, oh, goodness me, Matchco, you're just not switched on today. What's going on? And then round after round, I think Matchco have caught on to the fact that Fedora are very, and I'm going to keep saying this term because there's really nothing else you can throw at them here. They're one-dimensional. Have you seen them go underneath and open anything? Have you seen them try and vertically apply pressure either through a grenade or something? I haven't seen it, either from above or below thus far. And a map like Villa, as breachable as it is, as malleable as it is, if you don't do those things and you rely on that gunfight time after time after time, you're only going to get so far. And I think Matchco have read it now.
I think the fear for me is, like, I wouldn't mind if the game plan was, forget about vertical play, let's just go and push the site. Fine. We've seen it work a few times in things like EUL, when teams have ignored trying to take over the top floor and instead just gone straight towards dining. The fear for me is that when you do things like that, you need to have it with good time left. Like, you're ignoring a whole part of the map. You are taking a shortcut, you are accepting the risk, but you know that gives you more time with which to do so. Yet in both of the last 2 rounds, it has basically come down to the clock to close things out. Sure, it has come down to kills in the last round. The prior round was down to the clock. They aren't getting any faster whilst ignoring what's going on elsewhere. So for Fedora, there's a little bit of focus lacking, I think, in the first minute and a half, 2 minutes of a round.
Jenna's had the...
Again.
Yeah, the opportunity to just sort of fleece around the map as he pleases. I don't know if this is part of the strategy. They're just going, hey, Jenna, you go where it suits, see if you can get a flank happening. Given that there was no flank drones in red, well, not red, rather the main stairs last time, I kind of give a little bit of a nod there to Jenna to say, hang on, that might actually work, doing a solo flank, because they didn't really have good drones set up last time, so maybe that's something you can really abuse here.
And he's tried to hold the same sort of spot as last time, Elation. From here, he abused the other side with a 2K coming out. Almost got a third when the shotgun came whipping out, but wasn't able to connect the shot in time before his own life was extinguished. For the side of Fedora, the intent once again appears to be coming out towards the master bedroom. So I think we're going to see someone else. I did think I saw the sledge a second ago, playing the rotate down onto the window inside of Astro. Well, not really the rotate, but looking to play that angle. That was where Elation shone last time. So I'm very, very mindful. And no, it's Nora, not Hayes. Got to be so mindful of the damage that can be done by Elation inside of that room because he is having one hell of a game so far today.
I'm unsure if Jenna is actually being challenged below. They knew he was there last time. They had to have. Grenade sings over, and well, it does luckily collect all of those bandit charges there. And oh, another grenade sings over. They won't have known that they've downed him, and that C4 actually doesn't hit the distance that Sabos wants, but it does push them back a little bit. So Teb gets picked up, and now Sabos continues to play this very aggro angle onto the bedroom door. Now that the wall's open, Keenan says, well, I can use that back against you, and Capcan goes down, one of the biggest fraggers of Fedora. I think the biggest thing now for Capcan, actually, no, he got that in the top red, so I take that back. That wasn't even challenged on that particular hole. The big thing now for Fedora, Des, is they've got to open up more of this wall, give themselves access other than just Astro door from bathroom and bedroom door.
This is the problem. It's always very one-dimensional. You said it all map long, and you can still see Nora is rappelling upside down on the window. Now going to change his mind by the looks of it and look to come elsewhere, back over to join the team, and instead going through the bathroom. They have control of Masters to know that this is safe, but is he going for the change again? Oh, man. Why? That's 25 seconds wasted, and now looking to come outside again onto Astro. They know what they've got to contest into here. And again, Jess, look at the clock. We're down to 30 seconds remaining. This isn't a lot of time to play with.
Well, they kind of have Astro control, but there's a flank drone. Once I've ever seen one here from Fedora. It spots Jenna out, and now they know he's flanking. Is he just giving enough time here? I think so. The spots come out. Free kills for Jenna. He's also got impact if he wants to throw it. He knows he's being pushed, but should that be enough delay? I think so. Elation, can he do it? He's got Keenan by his side, and yes, he can. That time delay, I think, was enough. He may not have had impact earlier in the round, but shout out to Jenna and taking that opportunity to go, even though I'm spotted, I've got to commit to this now because time is dwindling for them.
Well, this is looking painful. We all knew and all know that Villa generally is a hard map to attack. That's no secret to anybody. But, as we said in the last round, it doesn't feel like Fedora are making it any easier for themselves, Jess.
I don't want to discount Fedora either because I've been very critical of their attack, saying that they've barely been able to get walls open. They've just relied on absolutely flushing the site with players. I think some people would even criticize that as a ranked gameplay because unfortunately it is. At tier 2, at tier 1, you need to be able to, at base level, get a wall open. You need to be able to provide another line of sight that is a detriment to the defenders. At the moment, I actually think Matchco are a little bit confused. They're doing all this setup. They even swapped over to the Bandit because they thought, well, they're actually struggling with the wall so much. We could probably just even put Bandit charges on the wall. And it didn't work out. The grenade did end up sailing over. And that was the first time I even got a fleeting, I guess, moment of feeling like, okay, this is it. We're now starting to see the attack that Fedora should have done rounds ago. But I don't know, how many Selmas did he have in his pocket in the end? It just seemed weird. It seemed strange. Doesn't make sense to me. Is it the Villa map or is it just them and their strategies?
It's almost like Matchco are turning up. They've been told there's a hostage situation and they're like, right, guys, bring everything. This is a big, serious deal. And they're like, okay, cool. We'll get the choppers in, get snipers on the roof. We'll get armed military police on the ground. We're ready for war here. And then Fedora walk out with the keys clenched between their fingers like, that's my weapon. Let's go for this. And they're like, we came prepared for a war, and all you're bringing us so far is a very simple to answer setup that we aren't having too many difficulties with. And for Fedora, they aren't dealing with a number of things, right? They're not dealing with Jenna playing on the roam. They're not dealing with the multi-angle attack that we've been concerned about multiple times. Even the basic things like when attacking into Trophy and Statuary, having someone pushing up the back stairs into Astro to contest the player that plays behind the desk. Those are things that you normally see. We haven't seen it happen once. It has always been Jenna doing the counter push. Trey comes through here with Namir finding the opening kill onto Keenan, and there we go, a double kill to finally get things moving forward aside of Fedora. But it's going to take a little bit more than that because Fratelli drops elsewhere. It's a 3 versus 3, and things are as they were just a few seconds ago.
Well, it seems like Namir got fired up. Being 3 rounds deficit is something that absolutely would trigger anyone. And, you know, they want to bring some kind of comeback. It's come out of frags and, well, they've come out of just sort of 1v1 frags. And Jenna said, well, I'm going to use my C4 to be able to drop below. I feel like I'm being pressured. My job is to time delay and be able to stall them late in the round. And if that rotate allows him to do it, I'll give him that. But it's a big waste of utility. He knows he's being pressured. Look at this Mexican standoff here on red and over towards Art. Oh, they know exactly where he is. His opportunity now is to just super delay a lot of time. They've been struggling with this Fedora.
Always kind of been the game plan. They know that he's below surely as well. Does he hear them coming down? He must know. They know that he's there as well. And there we go. Nora's going to collect that kill onto Jenna for what feels like the first time in this entire map. The roam beast of Matchco has been slain. Now it puts them in a 3 versus 2. And I think for the first time, Fedora maybe feel like they have a pretty significant advantage in this half. In the first round, yes, it being a flawless round, you'd argue the same thing was there. But this is the first time they've really had to sweat for it, given how well Matchco played the last 3 rounds. If they can end this half at 4-2, not the worst outcome for Fedora, but I think Matchco will feel cheated if they don't take at least 5 here.
Yeah, absolutely. And with upstairs almost free, it's surprising that they haven't tried to play those verticals we saw Teb play before on this side. It's all one-dimensional. I know the call out now. It's Memorial. That's the push here. Sabos still has a C4 in hand. Does Elation and well, very possibly. They could use this to their advantage. Will the attackers pinch or will it be all one-dimensional? We're about to see 25 seconds left. What is the play here from the attackers?
They've still got a C4 left on the defensive side, which they can make use of. In fact, one gets shut down. Serbos strikes upon another. Did you not see the second guy? I thought he might have them for a second. There we go. He does see him at the doorway now. Tries to spray through. Cat can put down to very low HP with the plank going down. C4's going to come out. He's not holding the angle. C4 connects. Serbos about to clutch his life out here. Nora coming in at 75 HP. Down to 33, but lands their headshot onto Serbos. So close to being a clutch, but Fedora will find that second round they've been looking for.
Why do you peek? You can hear him stuck in the Banshee. You should know exactly the positioning of that. And you know that he's not even within 4 meters of you in that particular instance. You got 5 seconds left. Peeking in that moment when time was of the essence was not the play. Not the Sabos we would expect. And well, they gift a free round there to Fedora. A round that maybe after, considering that perfect C4 sailing out probably should not have been theirs. And they put themselves back into this game ever so slowly. And now maybe their attack was not their strong suit here. Maybe defense will be where they really shine here. But they've got to put these next 2 rounds on the board, I think, to really convince us of that.
It was a really slow learning, I think, for Fedora in that first half. It took them 6 rounds to finally deal with Jenna on the roam, to commit time and say, right, forget about the site for now. We need to deal with this roamer because he's been a thorn in our backside for the last 4 rounds. And I'm glad they learned that. I'm glad they adapted to it. Now we're going to have to start that learning process all over again now that things move over. Now, you and I are very, very fond of saying, let's not judge a team until we've seen how they play on either half of the map. Give them a couple of rounds once they get onto the other side and see if their defenses are any better. That's what I want to see from Fedora here. Show us that you're here to fight. Show us that Matchco are not going to walk all over you in this half. And equally for Matchco, show us that those 4 rounds that you successfully defended, the lessons and the strength that you've shown then can be applied to the attacking half too.
Having watched their last game, Matchco on Consulate, that one when we saw some fantastic clutches, that was probably the strength of Matchco was their defense. I felt like they looked a lot more confident on their defense than they did their attacks. Fraggers like Teb, for example, he popped off on defense and then had a really lackluster attacking half. I don't want to see that here because they got 2 rounds to sort of flex with here to be a little bit more, not careless, but they can be a little bit more aggressive if they want to and try and take Fedora off guard. If they can do that and play this appropriately, then they get the next 2 rounds, put themselves on match points, sweet. Otherwise, they've got a little bit of a buffer zone.
Just a little bit. I remember their game last week, actually. The first round was when Keenan stepped up and just found himself walking away with a 3K, I believe, and everyone was like, where the bloody hell did that come from? No one expected to see that out of him. Not really a player that's regarded as being a big fragger for the team back when he used to play inside in the UK, so a surprise for some. We also have Serbos' incredible, if you remember, 3K ITA shotgun clutch inside of the bathroom. There were a number of rounds then that were a little bit hectic that did come down to just, I think, the players themselves popping off. Can you rely on the same here today? I think you arguably could, given what we've seen out of players like Elation so far.
Well, Jenna, after playing the Malusi religiously on defense, will now be the Ash main for Matchco. And I believe it'll be him and Keenan, or at least him and Teb, for example, who really need to make these entries happen. Cook some of those magnets that were persisting on the top of landing there. And, well, that will give them an opportunity to get the shield. But they've invested so much towards this shield. There's also 2 ADSs that will assist and another magnet. I don't think they have enough utility to deal with this, as one of those flashes was wasted.
keeping a very close eye on the Nomad as well, something we didn't really see be brought along by Matchco in the first half to try and, I imagine, built by Fedora to try and deal with any roams that might come through. But Jenna, doesn't matter if it's on defense or on attack, it's going to still be at the forefront of the interruption and disruption game coming out for Matchco, picking up the kill onto Hayes on the Goyo. A pretty significant one too, given there was likely a C4 hanging in the back pocket, and is normally one of those site players that you want to see staying alive until the later stages of the rounds.
See, this was the verticality I wanted to see from Fedora. Now we're seeing Matchco employ it here. You know, that impacts from below, they completely negate those two ADSs by going below. Teb shows us that he can be a fragger and he can use his utility as well. And it'll be up to Capcan to be able to hold this off here. But they're coming from every side. Walls open. This is something completely unfamiliar to Fedora here. And well, it's all up to Namia. He has to look 100 different angles at once. Less than 10 seconds left, and I've never seen so many traces come from so many different angles at once there, Des. That was a great round from Matchco. And I tell you what, I think the big difference there was that there was a multi-layered attack. It wasn't just one-dimensional. I felt it everywhere.
You felt the crumbling on the side of Fedora, as well as things just kept going wrong with the guy being picked off first and then the attention being divided between those multi-angles of attack. It does break teams down, and I always touch on it as well. It's something I love thinking, and you see it sometimes in teams' comms videos where they'll count down and execute, knowing full well that as soon as you burst in with any kind of pace, the other team cannot react. They are all like, guys, pushing there, pushing there. Oh, what's going on? Oh, we're all dead. Great. Like, what the hell just happened? And being calm under pressure, if you can create that pressure on the other side, they don't know how to deal with it. They are going to crumble, and that's often why you see things like flawless rounds just fall by the wayside, because in most cases, you would assume, all things being equal, you would lose a couple of those gunfights, but the pressure can sometimes just be far too much to deal with. We are going to try the same site once again. Given how that first one just went with it being a flawless round, I'm hoping, or there's at least guaranteed here, to be some form of improvement for Fedora.
I didn't even spot that the Ace had been able to open up that aviator wall either, and I don't know whether or not there was any wall denial there. This time we've got the Kaid charges, and those electric claws will serve a huge purpose here in denying that getting open by Sabos. The only way I can guess that they're going to deal with this, rather than sing a grenade over the top, which is a little dangerous when you don't know how many ADSs you're working with, is just send Teb below again. Send him below, get an impact, see if you can spot out that electric claw and get those walls open in the first minute and a half. And well, that's going to set themselves at a good pace yet again. But Fedora, they're going to go with almost exactly the same setup here.
I always feel like electrifying walls against Matchco, given how well they executed in the last round, is like trying to put barbed wire in front of a tank. They're just going to run over it. They don't care. They're going to steamroll the site. They're going to steamroll you. Doesn't matter what you try and put up in front of them. But Matchco is still going to stick to the rules, stick to the procedures, clear out the top side of the map first to make sure there's no funny business with Elation, laying down those air jabs behind them as they go to make sure there's no funny business, and no one on the side of Fedora is going to come and clap them later on in the round.
I hope, and it does look like Teb's set up to go below again. Are they going to put a little bit of, attention towards Teb? Because he's done a lot of damage from below. Even one impact in a really key spot on this particular site can do worlds of hurt. They need to ensure that he is not doing that damage below. Even a little bit of challenge would be enough to put Teb back, force that round to be delayed more than it was. It came down to the last 8 seconds last round. Even if you delay 10 seconds, that could be huge here.
I mean, against Matchco and the pace at which they've moved, not sure it's really going to help too much. It depends how long they can hold out for, though, because if Nemea are out here with the smoke, it's always that kind of question of, do you want to start burning through smoke grenades earlier on to waste more time, or do you want to save it for the late stages of the round when it can literally win or lose you around based on the planter being able to stick the plant or even get into sight in the first place? For now, he's going to pull back, so absolutely not the plan. It was more just holding back and trying to see, I think, if he could catch any drones as they tried to get themselves safely around that corner into 90. But look from Matchco. Quite a lot of focus on the downstairs here. A couple of members pushing downstairs, trying to make sure it's all cleared out. Curious as to why drones weren't used for this purpose, but clearly the intent is going to be those south stairs here or some vertical play. As to say it, Teb blows open the floor, ready to look towards that default plant spot behind the vault door.
He gets the shield for free. None of those magnets or ADSs do their job at all because, well, quite frankly, from below they can't. Hayes loses a lot of his life there from that particular Goyo shield. I believe that was dealt with from below as well. And as a result here, well, all they're missing now is the key ingredient of the wall. They won't get it because one of those grenades will be eaten by a magnet. And now what they're hoping is that they can get it the second time. Has that gone too far? No, it hasn't. Wall gets opened. Here we go. But now we're down to 20 seconds, and Noah kicks things off with a double kill.
Didn't even know he was coming across there. So focused on the smoke being down, the wall being opened up. They didn't even look to the left for a brief second. Admittedly, no one else supporting them from those south stairs is always going to bite you back pretty hard. And here he is coming in for desserts, I think, as Teb is standing on the doorway, looks to the left and wins that gunfight against Nora. What a great couple of weeks he's had so far. 2 versus 2, 3 seconds to go. Teb finds one and he's in behind the default plant spot. Can he find the kill? Yes, he can. What a play from Teb. And if Nora, again, the small things in these games make them so interesting. If Nora had won that gunfight, this round was done. It would have been going the way of Fedora, but Teb with the hero play, a 3K from Study Door.
That round simply should not have been Matchko's. In no way, shape, or form do you get down to the last 2 seconds. Both of the study players are dead, and it comes all into that one-dimensional push from red stairs to keep the play alive. Wow, wow, wow. That was really cool. To be so trusting that your teammate can cap things off and hold you as you get a plant. And mind you, it's a 7 full second defuse. That's huge. That kind of trust is awesome. Teb did a really smashing job there. Had he have missed even 1 or 2 of those bullets, they could have quickly ran across his line of sight and just denied the plant. Whew.
A good one to look back on next week, I think. And absolutely, now that I've said it out loud to myself, that is going to have to be one of our top 5, I think.
Oh, yes. If anyone is listening, especially our co-casters and colleagues and everything, please throw that into one of the top 5.
Mate,
that was really cool.
I'm sure Dev right now is completely disillusioned with life, given it's, I think, 7 a.m. for him right now and for you guys over there.
Oh,
for
it's
us,
7 a.m.,
admittedly, it's not too bad for us. It's 10 p.m. right now here. That's
Sure.
a comfortable time for EU. But for you guys, my sympathies go out. That's all I'll say.
3 days a week where I watch the sun rise. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. You got to find the silver lining somewhere, some way. And, well, Fedora here, they're looking down the barrel of a gun quite figuratively here. Matchco are on match point. They're also on draw point. So what Fedora needs to do is win the next 4 rounds in a row to even secure 1 point for this match. If Matchco win any of the next 3, well, they're going to give themselves 3 points. And Matchco only walking away with 1 last matchup means these are very integral points for them, especially in their group.
I totally did not just leave the Discord voice chat, by the way, whilst trying to find that highlights channel to make sure it was noted down.
I wondered if that was you. I was like, oh, someone just left. I was like, okay.
It was me, clearly fat fingering as I go along, but hey, it's all good. We're back. We're ready for round number 9. And as you can see at the top of your screens, Matchco at this point have dominated Fedora so far. Really impressive defenses. Their attacks have looked almost sublime. Admittedly, Teb being the hero player in that last round with the 3K, but it's still a win no matter which way you dissect it. We'll see if they can close things out here at 7-2 and remind us, or at least show us, that last week's close game against Heretics was a bit of a bump on the journey, a bit of a speed bump, should we say. It's not a permanent show of how things are going to play out for them in future. You've got Capcan looking to play on Astro stairs and supporting the player on the upstairs. This is kind of what we saw coming out of Nemea back in the last half. Sorry, out of Jenna back in the first half in playing this bottom of stairs sort of play, looking to cover out towards Red Hallway and then flanking up when required a little bit later on. So I like they're taking a bit of learnings there themselves and just trying to make sure nothing about of Astro is open to the attackers to come through unless they go through the players first.
Oh, I like this. I don't think this hits directly onto the shield. I could be wrong. I think it's a little bit shallow on that one, particularly above. But yeah, it is. Especially on that shield. It's quite close to the wall, so we won't get it. But that's okay. I can see the intent there. And well, now they know that Capcan is playing bottom Astro. Does the R4C win out? Yes, it does. And that's a good headshot onto Capcan there. And a bad start here for Fedora on a round they must win.
All about generally saying, that's my stairs, my Astro stairs, and no one else is allowed to be there. Down he goes on Capcan's side. And now so he can get control of the rest of it. Tries to fire the breach and charge up by the looks of it. In fact, no, it was the air jab, which gets eaten up by one of those magnets. The second one comes through and is now placed on the bathroom doorway. So that rotation is sealed off and the attacker should be able to make something happen. What I am slightly mindful of here as well is only a couple of drones out in the field for Matchco. Not too much in the way of information other than taking these angles. And Keenan going to strike big. Boss even there, ready and waiting to see if Fratelli was going to run out from behind his hidey hole. The answer being absolutely not. 4 versus 3 and Matchco could close this out here, Jess.
Oh, what a shame. It looks like this is all on the last two players. Hayes, Namia, nowhere. A very hurt Namia, I should say. And with 20 seconds left, it looks like, it might be the Jaeger to be able to cap things out. But a trade back from Keenan. He's had a great game here. Can he win this gunfight? He's going big. He's going large. But no, Pokemon. It looks like Keenan will go down. And it's all up to Sboss. He can't put the kills on the board that they need, and these last second executes are dire here for Matchco. This is what is losing them these rounds, which would otherwise be won by them.
I think that's kind of plagued both teams on this map. The sheer scale of the map, the amount of tasks that need doing, dealing with the roamers playing downstairs, dealing with the setups coming through, the vertical play, if it's an element to that side as well. There's a lot of things to do, and that clock is definitely being expended. However, you do still have to ask the question of, a bit of pace, I think, is available here. There is a little bit of slack, which they can tighten and make use of to give themselves an extra 15, 20 seconds when it comes around to execution time. For the first time in this half, we're heading down into Dining and Kitchen. We have seen 2 rounds of Aviator, 1 of Trophy. Fedora not having a very successful time in Aviator, I'm pretty sure are dying to not return there. But if they win this round, that will be the site they have to go and play. Given the track record, that could be where Matchco takes it.
Capcan has said this time, it's the shotty. Time to pull out the shotty, boys. And when you're on a kill deficit, as Capcan is, and I think that's an unusual place for him to sit. I think he's quite used to being able to frag out and do so quite confidently for his team. When you're in such a deficit on your KD like that, you can start to get a little panicky, a little desperate. And I'm wondering whether or not this is a desperate operator pick or whether this is part of the strategy. Given what we've seen from them before in their top floor holds, I haven't seen this from him. So I think this might be a little bit of desperate play coming out, and whether or not he's hoping his aggression can just stall Matchco out and get those free kills. We'll have to see. I want to see how Matchco push this. I'm absolutely certain they take top floor, given how they take underneath on other sides. If they don't, how do they play it?
Admittedly, we have seen a few other players historically playing with the Titan Killer Shotgun, as we call it in the UK. I think that was first coined by Demo, or believe it or not. It does a lot of damage when people come running at you, given the rate of fire that it's got and how much damage it does. It can be absolutely lethal. That's kind of the whole point of a gun, I guess. But more the amount of damage you can do is you have 2 or 3 players trying to push towards you. That's what we're looking out for here for Capcan. Speaking of, it's interesting looking at the stats from last week. He was 14 and 10 last week on KD. He was the top fragger for the team, the only player on a +2 KD across the whole game actually as well. Whereas Nora was the one that's sitting down towards the bottom. This week it's been Jenna that's been the hero player for them. Or at least on the side of Mako, that is, sorry. But looking towards Team Fedora. Nora, as said, is the one being quiet. He was 6 and 10. This is what happens when you're looking between stats and the screen at the same time, you see. But I think between them, there's been a bit of a flick of roles, and without Capcan on side, Fedora are lacking a little bit. And I wonder if that's something we will see restored in future. Fratelli finds one, instantly traded back out by Keenan straight after. But this isn't really for the site right here. This is more for control of the top floor.
Elation could hear that shotgun going off below, and if he challenges this, he needs a long angle to do it because there's going to be Namia below. He wants to rain a C4 out, and Hayes, what a wild jump out from Pantry, and well, he gets a freebie onto Elation there. I think some of those air jabbers already been deployed, but this is a huge hit to Matchco here. When I said that they were getting desperate and they wanted aggression, they're giving it here right now. They're fighting back. They want back into this game, Des, and well, if they want to do it, they're going to have to cap this round here and get that momentum going.
Even with the time on side as well here, let's not forget that Teb is alive. We've seen what he can do last week and this week so far, just a couple of rounds back. We'll see if he can find anything. A C4 coming out almost connects onto him, but it's not quite enough to finish him off. The problem again is this is the upstairs attack. This is not the actual site execute itself. He drops down. Hayes had that cardiac scanner out. He knows that he's here. He knows that he's pushing through, and Teb is about to walk into certain death if he dares push far forwards. Here we go, stepping around the corner. Out comes the cardiac sensor again. Teb wins those every single time. This guy's an absolute beast, but can he find any more? The drone, the only drone left, comes out the back pocket. It's immediately shot out, and Capcan's in front of his face. We spoke around the shotgun. It's a critical kill to come out. It's all down to Sir Boss. He's been around this site before. He failed the 1v3 last time. Is the 1v2 whilst he's on the attacking side a much more balanced affair for him? Walk straight at first into one of those the mines coming out of Ella, sorry. Nothing much more to say about that. Gonna have to back away. 20 seconds to go. First smoke comes out. He's got to try and force the fight here, but I'm concerned that he quite simply has not got enough time left. 10 seconds, he's got to kill or plant, and the defenders can very safely back away. Goes to reload and finds one. One more's close up, and Capcan with a shotgun, second of the round, steps in and keeps Fedora's dreams alive.
Well, That aggressive play has worked out for them here on defense. I think they let Matchko walk all over them a little bit. And even that almost instantaneous trade by Keenan made me certain that they could probably bring this round back. But looks like Fedora, they're not giving up just yet. Only 2 rounds between them and a draw now, and they've edged it back ever so slightly round after round, but it's coming down to these sort of 1v2s, 2v2s at the end, and it's where time is really the one that's putting Matchko in the disadvantageous spot here. So I think for Matchko, they've got to turn around and say to each other, okay, they're starting to fight fire with fire here. They're getting desperate. They're playing super aggressive. How do we deal with this? Do we get our better drones, which I think has been a big weakness, and you pointed this out as well, is that some of the fraggers have been droning themselves, which is probably inappropriate when people can move. You know what I mean? You drone them, they move, you're off the drone, they don't know where they are at that singular second, and all of a sudden you're dying to an angle you didn't think they would be holding. So one thing I want to see from Matchko here on attack, better droning for your fraggers, because they are your key entry players.
What I love actually about that, and on the whole subject of droning, is there's a guy called Tristan who I've mentioned to you many times on Twitter. Earlier on, he went off pretty hard around Penta's first game of the day when they came up against August and said, you know, how can Penta be in a spot where against a Mutant and Mozzie, they still have 7 drones left alive after a minute, and every single one of them is giving them information out on the field. Yet when it was August on the attack, they were losing all of their drones inside 80 seconds at the start of the round. And he said this sounds quite harsh, but he basically said, if you want to be a ranked gunner, comp isn't for you. Like, you need to be able to drone. You need to be able to pass information and use your drones properly. If your whole goal is get your IGL to drone you in and tell you where to go and click heads, you are never going to succeed as a team. And that is the kind of thing that I think a lot of teams, even here in CL, need to get right, is that drone game, that it is a collective effort. It's not down to 1 or 2 players. All of you have a responsibility to get those drones out, collect the information, and make calls back and forth across the team.
It's brutal that you say that, but there's some players that have that ideology who almost live year after year in Challenger League and never go further. And that is a brutal statement to say, and they know exactly who they are. But those type of players are ones that never progress further as a player. They never become the versatile, holistic players that Tier 1 teams need them to be. And if they do get picked up, well, they're not on the team for very long. So it's a shame that we have players that can't keep up with what is needed. And, Hayes barely gets away with his life there as that window gets shot open. And that's the kind of opportunity there where a yellow ping might have worked really well. Let's say they had a drone come in through connector drone hole there, and they were able to get a yellow ping onto him. They might have been able to just shoot straight through the barricade, free kill. So it's these drones from Matchco that I think maybe seem they're again droning for themselves. Get the support players to do it, just even initially.
I think in the case here, when they're so isolated from the rest of the team, you've got both the Ashe and the Zofia playing on the downstairs here, looking to cause trouble, and initially playing around that 90 window, eventually dropping off when the C4 came out. The focus comes in elsewhere for the others who look to be doing the work, I think, and that's maybe why they're trying to turn things away, but not really the ideal peak to go for there, I'm afraid, Jenna. Catcam more than happy to peek aggressively over a shield, definitely putting himself on the line to go for a kill, but either way, nets it. That's the Ashe down and out. That'll be less gadgets available to deal with those shields, and given there is a Jaeger and a Wamai in the field, that's a lot of utility you got to burn through. A complete little white screen comes out for Fatali, and Teb more than happy to step round and collect another kill, traded back out by Nora. It is back and forth constantly between these two teams, all over the entirety of Villa, and for such a big map, we're normally quite used to seeing kills taking place around the site. What is this absolute madness that's unfolding before us?
Yeah, these back and forth frags, it shows me that here for Fedora, they've worked out what works here against Matchco. They're adapting back towards them, and Matchco now, the answer needs to be to adapt back to the newfound aggression that Fedora are employing. It seems like Keenan, I don't know, he's, good shot onto the C4 there, and good read into the situation that he would be swung, but he's down to a 1v5, or 1v4 rather, but a good swing out there, and I think Fedora finally figured it out, is that they were giving Matchco a lot of the map, a lot of the ability to pry the site open or pry it open, and now they're just meeting them where they enter.
Real hard one for Matchco, given everything they seem to have tried in the last few rounds has just completely gone against them. 6 and 5, they have one last chance to get this right. Aviator Games then was that side that I said, after we go through Trophy and we go through the downstairs site, we would see them return to Aviator games, and Matchco, having won it twice, would just go on to completely take them to the cleaners on it. They didn't do that. They've now won all 3 sites and have the choice. Well, not really a choice. They have to go back to Trophy and Statue that we saw them win out earlier on relatively comfortably. So here, I think for Matchco, you're sweating a little bit. You're pulling at that collar. You're getting some air down your shirt. Like, come on, boys. We've got to be able to do this now. Pull it out here. It's now or never. Let's not throw this game away after we had such a solid first half.
I think for Matchco, they're going to be absolutely sweating bullets now because, okay, a lot of people would say, oh, they're choking, but no, that's not how it is, because imagine we had seen the defense for Fedora on the first half. Maybe they would have pulled all of these rounds together to begin with, and then we would have seen a comeback from the defensive side of Matchco. It's Villa. We expect defensive-sidedness here of these teams, and that's exactly what Fedora are displaying. Now what we need from Matchco is just one even semi-confident attacking round to secure them the win. It's match point for them. It's draw point for Fedora. Who pulls it out here? Because no matter which way this round goes, this match is over.
The roadblocks are starting to reappear once again, these walls being electrified up. Last time around, it came down to a wonderful grenade from the other side, if you remember back. I think I can't remember which round it was now. It was a good 5 or 6 rounds ago. The magical grenade that came over and killed all 3 bandit charges on the other side. And a subsequent grenade then managed to down one of the players on the other side too. So we have seen this wall dealt with relatively comfortably, but I'm just curious if without an IQ here, will they be able to clear away that electro claw with ease, or is it going to give them quite a problem?
You can see this aggression. It's already being placed over towards 90. They want to know exactly where Matchco are entering, and it looks like it's going to be a 5-man bedroom push. I think focusing on their strengths is the right thing to do. Focusing on getting that wall is absolutely what I would be doing if I was Matchco here on match point, on draw point. I'd be saying, okay, boys, focus on what we're good at. We're really good at getting those walls open, on making sure that we take really advantageous angles. Let's not stoop to the Fedora way of just going for those gunfights, because quite frankly, Fedora have some really, really tough gunners. And so they need to be playing their strengths, and that's looking like how this round will go.
Keenan doing all the right things here, initially trying to peek out onto Nemea, who is indeed behind a shield, so sadly no peek is going to work. He's also stacked up behind a couple of ADSs and has the magnets of the Wamai downstairs. If you can see Capcan hovering around, can always throw them up through the hatch above his head to help provide support to the smoke player. So it is coming down to that time-wasting game. It is, of course, the perimeter route to the site itself. There we go. One of the ADSs has been burnt through here with a bit of help with Elation, bringing out the air jabs, I think, to assist in that one. He has gone through all of his grenades already, and by the looks of it, Jenna right now isn't in place to assist. So that ADS will live, and Nemea will be unable to be unseated.
Not sure if that was an impact that rained out. I think it was there from Hayes. And, well, Sabosh surely has more Selmas to work with here. In fact, he's got 2 in Elation. He's getting smoked out on the rappel. That's going to hurt him a lot there. But he's in a really power position. He's got to keep this rappel. Well, if the smoke is abating him, that's okay. There's another 60 seconds left, and it's going to abate him again. But if he wastes those smokes, it means that his attackers won't have to run through it themselves. The roamers below, will they have impact, or will they be too late to the party as the execute gets off? Last smoke deployed. Oh no, did you hear him drop below? No, you didn't. And look, looks like he's going to get flanked straight back.
Beautiful as well. I knew, of course, the Wamaya died below. Couldn't stay upstairs because no more magnets to be able to assist with the gadgets coming out once that ADS had expired, and manages to connect the kill. But Teb, always been the miracle worker in this matchup, it feels like, for Matchco. On 12 kills so far, steps up and finds himself another kill here to balance things back onto Nemea. It's a 4 versus 3. The thing is, Jess, it's the time. I'm always so worried about the goddamn time. We've got 10 seconds to go. They've got to do everything now or never, and a single mistake here is going to cost them big time. The members of Fedora waiting. C4 sings out, catches onto one. Keenan goes down. Surbos going in for the plant. He's in the back corner. They can't strike him. He's even getting shot through the woodwork. Nora connects, and Surbos has got to get up here, get his gun to the ready, and start firing back. Instead, he's staying the ground. Pistol at the ready. Goes for one. Can't win it out. It's a 1 versus 1. It comes down to everything here. Can Fratelli and Elation, both on low HP, come out on top? Fratelli looking over one way. Elation, the other, knows that he's got to go for this defuse. Elation has got the advantage here. All he's waiting for is the time. Fratelli is not even sticking the defuse. Surely the opportunity comes in, sees him inside of Astro. Matchco collect the final kill, and of course the game would come down to a 1v1 to decide it, but Matchco walk away the victors. They get the win on their record. It's not going to be a draw today, I'm afraid, boys.
A hard-fought comeback there for Fedora, but looks like Matchco, they could capitalize. They could walk away with that win. that looked like it was teetering on the edge round after round after round. They had the better tactics here today, and they'll walk away with a 7-5, 12 kills apiece for two of the fraggers of Matchco there. And Noah, well, he had a good game as well alongside Nemea, but not enough. Some of those key fraggers there for Fedora, not able to put the thorn in the side of Matchco. And the first win there, the first set of 3 points for Matchco, but none for Fedora.
I've always been advised to keep an eye out for Nora being a bit of a French beast, not quite Shaiko, but on the way to becoming a Shaiko player, so I'm glad to see that he has stepped up today. But Teb, got to give the guy a shout out. So much of today came down to him. A couple of rounds quite single-handedly won by him and the impact that he had. Really good stuff, albeit once again a ridiculously close fixture. Let's go over to our Desto to go and close out the show and also share their thoughts on this match.
Thank you so much, Jessichu. Yes, we are back on the analyst desk. Gio, James are watching this game, and it spiraled out of control. There were so many 1v1 situations that should have never happened, but in the end, very exciting one to end the night. But I believe that there's some highlight players to maybe mention throughout this day, James. Don't you think?
I'm mute on VMix. Haha, trials.
Unlucky.
I know that the guys on the cast talked a lot about Teb, but I also want to give a bit of a highlight to Elation. Had a really good opening, especially on the defense. Actually had a really high cost, at least in the first half. I didn't track it the whole way through, but 3 opening kills certainly helped out with that. And then the final round there really helping out as well in that 1v1 clutch, or I guess it was almost a 1v2 clutch. While Sir Boss was planting, Elation was the player to cover both of those kills. Overall, I really liked Matchco's setup. They had a lot of really good attacks. We saw constant adaptation from Fedora on the defense, a lot of trialing different operators, different ways to get that wall denial down. But in the end of it, Matchco came back and regained their footing after that 3-round loss in a row.
Your takes, Gio, on this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with pretty much everything that that Dev said. One of the things that we discussed was part of the reason why Matchco could have these really, well thought out setups on their defense was because, and I think it was a point that you actually raised, Milos, was that you have players like Elation and Subboss who actually have a significant amount of competitive experience. So they're coming in from that kind of background, and they can really apply that here. And that's what's going to get teams through into, the end of Challenger League and potentially push them up into Tier 1. But I have to ring back around to what I was saying on the first pre-game desk, and that is Noah. Just mentioned him at the end there. He was a player who I wanted to see show up a bit more after a slightly disappointing first play day. And even though his team didn't win in the end, he definitely lived up to those expectations.
Not too shabby today. A lot of plays from Fedora. Fratelli found himself in so many of these close calls, but unfortunate there. Let's, though, take a look again at our schedule for today. By the way, if you missed the matches, highly recommend you go and check them out later on. Isako Boris beating Be Kind 7-5. The polls over the French. Penta Sports smashing through Orglis today as the French take it. And in this one, Kovana and M&M, the all-out UK-Ireland matchup, ended up in a 6-6 tie. That was Group B, but over in Group A, 7-4 victory for Windstrike over Granite. Heretics and Gamma tying up. A lot of things to really look back on between these two teams come our next Playday. Finally, Fedora versus Matchco as you were watching. Grazie mille, Matchco, as they take it 7-5. Not too shabby. And this is only day 2 of our 5 matches or 5 Playdays that we're going to have here group-wise for Challenger League in Europe. Later on, we'll talk more in detail, but you'll hear all of us mentioning more relegations, Challenger League, and what things really matter for these EU teams at the bottom of EU League and slowly but surely at the top of EU Challenger League come next week and the one after. So if you have any questions you'd like to answer on the official EU League broadcast in regards to these things, don't you worry. We can get whatever you want up on the screen, hopefully, and at least have a conversation about it all. James, Gio, thanks so much for joining me here on the final desk. It's always great to have you. We've been together working all along through this week, a long week, of course, but we had fantastic matches in EU League, APAC North, and in EU Challenger League. and next week is just somehow going to be better. Trust me on that one. We have great matches coming up. In the meantime, though, if you're very excited for some more matches or more Rainbow Six for this evening, don't you worry. The R6 Esports BR channel is currently streaming the South American champions. Basically, you'll see some teams from Mexican region and from the south of America. You're to watch, kind of take a look at how they play in comparison to others. Maybe some players who you to fanboy over, as we do with some. We won't tell you who they are because we're definitely unbiased. Thank you so much, though. We love you. Good night.
Well, it's time to get into the map here as Akubors versus...
Right now, before we jump into this game, as we go through this map flyover, I didn't leave Hap. everyone here. And as we jump into Oregon, it's a map we know all too well and long.
I'm sorry. I like how you just put the bias out there. I like how you...
A little bit different. I think Matchco versus Fedora, one of those games that you look at and go,